Hey y'all, on the I-78, welcome to the debate pre-show. Hope everyone has been doing well. Hope y'all ready for this, because I feel like this is going to be a bit tedious, but we're gonna see. As you all know, tonight will be the most anticipated debate that we have seen in quite a while. We are going to see former President Donald Trump and current Vice President Kamala Harris do battle, so to speak, in this debate that is going to be in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Should be starting in about a half hour or so. For those of you who are regulars to the channel, I did do a everything you need to know about the debate earlier today. So we'll go through that real quick. The debate is 90 minutes. It will have have 2 commercial breaks. There will be muted mics, 2 minutes to respond, 2 minutes for your rebuttal. You cannot answer anything that was not asked of you from one of the moderators. The moderators tonight will be on ABC, David Muir and Lindsay Davis. Also, no notes, no props, no help. And from what we understand, neither candidate has had access to the questions that they'll be asked tonight. So this is definitely going to be interesting, to say the least. I did want to come on early just to make sure everybody had that information, as well as answer any questions you guys might have about anything that's going on in this political season. So if you have something, definitely drop that in the chat. Right now on ABC, they're just kind of going through, and I'll put it up on the screen. Kind of regular world news and everything that's going on, but we can take a listen at that as well. Hey Celine, how you doing, girl? Yeah, this is the thing. I think that this is unfortunately not going to live up to all the hype. But what do you think? Give me some volume on that.
13 service members who died at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. And one thing, if you look at that moment, so that withdrawal from Afghanistan happened in August of 2021. The other thing that happened in August of 2021 was that Joe Biden became an unpopular president. His popularity, his favorability ratings went below 50%. They never came back.
But Joe Biden was also at the time saying this would not be like Saigon. We also saw those images of that. It's hard to play that down. If you're the president, it's hard to call that a success. And Mary, let's go back to Israel and Gaza, a key issue also for Kamala Harris, and a very, very fine line she has to walk.
A very fine line. And this is one of those rare issues where she is taking a notably different tone from the president. She has been much more forceful in speaking out about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, stressing, yes, of course, Israel has a right to defend itself, but saying Palestinians also have the right to dignity, security, and freedom. Now, policy-wise, she is largely vowing to continue the policies of the Biden administration, but there is no question on this issue, she is facing the most pressure from Democratic voters. I've been at nearly every Harris rally so far, and at almost every one, she is interrupted by protesters eager to make their voices heard on that. They will be listening closely.
Very strong voting bloc there too, Rachel.
Yeah, they're going to be listening to that message. All right, so coming up, Senator Tom Cotton and Governor Josh Shapiro are standing by with just about 20 minutes until the debate. Stay with us.
Interesting.
Why do so many people start their day here?
In the midst of commercial break. From what I understand, Vice President Kamala Harris has been in Pittsburgh for the last 3 or 4 days. prepping for the debate. So from another thing I heard was that they wanted to make sure that she wasn't over prepared like Joe Biden was for his debate with Trump. We all know how that went. Not sure how you can be over prepared, especially when you don't know what you're going to be asked. I don't know how that works. But that's what they say. Would you say, Celine? I was watching MSNBC and they literally said women with wounds as if all women don't have one. Okay. Oh yeah, because remember, women are birthing people. Remember, they birthing people. So it is what it is. It's just sad. I was actually talking to a friend of mine the other night, and he was like, well, what is a woman? And I was like, in what, in what context? I said, because in this day and age, everybody's got a different definition. Everybody's got a different opinion. You said even in medical articles, they will say people of all genders instead of men and women. Yeah, I can't. It's too much. It's too much slang. It's too much. I just don't understand. You are what you are. Everybody was born either a man or a woman. That's what it is. I don't understand why we're trying to make all of this stuff super complicated and long and drawn out. Hey Eric, how you doing? Hold on, let me drop the link because we want to get your thoughts on this. Hold on. All right, y'all, and this is right now. This is just for Eric. We'll open it up for everybody else in a few minutes. What you say? CC. Yeah, we're gonna call you CC. They must have meant people with wounds. Women with wounds is the oxymoron. This is true. I see. My thing is just say men and women, and then you ain't got to worry about all the extra stuff and making sure it's conjugated and correctly and all that kind of nonsense. Just call it what it is. But apparently, that ain't what people want to do in this day and age, which is sad. It's sad. You say you doing good, you excited. Okay. What do you hope to get out of the debate? I don't even have any kids, but I'm still a national. Yeah. I don't have any kids either, but my woman, it do what it's supposed to do every month. So guess we good. I did where is it on my phone? Was reading the article where it was saying, y'all remember what the vice president was like, under Joe Biden and her leadership, that they had cut childhood poverty in half. Just read an article saying that another 1 million children have been there's an additional 1 million children in poverty. So if you cut child poverty in half, where these million children that are in poverty come from? These new million children that's in poverty. You said Trump destroying Harris. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Hold on. That word on the
John,
street.
I think you're going to see that Donald Trump, who's president for 4 years, who has a clear record. This campaign is unusual. We don't have a candidate running for office for the first time. The American people remember what it was like under President Trump. We had stable prices, rising wages, a secure border, and peaceful, stable relations around the world. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we've had record high inflation. We've had a wide open border. We've had war breaking out everywhere. The American people are going to remember after tonight that times were good under Donald Trump, and they want another 4 years of President Trump back in the White House.
And we noticed he was spending a lot of time looking at the angles, studying the debate stage. He does know the television of this as well.
Well, he does, but I think the style and the debate stage and the lighting and all that is going to be secondary in the minds of most voters, especially those trying to make up their minds to what they hear from the two candidates about their record. People remember that with Donald Trump, they had good times. They had rising wages. They had stable prices. We had peace and stability. And with Kamala Harris, a dangerous San Francisco liberal, and Joe Biden in the White House, we've had none of that. So I think it's going to be a clear contrast between President Trump and Kamala Harris tonight, and the American people, starting tonight and over the next 8 weeks, are going to make the decision that they want President Trump back in the White House.
All right, there's Senator Cotton with one side of this debate, very sharply worded. Mary, the other side.
For the other side now, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro joins us, of course, a key surrogate for the Harris campaign. You heard Senator Cotton there. He says that voters know who Donald Trump is. You've seen the polling. A large slice of voters say they simply don't know enough about the vice president. Is this her last best chance?
Okay, that makes no sense when you were vice president for 3.5 years.
Who she really is, what she stands for.
Look, I'm not sure what world Senator Cotton was living in, but when Donald Trump was in charge, the only thing we had more of in this country was more chaos. And I think under Kamala Harris, you're going to see someone who's compassionate, who cares deeply about the welfare of all Americans, no matter what they look like, where they come from, who they love, who they pray to. An economic message that lifts people up instead of shutting out the middle class. I expect you'll see Kamala Harris speak not only about her strong track record, but her strong vision for the nation and prosecute the case effectively against Donald Trump tonight.
You mentioned the case against Trump. What about Joe Biden? How does she go about building off of their record, but making clear to voters who are concerned that she won't just be Biden 2.0?
Well, serving as Joe Biden's vice president made her fit and ready to serve on day one. I think it's important that we examine Kamala Harris's positions, her vision, the things she wants to do for this nation. Elections are about the future, and Kamala Harris's vision for the future is a stark contrast to the dangerous vision of the future that Donald Trump has, one of less freedom and more chaos under Donald Trump.
I just don't worry about chaos. He was entertaining as hell.
Governor Shapiro, thank you so much.
Stable.
Hey, so we talked to surrogates from both campaigns. Coming up, we are going to talk to somebody who has both debated Donald Trump and helped him prepare for big debates, with tonight's showdown less than 14 minutes away.
That's all I'm trying to figure out. He is, but he was seriously entertaining. I ain't even gonna say anything about it.
This is Impact by Nightline.
Are you kidding me?
My sense was that everybody around him was afraid of him.
Brittany describes having a secret abortion that not even her family knew about.
What's going on with Kate?
What is the relationship like between Harry and William today? What did people start to say?
You look great. Are you on Ozempic?
I told the kids, I said, I'm not even gonna let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
She talks about tough love and harsh punishment.
No, it's abuse.
I think Scott Peterson murdered his wife and his child. Prove me wrong.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Does your church protect sexual predators?
How do you top the most watched season yet?
Fabulous.
It's a bit erratic, a bit exotic.
You have no idea. Impact by Nightline. The all-new season premieres this September, only on Hulu.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning to catch you up with what happened overnight. Clashing over national security.
What's happening today? Tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The worries on Wall Street.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your heart.
Non-alcoholic bars are popping up in a growing number of cities. That's the spirit.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, The Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. 1985? I think we could have.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. Shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Here's to Good Mornings in America. Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun. Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America. Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America.
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Reporting from the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago, I'm Kira Phillips. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, I'm Martha Raddatz. We're live from Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center, the site of tonight's debate, now about 10 minutes away.
And I'm Jonathan Carl here with Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott. The candidates are just off the stage, ready to walk out. They are in their hold rooms, just minutes from making that walk. Martha, you have been backstage at this moment. What's it like?
Well, it's stressful, but it's also that time you just say, this is go time. You get in your zone. I'm sure the nominees, the candidates right now are thinking the same thing. They've studied. They're going to go out, open the curtain.
All right, well, then let's bring somebody in who has been there both debating Donald Trump and helping him prepare for general election debates, the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie. So Chris, you've helped prepare Trump for this moment several times. He says he doesn't prepare, but he actually does. Bring us into that room right now. What's going on with Donald Trump?
Well, look, at this point, he's in the worst hour of his prep, because you just have to sit there and wait for the time to come, and they make you get there early. And so he is there. He's not really being spoken to. A little small talk here and there, but nobody's trying to give him any kind of clues.
So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question I tried to ask Tom Cotton. He didn't exactly give me an answer, but you will. Which Trump is going to show up tonight? You know what I mean by that. Which Trump?
I think at the beginning of the debate, the Trump who will show up will be the calmer Donald Trump. He knows inherently after the 2020 first debate against Joe Biden that the other Donald Trump is not the one that's a winning formula. The question's going to be, will he be able to continue to maintain that approach through questioning by David and Lindsay and through any comments that Vice President Harris makes in his direction? And that'll be the key to how he performs tonight.
And you and I were talking, you helped prepare him for those 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton. He told you that he had respect for Hillary Clinton, that Hillary Clinton was smart as you were preparing. What about Kamala Harris? We hear not the same.
Well, certainly he's not saying that publicly in any way. And I can tell you that in 2016, he would regularly say during the many debate prep sessions that we had with him that Hillary Clinton was smart, that she was a good debater, that she was not to be taken lightly. And I don't think there was ever a moment in 2016 where he took her lightly. I do think he took Joe Biden lightly in 2020. And clearly during the prep sessions that I had with him, it was very, very difficult to get him to focus on what Joe Biden might or might not do in that first debate. And I think his performance in part reflected that. So the question's going to be, is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know that often with Donald Trump, that's performance. But I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, He was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both those debates reflected that approach.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be watching with us. Martha?
And we have about 6 minutes left before the debate. So let's bring in Donna Brazil, formerly of the DNC, and Reince Priebus, the RNC. Welcome to both of you. And Donna, let's start with you. You have said that Kamala Harris has to own the future, but she also has to own the past. So how does she do this?
It's quite easy. Because I do believe that in talking about the future, you draw from your past. You draw from your past experiences. She draws from how she was raised, the values that was instilled in her as a young lady. Look, she is steady on her feet, still in her resolve. And tonight she should talk to the American people, sit in their living rooms, go to their kitchen table and say, look, I have some ideas that I want to share with you. There's so much that we have done together over the last 4 years. But here's what I think we can do together over the next 4 years. Be positive in her approach and really remind the American people that we don't want to go back to the chaos and the confusion, the disaster that made, of course, the American people go out in droves in 2020 to fire the former president. Say, I want to be a president that lead all Americans. I want to keep us strong and secure. And here's the plan that I want to share with you tonight.
And Donna, I of course meant Biden. She has to own up to the Biden administration's any mistakes they made too, and Donald Trump is going to go after her on that.
You know, Martha, they made mistakes. Donald Trump and Mr. Pence made mistakes. But you know what? If we focus on our mistakes, we won't focus on all of the good things that we could do together as Americans. I do believe there's something to say about people who are now able to work. The people who can buy their insulin without paying over $1,000, $35. There's so much good that she can talk about from the visits that she's made to small towns across this country, large cities across the country. Bring us together. The American people want to be led into the future, not dragged back to another era.
And Reince, I want your thoughts on, you've also prepped Donald Trump for debates back in 2016, I believe. What Donald Trump do you think we'll see tonight? Can he be disciplined about talking about policies and what kind of president he will be?
He's already been talking about policy.
Well, he certainly can be. I mean, the reality is Donald Trump doesn't have a lot to lose tonight. I mean, his support has always been almost unmovable. So the second piece is the honeymoon, I think, is over for Kamala Harris. And you all kind of touched on it with Donna. Kamala Harris has to answer for the state of the economy that she took a role in the Biden administration, the border, her past positions on decriminalizing the border, decriminalizing certain drugs, what her role was in Afghanistan. So really, the spotlight is on Kamala Harris tonight because she played a role in the Biden administration. She wants to act like she's not an incumbent. So this is where the focus is going to be. And she's got a lot to answer for tonight. And I think that's where Donald Trump's focus will be and where it actually should be tonight.
Well, one of the things he wants to do is have female voters look at him. How does he attract female voters after saying things about Kamala Harris? And we'll see how he pronounces that tonight. Things he said about Kamala Harris, that she's dumb as a rock. That's not really going to attract female voters, is it?
Yeah, no, it won't. But I also think that just like he did in the first debate against Joe Biden, I think the formula here is to constantly tie Kamala Harris to the Biden administration, which is where Trump is winning against her on the economy, inflation, and all these other problems that we're having, and then sit back and let her talk. Let her explain herself, her past positions, current positions. How does she feel about how Biden has done on the economy? How does she feel about the border? Then turn it over and let her talk.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us tonight, Donna and Reince. We're all staying tuned. Can't wait.
And I have to say, as we are just less than 2 minutes away, this such an extraordinary moment, and especially, Rachel, when you consider that these two people that have been the center of our lives for the last 2 months have never met each other.
Have never even met each other. And Harris said, if you got something to say it to my face. The question tonight, does Donald Trump actually go there? He's questioned her racial identity. He's questioned her intelligence as well, or does he stick to the issues?
Look, this is the largest audience they're likely going to have in this race. It will be interesting to see if Harris can make clear the stark choice before voters. And where does she decide to land her punches? She can punch hard. Can she do that while rising above the needling coming her way? But first and foremost, are we going to see a handshake when the two of them meet for the first time?
We didn't back in 2016 when I did that debate. We'll stand by to see that tonight. But the first time, side to side, together.
And I have my doubts that we're going to see that handshake, but what we are going to see is a spirited debate and perhaps the most consequential general election debate we have ever seen, because almost certainly going to be the last one. So with the stakes so high, the presidential debate just moments away, we have the entire news division keeping an eye on everything. We are going to be fact-checking on our live blog. It's all going to be happening right here. The debate now just 10 seconds away, and we will be back with our post-game show as soon as it's over. We are going to toss it right now to David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Let's do this.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
We start talking about that being unburdened about what has been.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Yes, guys, definitely hit the like button. Why we can't get a dress?
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
No, ma'am. That was
and
yes
I
or
am
no.
actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion. One of them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump, will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. When a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that
Here we
you
go.
would kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said
Trump
that your
is killing it.
administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
California, that's going to be a bunch of vote. And that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme
Boo,
Court with
that
the
wasn't the
intention
question.
that they would
Bitch,
undo the
that's how that
protections of
works
Roe v.
all the
Wade.
time. All 9
And
of
they
them
did
hand
exactly as he
Complain.
intended.
That
And
that
now
wasn't
in
the question.
over 20
Hold
states,
on.
there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a state. It provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which
That's less than
understand what
1%.
that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
That's
And
not immoral.
one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to
That's the
agree.
exception to
The
the rule.
government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country.
Here we go.
You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the
That's not
healthcare
true.
providers are afraid they
If
might
they
go to
confirm you
jail
had a-
and she's bleeding out in a
miscarriage,
car
they
in the
will go ahead
parking
and take
lot.
care of that.
She didn't
Stop
want
playing,
that.
Kamala.
Her husband didn't want that.
Miscarriage
A
is not
12 or
abortion.
13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want
That's been
that.
happening since hell. How long?
And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring
That's
your
not Project
pregnancies, your
2025.
miscarriages.
That's
I
not
think the
his.
American
It's just a
people
conservative view on politics.
freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me. But I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand
That's
what
not
has
true.
been happening under Donald Trump's abortion ban.
You just gotta go to a state
Couples
opposite
who
and pay for
pray
it yourself.
and dream
It's
of
called
having a family
it's called
are being
partial birth
denied
abortion.
IVF treatments.
That was signed into
What is
law by
happening
Bill
in our
Clinton.
country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who
But then
can
look at what
barely
she did. You
afford
working 2 jobs, you
childcare
shouldn't
as
get
it
pregnant.
is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go
I
and
gotta
get the
travel
health
to
care
another
she
state for
needs.
cheaper alcohol. So
Barely can afford to do
You
it,
telling
and
me.
what you are
I cross
putting
that
her
state line all
through
the time.
is
Ma'am,
unconscionable.
you in the room
And
with
the people
strangers,
of
let them
America
do that to
have
you. What
not,
is she
the
talking
majority
about?
of Americans believe in a woman's right
she's
to make
playing
her
on
own
the
decisions.
fears.
Strangers.
And
That's
that
what
is
she's
why
talking about.
in every state where
She's
this
playing
issue
on
has
fears.
in red and
She
blue
gonna
states.
beat that drum all the way to election day.
Vice
She gonna
President
say the
Gates.
same thing over and over again.
Hold on.
But
Hold on. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader.
Somebody, yeah,
In
and
fact,
he ain't never needed to
when
use
they
it.
got a
I'm
very
just-
negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of
had free
Alabama
wives,
and
ain't
the
none of them had
legislature
enough.
2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you
That's
answer
the
the question?
problem.
Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question.
you
Would you
could
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal
Dang, what we
organizations
asked you.
for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And
Dang,
let me
what we
say
asked you, though.
that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President
Bro, you
Harris,
ain't
thank
asked
you.
that
President
question,
Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies.
Shit, I
She
wanna
said
bring-
people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say,
What the hell else you
people on
think they was gonna
television
say?
say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Here we go.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite the fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said
not what they said,
he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone
he
who
would
has
have every
openly
right to.
expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president,
This is the one that weaponized, not
Yeah,
me.
get a minute to
She
get to the
weaponized.
button now,
I
yes.
probably
I'm saying
took a
to
bullet
the
to the
button.
head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get
went
to.
nowhere.
We have a lot to
Now,
get to,
don't
Lindsay.
you get it 2
Vice
minutes to a
President Harris, in
button.
your
That's
last
what
run
you
for
said.
president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you
Yes,
don't.
it was.
You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So
That's
my
bitch.
values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not
Ma'am,
ban
you
fracking.
didn't say anything in
I have
2020.
not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the
You didn't say shit
tie-breaking
in
vote on
2020.
the Inflation Reduction Act,
Trump
which
is not a
opened
threat to
new
democracy,
leases
not
for
take the
fracking.
fact that her ass is
My
still
position
talking
is
to
that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values,
was
let me
good
tell you,
all
I
over
grew
here.
up a
What you talking
middle-class
about?
kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term.
Man,
My
we got
work
15
that is
million
related
homeless people.
to
What the hell is 3
having
million
a
homes gonna
friend
do?
when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable.
If
My
she
work
start crying, I'm gonna get mad.
protecting Social Security and
Real, I'm
Medicare
turning shit off.
is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams.
we actually about what you
My
did in the past.
values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a
Your values may not have changed,
and a
but your
perspective
approach has.
of lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader
the
who
results.
actually understands
Through that
the
is the
strength is
result.
not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response.
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised.
Yeah, you did.
Talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police. She's been
That was
against
some
that.
Democratic
forever.
nonsense.
She gave
for the
all
police.
that
That
stuff
was
up
BLM, wasn't it?
very wrongly,
Y'all was on
very
that too.
horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she wins the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the processes going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up. the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment.
to.
Let that man talk.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world,
Hold up. That wasn't the question,
David,
though.
all over the world, and crime rates are down all over
That
the world
wasn't the
because
question,
of it.
though.
But let me just
when are
ask
those,
Hold up, D.
when are those
That
people
wasn't the
going to be
question.
prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took
Wait,
over a big
that wasn't the
percentage
question.
of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple
So
question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said,
Just say yeah and be done.
Nancy
Just say
Pelosi,
yeah.
the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. Again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard Corps soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people.
You shouldn't mention Laura Ingraham.
Sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Come on down to the office. Let's do a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talk immigration here tonight.
We don't need to close the border.
We need to really brings us into focus truth in these times that we're in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
I don't acknowledge it at all. I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter. Because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline.
We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whiskers. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about facts. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is up.
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
Turning now to Israel-Hamas.
I'm on the
Who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would.
How you gonna get the rest
and how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed.
I didn't hear anything about women being essayed.
That this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you ended up far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even
ask the question, how are you going to
when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. They are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis, and yet look at what's going on in the Middle East. It would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
All right, now I gotta say this, y'all. Neither one of them answered that question. I'm just gonna be for real. Neither one of them answered that question. How you gonna get this? How you gonna put an end to this? The people in captivity almost a year.
Oh, they ain't gonna answer that question.
Like,
They ain't gonna outright and say this is what I do, because they right now neither one of them has the power to do anything. You know, if she wins, God, I hope not. And if he wins, you know, does that mean we'll have boots on the ground again? I don't think America is ready for another war like that. I just don't.
No, because the military is understaffed. Like,
right? Yes, big time.
But my thing is, okay, neither one of y'all.
I mean, it's like saying, what would you do if somebody slapped you? You know, they can't answer that. They can't answer that.
He could, but
I mean, he could say, "This is what I do."
We gave up that whole Brittany Griner nonsense. We gave up one of the deadliest people in history for a sexually confused fucking basketball player.
Right.
This dude,
and that was a strategic move.
He got the damn codes. He done invented half this shit that you're ready to set off, and you gonna get him back? That bitch? Like, come on, y'all. That made us look
they knew what they were doing.
That made us look weak. We looked
and I'm surprised dude was still alive. I mean, he was a pawn.
He is still useful. They wasn't gonna kill him.
Yeah, but Russia running him back. Just the same way of who's that one dude? Snow. Last name Snow. He defected to Russia.
Yeah.
I think that was under what was that under Clinton? I'm not sure. I almost say Alex Snow, but I'm not sure. I know his last name was Snow.
He up here looking crazy. Child.
It's just that she beat it around the bush on the abortion thing. You know, they use trauma.
She was clear about that. She was clear. Snowden, yeah.
Snowden, thank you.
Yeah, she was clear about that. But my thing is this right here. It's not. It went back to the states. If you don't like what your state did, move to another one. Or better yet, don't be getting knocked up. Listen, it's real easy not to get pregnant. I'm here to tell you, it is real easy to not get knocked up. It's real easy. Ain't hard at all. So again, if you find yourself in that position and that's what you want to do, then you need to take your ass where you can get it done and move on with your life. First of all, I don't need to know that's what you're going to do. I don't need to know you're leaving. I don't need to know where you're going. I don't need to know none of that. Kind of that shit on the weekend and going back to work on Monday like ain't nothing going on, like y'all do anyway. Shit.
And hitting on that.
That wasn't even worth the 25 minutes worth of conversation we got. It wasn't even worth it.
Hitting on that fentanyl, the fentanyl thing.
You need to quit playing because that's my thing.
That all started here. I sent you that.
How the hell illegals transporting chemicals to mix up fentanyl? Because y'all do know fentanyl is completely synthetic. How the hell they smuggling that over here? That shit was already over here. We're not doing it.
All somebody got to do is Google who's responsible for fentanyl.
If you go to the right place, hey, Blockbuster, how you doing? Ain't no need for this. Ain't no need for the foolishness. Yeah, we gonna stop it. But
I think that people, you know, they used to say you want to have something for black people, put it in books. People, they don't even read. They don't even read.
Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to
They
this
haven't
historic
read
ABC
Project
News presidential debate tonight.
2025.
We're going to continue here,
It's
and I
just
want
a
to turn to the war
conservative
in
view
Ukraine. We're now
on
2.5
politics.
years
That's all it
into
is.
this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify,
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal. Because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin? And would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Same thing.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch?
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Yeah, nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should. As a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently over the course of his career attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5, took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States.
We haven't had
And I
a
think
Black
the
president
American
in the United
people
States.
want better than that, want better than this, want someone
Girl,
who
what
understands,
are
as
you?
I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about
MC, that
how
would have
we're
been
going
real
to invest in the
undignified.
aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American
It would shut
people?
him down immediately.
Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother
Nah,
speaks,
she
we
ain't
all
answered that part
have the
about
same
her
dreams
black
and
dude.
aspirations and want a
She said I'm
president
black,
who
none of
invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris.
How the heck would
Lindsay?
you
President Trump, this
black?
is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty.
And the DA was a Democrat.
And I
And
said,
the
well,
judge.
if they pled guilty, they
I forget.
badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately.
And
And
he
if they
was a
pled
Democrat
guilty,
at
then
the
they
time.
pled, we're not
Oh
guilty.
shit, he was still with the
But
party.
this is a person
I better quit
that has
playing.
to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their
Yeah,
oil
bring it back to that
policies,
dollar.
every single
Bring it back to the
policy.
dollar.
And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
Which is what?
One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and,
Well, yeah, let's do that.
let's compare the
Yo,
plans.
we got 4
I have a
minutes.
plan
It is
to
10:22.
give startup businesses
We got 4 minutes.
$50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your
That's not
child's
gonna
life
help me 'cause I don't
to
have any
help you
kids.
in that most
So what
critical
do we
stage
get
of your
you?
child's
Single people with no
development. I
kids.
have
What
a
we get you?
plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance
ain't helping
for
shit.
first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
To defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to other
not allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
you,
what
Mr.
her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No,
something
three
twice
minutes.
and I need to respond.
Stop.
I'm sorry,
I
we're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President.
time
You have
to
the
what
3
he
minutes.
said.
President Trump,
No.
this is
Yes.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is
okay, come on.
Let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing, but it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this.
Nah, girl, now wait a minute.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it. Pass this prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to
No,
that's
we don't.
important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable, but we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did he get? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
You did not answer the question. I have to say that. Listen. These closing statements is gonna be, they're gonna be something. Okay, so we did not get an answer from either side. Okay, Kevin, I don't know what you're looking at. Okay. Yeah, definitely y'all hit the like button, share and subscribe if you have not. This right here has been, it's been super, yeah. This is, I have to say so far, it's been better than what I thought. Okay. But what I'm trying to understand is, I am CC. But those of y'all who have a strong distaste for Donald Trump, why? Like, what did he do as president that affected you then and is still affecting you now? You know what, Death Note? We ain't doing this tonight. What did he do when he was president that affected you then and is still affecting you negatively now? And what has Kamala Harris done as vice president that you think she is qualified to be president, even though nobody voted for her to run for president? That's the Eric, I emailed you the link. If I pinned it to the chat. If that's not working, I emailed it to you. Yeah, y'all trying to understand. They showing Diddy in this commercial because he just got a $100 million judgment against him by a dude that's doing 75 years in prison. If you haven't seen that, I did a video on it, so definitely take a look at that because that is insane. He don't need to look back, and he's not a woman. Okay. Hey, Eric.
Hey, I'm Anaz.
What's going on? How you been?
Been good, been good. I'm finally glad I was finally able to stop driving.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. So what do you think we're going to get in these closing statements?
That's a good question. I think he's probably going to bash Kamala a little bit, but he's going to also probably get more of his policies.
Okay. So have you, I'm going to save that for when it's over. No, so far, because we're going to have post debate commentary. Have you learned anything?
A little bit, but not. I mean, it's literally all the same stuff we heard before, pretty much. But I would say Kamala really can't answer. You can tell her express on her face she's scared.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And we are here live on ABC with our post-debate comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively debate from the economy to abortion to Afghanistan. They had it all, and it was historic, John Carl, fiery.
Wow. Wow. That was quite a debate. And I'm Jonathan Carl here with, of course, Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott. Our reporters across the news division have been updating our live blog, looking at some of the allegations made back and forth, doing fact checks. You can find all of that on abcnews.com. But I would like to replay the moment at the very start of this debate because it was quite a moment. The handshake. And if you look,
Harris. Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
I mean, quite a moment. First of all, because we hadn't seen a handshake. We haven't seen a handshake in a long time.
She initiated that one.
And
Yeah, she did.
not only did she initiate it, she walked over to him and sought him out, put the hands
Is
out,
she the vice
and also
president?
made
That's
the
what
first.
you're supposed to do.
And probably had a plan if he hadn't
Yeah.
put his hand out either.
Interesting. So more at the bottom line, which is
She's the vice
I
president.
think
He has been
clearly what Kamala Harris wanted to do was be the candidate of hope, the candidate of the future. Donald Trump seemed angry within 4 minutes. I think we saw him going from very serious at the beginning, never really seemed to look at her.
Hey, can you pause the feed for a second?
Yelling at some points, trying to make his points.
Go ahead.
Okay. So from both debates, right? Trump did stay on the facts, while Kamala was basically, it's sad to say, like everything was disingenuous, pretty much. On disingenuous facts that's not even tangible.
Okay. What my thing is, it was just too much not answering questions that did me in. But hold on, let me see what else she talked about real quick. They're really trying to fix this up for her.
Why she changed her policy views on so many things. Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast, Harris, who again, much of the world doesn't know, Harris looked like she belonged on the stage, looked like she is somebody that could serve as president.
Damn,
And that is certainly how the campaign is feeling tonight. I can tell you, the Harris campaign feels very good. They feel they had a very strong night, that she was in command, that she did look presidential, and that she was able, they feel, to hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions. And of course, that was their goal going into this, that she would be able to put Donald Trump's record under a microscope. And they feel that the strongest example of that was that exchange on abortion, where she was able really to blame Donald Trump directly to his face. I mean, she said, what you are putting women through is unconscionable. Yes, she goaded him. She flat out trolled him many times, got him off message. She also talked directly to voters, even inviting them to a Trump rally to underscore that central argument in her campaign. That she says he's only out for himself. She argues she's out for the other.
Say what?
Like all them acres that's on there right there, the hosts are complete bias. There's nothing that Kamala did.
I'm just confused about what is Trump putting through. You do not have to get pregnant. And this is what I'm saying. And we need to stop that. If you are pregnant and you have had a natural miscarriage, if you go to a doctor and they don't do nothing about it, sue their ass, because that's bull. That is not, you had a natural miscarriage. Them removing that baby from you is not an abortion.
That's right.
So we need to stop that bull. That is not what that is. And any qualified medical professional who is about their business is going to do just that. Let's stop playing these games.
I'm going to get annoyed with about the abortion, because abortion is really a biblical.
This is foolishness. That's not what that is. That is not what that is.
Most people don't care about abortion.
They really don't. But I'm just trying to understand, when did having one become a badge of honor? When did that start? Exactly. Welcome of the culture. Both candidates are approached, so it's not a big issue. But I gotta go back to something real quick. That CC said. She was responding to something by Draco. She was saying, no, she said the biggest thing for her is hold on. She's talking about Trump. She's saying the biggest thing for her is the multiple essay cases, his overall low view of women. She's saying he's very arrogant, and the arrogance could be warranted if he were in a different position of power. Okay, let me respond to that. First off, CC, them assault cases gonna get thrown out, because again, there was no proof, no timeline. The story kept changing about what happened, and it was damn near 4 decades ago. That's not how that's gonna work. All of that's getting thrown out. His overall low view of women, his view of women is low for them Stormy Daniels type of hoes, them bras that's trying to sue him, them kind of women. His opinion of them is low. Not all women. I guarantee you, if you were to sit down and have a conversation with him, his opinion of you wouldn't be low. If me and him had a conversation, his opinion of me wouldn't be low, because we ain't moving like that. So yeah, them do and say anything for $1, dime a dozen assholes. His opinion of them. That's what he be talking about, not the everyday woman. And this is America. If we're supposed to be the biggest and the baddest and the best, and we paying for everything, you're supposed to be arrogant. You supposed to, if you cut the checks, you supposed to show up like you need me. So I don't have a problem with that. You supposed to, if you footing the bill, which is what was going on with NATO, he's footing the bill for everybody. You supposed to show up with the you need me attitude, because if in reality you do need me. So just wanted to clear that up. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, but we gotta understand this man got at least $1 billion. So he got scallywag, you know what I'm saying? Do and say anything for $1 women around him. So yeah, he ain't talking about all women. How can you stand on business against other countries when you always smiling? Listen, you can smile after you done told them what time it is. You can show all your pearly whites after you done told them what time it is. It's this, yeah. But you say you're born and raised American citizen and you want to see this country do better. I feel you. There is. But again, we gotta get back to basics. That's our problem. We have stepped off the square that we need to be on in order to be great and you know what I'm saying, maximize your potential or reach your potential. You got to have a foundation. We don't have no foundation. You got men want to be women want to be men. You know what I'm saying? Folks willing to give their life to go to the clinic when you ain't really got to. You got billionaires telling you it's all right to be poor while I help people that's in a better position and you get some more. Like it's a bunch of foolishness going on. You wasting time with stuff that half of what they talking about go land you straight in hell anyway. Listen, I can't do it. If this summer was any indication of what hell is like, I don't want it because DMX already told us. Hell is what he say?
I'm back.
He said it's dark and hell is hot. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need none of that. I'm good.
I agree.
Everyone to be safe and loved and happy is immature and childish. It's not immature and childish. But again, we got so much, people have done so much to open themselves up to all kinds of, you know what I'm saying, sorcery and demons and stuff, you know what I'm saying, showing up. That child, we got a lot of work to do. You got one group over here like, okay, what we've been doing for like the last 60 or 70 years ain't really working. We need to go in a different direction. Then you got another group over here. You can do and be and say and treat people any kind of way you want to, even if it don't make no sense and you can't explain it. That ain't gonna. You can't bring them two together and make nothing that's gonna be solid out of that. You can't do it. What you say? You 23, so you don't have the wisdom of someone older. But I know how it feels to be unsafe and unhappy. And I don't want. I'm sorry. At 23, you do have some wisdom. So in your case, it may be in the, you know what I'm saying, feeling unsafe and unhappy. That you know what I'm saying, would be, you know, what you're wise in. Unfortunately, I hate that for you, but it is what it is. You say other culture. I don't want no fairy tale shit. Just hold criminals accountable. Okay, but we got to really define what criminals are. Because we getting people convicted of stuff that ain't been proven.
That's true.
Like I was talking about earlier, we got this Diddy situation. They talking about he got the pony up $100 million and we don't even know what happened. And he's supposed to get this money to somebody who been convicted and doing time. They already proved he did what he was accused of, but you get to create a story on somebody else and get $100 million? No. I'm telling y'all, I need to cut that. You can get paid for essay. Take that off the table and see who tell it.
That was probably the story I did not understand. That did not make no sense at all.
That was crazy. Yes, that was crazy as hell. I was like, no. Shoplifters been robbing back. Thank you, because yeah, all that crime is down. Crime ain't down. We just see crime.
Crime is high.
Crime sky high.
Oh yeah, and after what you know when Daisy Trump mentioned the thing that's happening in Ohio, I saw that story today. That shit's fucking
I did
true.
too. Well, it wasn't today, but yeah, I saw the police body cam. Yeah,
Oh, and that police body cam with the Haitian chick that ate a damn cat.
Yeah, we ain't doing that. They had the spit going and the whole. I said, let me think, I hit roasted. straight roasting. I'm good. I don't need none of
And
that.
after that host, he kept on trying to say, "Oh, that's a lie." No, that ain't. That shit was fucking fact.
He said, "Okay, I've seen the video," and he kept on talking. Exactly what that man said. Well, let's see what else they talk about real quick. Yeah,
So, I thought all those niggas is biased as hell. They just want to try to lift up Kamala, but Kamala did a shitty job.
Yeah, she did better than I thought she was gonna do.
She did all right, but she did pretty shitty because she wanted to basically go on. She wanted basically people to be on the emotion. But I did read her policies as all biased policies, just copy and paste.
Okay, well, hang on, because we're gonna get to that. Because I wrote down every point that they, got to. We're gonna hit that in a minute. But let's see what else these anchors got to say real quick.
Yeah, well, look, the Trump campaign is going to be seizing on the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris did not do a great job today really explaining her policy shifts, right? And that is what they have been seizing on. They're really trying to define her for voters when voters have a lot of questions about her policy positions. At the same time, though, almost every single thing that Vice President Kamala Harris said tonight got under Trump's skin. And that is exactly what his allies and his advisors did not want to see. I can tell you, I do not think that part of Donald Trump's big problem was people eating dogs in Springfield or comparing rally sizes. They wanted him to stay focused on the issues, especially the ones that he has an edge on Harris, economy and immigration.
He told the truth, the facts.
You question the people at his rallies, and that was something else. Martha, you have.
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic vice presidential candidate. Welcome, Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
Martha, I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now many Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision.
Yeah, that's all they're going to do is dick ride.
Passion for people.
People laugh.
About an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about things that are deeply concerning.
What anger did you? That's the thing. There's no anger
near the White House, and I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous,
all I know is the Democrats is bad that Trump is going on the facts and staying on the facts, and they can't handle it.
So I think country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up?
There's a couple other ones
where
she didn't answer
the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years. You saw this in there. And
listen, let's be clear. Roe versus Wade is not coming back. Even if Donald Trump was elected president and went back and was like, okay, y'all, let's undo this and so we can quit talking about it, they wouldn't do it. It's done. Let it go. It's not gonna happen. I don't know why y'all promising this because it ain't gonna happen.
That's true, because I mean, okay, they want Roe versus Wade, Roe v. Wade back. That shit's so damn irrelevant.
But this the thing though. So you'll see they holler about Roe versus Wade, but if you look at the statistics, what nobody did ever black women. So what did y'all talk about?
True.
Y'all don't want us to take over anyway, so why would you bring that back? Or why would you be worried about bringing it back? Y'all don't want us to be the dominant race anyway. We was the only ones in there. If you read the numbers, why y'all care?
Because they want to extinct us, pretty much.
That's all. But I'm saying, we was the only ones in there.
Yep. But I did hear that their population is really going down a lot because it's not because of Roe v. Wade. That basically their population don't want to have kids.
It's not. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. And then on the
And
off
after
time,
it's like, how she going to put 20 give? I read that retired policy with about the 25,000. It's really only go. That shit's only going to towards migrants and migrants only.
but this is the thing though. If right now the average price of a home is $440,000, so you would need about $50,000 for a down payment. So if she were to give you, which is not what the 25,000 is, even if she was to give you a check for $25,000, where are you getting the other $25,000 that you're gonna need for this $50,000 down payment? Where you getting that from?
Well, it's really only 3%. But with that, the problem is you won't have closing costs. That's the problem.
But
Like
that's what I'm saying.
basically,
But I'm
down
saying,
payment is cool.
right. So
The
the
closing
25 is
costs.
not gonna cover everything. So where you getting the rest in this
True.
economy? Where you getting the rest of it?
Our taxes.
No. I'm saying after the 25 that you're gonna get from Kamala,
Mhm.
where are you gonna get the rest in this economy?
Nowhere.
My
You
point.
you had to come up with that shit.
My point.
Because I mean, literally, all their plans is flawed. Because okay, you get that 25,000. They're just gonna add that shit onto the house. So it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't actually get a check for $25,000. Your builder gets a 20. It's like buying a car with a rebate. Your builder will get a $25,000 credit.
Yeah.
You ain't getting nothing. So again, where are you coming up with the rest of this money? In this
Really,
economy.
hopefully you
Now,
can,
keep in
but
mind, the economy is not going to get any better with her as president.
that's true.
Right. So if the economy is not getting any better, you're not going to be making any more money. So where are you going to get the rest of this from?
Maple Leaf
And then by that time, more than likely, base interest is going to be about 12.5%, 13%.
Yep.
Where are y'all getting this money?
that 25,000 gonna be a big ass laugh.
Right, but you're not gonna get it in your hand anyway. Where
Exactly.
y'all getting this money?
I'm
Just
glad
I can go get some too. Where y'all getting the rest of this money?
I know in California they was trying to give basically the migrants $150,000.
Yeah.
I'm glad the governor vetoed it, but still at the same time, that he gotta go.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand him at all. He messed up California so damn bad. Man, there were certain tax cuts I had right last year that I couldn't use this year. So that's why I ended up paying so much. So I mean, it's all bad. I'm like, damn. And if I want to move out of state right with my business, I'm gonna get taxed like 15 grand.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What did you say, Draco? Democrats and Republicans sold us down the river in the 90s, making Pan-Asian and NAFTA trade agreements. Yep, sending manufacturing out of the U.S. This is true.
Yep. And Turkey Brothers start bringing it back.
Okay. So I have another question.
Go ahead.
So if MAGA stands for Make America Great Again.
Yep.
And we all in America.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we have a problem with that?
I don't. Only the Democrats got that problem.
Can't you say she's biracial? She is. It's just none of them races are black.
Yep.
She's absolutely biracial. Just none of them black.
That is true.
That's a whole fact. You
right. Her dad came out and said he's not black.
Obama ain't black either.
I started laughing at that. He actually finally came out and said he's not black at all.
Yeah.
And he said he voted for Trump.
Who said that?
Her dad.
Oh, yeah.
Because basically he said her policies is basically Biden's bullshit policies.
I mean,
and I was surprised when they brought it on there because they only brought her policies maybe a day before the debate. And when I read it,
okay, so Cece says she
terrible
thinks
read.
they're talking about the implication that America was never great, and at which point they're referring to it being great. Okay. I think we need to define what qualifies as great. I think if there was a clear definition of that, then we could use that definition to determine if and when America was great. And then we could decide if we want to bring that back. But just off the rip, based on who it's coming from, yeah, no, we don't want nothing to do with that, is not really a smart move.
Yeah.
We say Draco, I don't think Kamala has ever said it. Everyone else says it. She avoids answering. Has anyone? No, never heard her say she was black. Not at all.
Exactly.
So again, why don't she just say I'm not black?
Oh, because basically if she says that, right, basically most people won't vote for her. That's what it is.
Hey.
Like it's basically a trick ploy.
Yeah, China been beating us in manufacturing.
Yep. I mean, everything that Trump was saying was very accurate.
Well, Chinese kids doing the 3 chicken wings and fried rice dance while American kids getting fat. Wow. Okay, Coach.
That's a funny ass statement.
Okay, Coach.
And I mean, even I know MSNBC is it's basically, you know, Democrat, so they're gonna they're gonna try to raise her up, but the sad thing is her debate was still pretty damn bad because she wanted to basically be people on emotion. That's what Democrats do. They wanted you on your emotions to vote for this person and fearmonger. I'm like, come on. I'm like, you really try to get Trump with the Project 2025?
Child, and over he was like, I mean, yeah, he ain't never really been tied to that.
And he never read it. He never read it.
So yeah, there's some people I fired for not doing their job good, got in bed with the people who wrote this up. Why would y'all expect something different? I was like, well,
exactly.
That kind of makes sense. I thought it was funny when he was like, excuse me, I'm talking. Right, because my thing is, now again, I laid out the rules, you know what I'm saying, for what this debate was supposed to be. It was supposed to be you only answer questions from the moderator. You have 2 minutes to answer the question, and then the other person has 2 minutes to, you know what I'm saying, rebut what you're saying. But Trump was getting like 30 seconds, and they was like, well, I mean, we need to move on to something else. We pressed for time. No, you said the man had 2 minutes at the time.
And that's the thing. They kept like the host was so damn biased. They kept on cutting him off. I'm like, wow. I like this nigga even did this.
Hold on. What you got going on here? What are you doing? Because you got major feedback.
I got a lot to say. One, Springfield is up there by 614. So any problems up there, you know why. My thing is with this is just pick an issue you agree with and vote for that person. Trump hit on a lot of issues that I support, and I already knew what Kamala was going to say. Is so many things. This like the housing, the market, stuff like that, military. I'll be honest with you. I don't really care what's going on in the Middle East because that's been going on for 3,000 years. It may go on for another 3,000 years.
Do you care if we're paying for it?
Huh?
Do you care if we're paying for it?
Yes, I do care we're paying for it.
Trump said, if you be president, we're going to stop paying.
I do care we pay for proxy wars all over the world. But we're not taking care of the infrastructure here. We got to, there are bridges along 71, 75 that need to be replaced. And they pointing fingers from Kentucky to Ohio. You gonna pay for it? No, you gonna pay for it, and that makes no sense to me. None of them talked about the infrastructure. She skated around the abortion thing. My thing is about this. I always tell people, look at the history of abortion, how it got started in this country, and maybe you see things different. They want to hammer home women's reproductive rights, and if people knew the history of everything they talk about, please look up the history and don't just vote like okay, yeah, or okay, no. Look up the history. I'm against abortion. I am. Just because how it got started to where it is now. Roe versus Wade, that started as a lie. Look up the history of Roe versus Wade and how it got brought to the Supreme Court. Look up the history of Margaret Swanger, how she paid the same women they trying to get to vote for Kamala back in 1942, I think. She was paying the women to abort their fetuses. So they don't never talk about that. The illegals or migrant workers, however you want to call it. You know, it's funny when Katrina hit New Orleans, they called the black people who were displaced out of New Orleans refugees. You cannot be refugees in your own country. But I digress. I don't like the fact that everything that I'm working for, everything that I'm trying to get, they just handing it to them on a silver platter for a vote. Not because they can't they can't vote now, but they will vote in the future, and they would have people here who could vote in their interests. So if she skated around that, they said Trump looked like a grumpy old man. You know, he was trying to make a point, and every time he was trying to make a point, they kept cutting him off.
Not getting his 2 minutes.
You know, maybe he was long-winded. In his answers. Right.
2 minutes.
I thought they had a little bit more than 2 minutes, but
no, that was supposed to be the rule. That was supposed to have 2 minutes.
It's just I already knew what Kamala was gonna say, and she couldn't wait to beat that 2025 thing. When Project 2025 is just a conservative way how government should be ran. And if you know anything about evangelicals of the South, they're conservative. So it's not Trump's thing. It's just a conservative view on abortion, on taxes, and everything else. So, and unless you read it for yourself, you really shouldn't comment on it.
Hey,
all you doing
I have read it, and pretty much the main thing about 2025 is right. What they want is to restore the nuclear family. That's what mainly that bill's about. There's probably maybe 5 things that's bad. The rest of it's pretty damn good.
Yes, I agree. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about
it got debunked because the founder, right, basically came out and said Trump is not even involved in Project 2025 at all, and there's multiple authors on the bill that actually put in the policies that they wanted.
You're right. It's just a conservative way of restoring the family. If anybody goes to church, that's how it used to be. It's just that's just how it used to be. It's and the thing with Putin and Ukraine, they feel like they're trying to treat the man from if I got this correct, treating him like he's Hitler. He's not going to stop at the Ukraine. So what's the way we're going to do? Well, what are we gonna do? We're gonna put boots on the ground. We already talked about that. American military is the morale is low. We don't have enough enlisted service people. We used to turn out battleships and stuff in record time. Now they barely able to build one at a time. Don't believe me? Google it.
You ain't lying. I have read that.
You know, I'm not voting for Kamala, not because she's a woman or anything like that, because she represents everything that I am against. And men competing in women's sports, Trump hit her on that and she didn't respond. They skated to the next question. I was waiting for a response to that, but they skated to the next question. They put her on the spot several times, saying, you know, if you want a stronger border, you don't need to be elected president. It's called an executive order. Go get Biden out of bed and go sign the papers. That's what it's called, in an executive order. You know who signed a bunch of them? Trump did.
Child, the night of the inauguration before the fall, he was in that sign. He was not playing games.
He wasn't. Like, you know, of course, he went through all the channels, and you know, he couldn't get it through Congress because Congress was, you know, I think Congress was at the time mostly Democrat.
Yep.
He couldn't get it through the Senate. You can't get it through Congress. You're not going to get it through Senate.
Well, so some of the stuff that he signed, before the inauguration ball, he didn't even worry about that. Like, I don't need y'all for this, so he signed it.
I don't know how that works. I don't know if he can affect change before he
that's the process. That's the process.
It's, to me, it's very simple. To me, it's just very simple. You know, you're not gonna agree with Trump. You're not gonna agree what Kamala says. This picket issue that you support, whether you're pro-right, pro-life, or whatever. It's funny how they talked about the what was it? They talked about the environment, but they completely left out what happened in Flint, Michigan.
Climate change. You know what? I'm trying to leave that out. Michigan, because they had the opportunity to vote and they didn't even show up to vote. Apparently, they're fine.
That is true. That is true, but I don't think that would have happened in Martha's Vineyard.
I don't think, because those people fight against stuff before it even gets started. They don't sit back and let it happen and wait for it to get bad and then you'll say it's a plan. As soon as the plan come out, this is what we gonna do. They be like, oh, hell no, you won't.
Right.
And that's the difference between them and us. And them people, they really don't even have time for that because they, you know what I'm saying, somewhere trying to be about their business and their money. Meanwhile, we got time but won't show up.
Yep. You know, the first time I heard the word fracking was Battlestar Galactica. That used to come on TV about 10 years ago. They used that word consistently. If you don't know what fracking is, please look it up. People, educate yourselves on the issues. Yeah, voting for president is important, but also voting for your local politics. Vote. You know, from your community to your city to your to Congress. These the people who affects change. If you look at the way the checks and balances with judicial, legislative, and executive branches of the government, the legislative branch of the government is the strongest branch. Don't believe me? Please read the U.S. Constitution. Yeah, I'm a nerd.
Bro, you're not a nerd. It's basically we gotta read, man. That's what it is.
Child, these people don't want to read. First, that takes time. You can't be out here engaged in foolishness and read all at the same time. You can't do it.
Well, I mean, a lot of us is foolish, like for real, because for the longest time we've been voting Democrat 90% of the time to 95% of the time. And what did we get out of it? Really nothing, to be honest. Just symbolism and a few things that made it a little better, but it was nothing that that was really truly was tangible.
Okay, what little things made it better?
So pretty much I know we got affirmative action.
All up, white women benefited the most out of affirmative action.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not really tangible. It's not something that basically
so that was
really
symbolism.
hurt. Yes. That was mainly we got symbolism. And that's what they're offering right now, symbolism. But they will give the letters community and immigration. That's what they're really on right now. Is letters the letters community and immigration. I read that bill, and I mean, well, they're her policies that she has, and I'm like, damn, literally everything's horrible. And she really doesn't have a plan. Oh, and also too, she wants to add a hate crime bill for LGBTQ. But I mean, I know for us black community, we really only wanted a few things. One of them was the George Floyd bill and remove qualified immunity for cops. So I mean, those were the two main things. I know reparations was a big ordeal, but we see what happened with that, especially in my state, California. And the thing was, it wasn't going to cost California nothing to pass those particular bills. But basically, with Gavin Newsom and the Black Caucus, they screwed that bill over.
Put that on Newsom because it didn't even make it to Newsom. The caucus killed that. It didn't even make it to Newsom.
I get that, but I mean, at the same time, I could kind of low key, but really, I could blame Newsom because if he basically talked to him like, "Look, I don't want that particular bill for me to sign," and to me, they should have basically they should have still brought the bill out. And the funniest thing was that basically wanted to bring out the bill too was a Republican. That was actually with the bill.
It was more than one. It was really like 8 separate bills.
Well, it was 13 altogether. And literally every one of those bills got passed except those 2.
And then the ones that got passed, then it was like, yeah, we're not gonna fund them. So what was the point?
And when I read the bills, most of it was really more symbolic. Like one was like an apology. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. Really?
See, that's why they don't take us seriously. That's why.
But the other two was like with certain people actually the government took their land. Basically, the government had to give them their land back, plus the amount of years that basically they profited from it. They had to give them a big ass check of that.
Who is they?
Well, basically the people that actually I guess the original owner, like
okay.
What it was called? I forgot that person's beach name, but I think it was Manhattan Beach or something. That beach, no, Bruce's Beach. Basically, even though that dude had to resell it back because he could not pay the tax on it. But pretty much they supposed to the state of California supposed to give them the beach back plus all the years that they had the beach for. They're supposed to give them a tax amount. They're supposed to give them a big ass lump sum of money.
Oh yeah, that wasn't gonna happen.
And that's one thing they did not do. Yeah, so pretty much Bruce's Beach couldn't be like the original owners couldn't save the beach because they didn't have the $4 million of back taxes. So they had to sell it back to LA County. So that's how basically how janky that was. But with that particular bill, if it got passed, I forgot which one it was, but if it was passed, they basically had to give Bruce's Beach back to the owners and with no tax on that. And they had the state, LA County had to give them a big ass check. That's how they're going to start it off at first. And they had the one with basically they had a percentage for each city, right? The amount for each city that you live in California, the amount. And like I think the highest one with San Francisco was with 5 million for each resident that it was on lineage base, right? And we're only 6% of the population, so it wouldn't even cost much, and it was all in the budget.
This is my thing. Black people, why y'all always asking for money and you have no financial savvy?
Oh, I'm not asking for it.
No, I'm just saying as a whole. We keep talking about these reparations and all this kind of shit. We ain't got no idea what to do with that kind of money. None.
Most people, I mean, all I can say is pretty much most people would basically, if they got that money, would basically circulate. It would basically go back into the
exactly. So what's the point?
I mean, basically we have that bread. You finally be able to do something we ever want to do with it. I don't know what I would do with my money.
We wouldn't do anything long lasting. If you just circulating it back into the economy, back into the hands of the people who gave it to you, what the hell's the point? Ain't no point to that. Because still not getting
it's just that one lump sum of money that you finally got back. That the government actually owe you.
No. So you can go out here and accumulate a bunch of stuff that they can turn around and take from you because you can't afford it no more. That makes sense though, folks. That makes sense.
But I mean, basically, you have a free will to do whatever the hell you want to do with that cash.
Not necessarily. If we were to get reparations and gas turned into $100 a gallon,
I doubt that.
Then what?
I low key doubt that because to me, like guys, I've seen gas pretty much. Gas should basically, because I drive, for my diesel gas. I remember when I seen it was at almost damn near $10 a gallon, and they finally got it lowered. But I mean, at the same time, in my state, that shit's still high, for real. And that's the highest I've seen. It was probably still maybe about $8 a gallon for diesel, and probably the cheapest I ever found it was like $4.75 a gallon, and to me that's still expensive. Because when I get out of the state of California, it's a whole lot cheaper. So I avoid basically getting fuel in California most of the time.
But what I'm saying is, if we were to get reparations, that money gotta come from somewhere.
Basically, it comes from the Treasury.
Figure out how to get it back. We have no idea who would be president at that time. So the economy would be trash, more than likely.
Well, the economy's already trash as it is.
If you stay here in America, you dumb.
You right.
You dumb. But 98% of the people would get their check and stay here in America, and in 5 years be homeless.
More than likely.
Then how will we begin to calculate how much our oppression was worth?
Well, I mean, it's like how the Native Americans is like they get lump sums of money every year.
They do, but again,
and it will basically pretty much reparations. That's just a start.
No, because if we was to get reparations, that would be it. Wouldn't be no start. This is your check. That's it.
I'll be cool with that.
Okay, but again, how do we begin to calculate what our oppression was worth and who get what? Because we love to. Mix and intermingle with other races and dilute our bloodline.
Well, pretty much it's basically lineage based. So, you got to come from the lineage of slavery, from the freedmen. So, you got to look up from your ancestors. And that's the only way people basically get it. It's just lineage based. Well, pretty much they already got it. They got a big time trash sheet of literally everybody's list of lineage. So you basically look through your birth certificates.
If your state government got it and you don't have it and they don't want to give it to you, then what?
Oh, it's easy to get.
Okay, Negroes don't read and don't do any research. So again, how did this happen?
I didn't think it was. I thought it was going to be a whole lot harder, but I didn't even find my lineage base. That went back to it went basically back down to Mississippi of all places.
Of course, everybody got but they keep them of the culture. I agree. But no group of people on this planet fuck up money like black people. I'm sorry, I'm black, and I'm gonna say that. Ain't a group of people on
it's just that it's a one level sum of money. Then
like we do.
I mean, you could put in you could basically go with other programs that would help you manage your money too. Okay. I know if I had the money, I would put it towards my business. Now I have an accountant.
Let me get this straight. See, you have that in place now. We talking about people who ain't had none of that. So you gonna get a check and then rely on the same people who gave you the check against their free will to help you keep it? Nope.
Hell no, I'm gonna build that, but I'm gonna build up to be more.
They don't know how to do that, so they just like these athletes don't know what to do with money. They getting tricked and fleeced out of all of their money. It will be the same thing on a countrywide level.
But I mean, pretty much it'll still just be a start playing out.
Ain't gonna be no start.
It would. It'll be a start because
not gonna have reparations be no program.
This what I mean. It'll be a start. Okay, so if California gets it right, it would basically be a chain reaction for every other state.
Okay, but if you get a check one time, that's it. And then if the way the government is set up, each state can come up with their own criteria. The only time you can hold every state to the same thing is if it's done on a federal level.
Yeah.
So you could be getting, you know what I'm saying, let's say in California, they determined, you know what I'm saying, your slavery and all that was worth $20 million. And I'm here in North Carolina, and they be like, man, nah, scratch that. Your shit is only worth $200,000. Now what?
I get that, but I'm pretty sure what most states will do anyway, they'll basically reflect on what California did.
No, they wouldn't.
They would. Because I know look. Okay, I know my city, where the county I live in, pretty much San Francisco was the most.
Okay,
but what I
lived
in,
though, that's what's happening in your state. So I mean, it's the state, so it's gonna be the same amongst the state. But
I get that. It basically depends on the county.
Right, but then they got nothing to do with what's going on in Arizona or Mississippi or Florida. They don't have to adopt what you're doing in California.
Okay, but that's what literally every state will start with do is adopt the same thing for the basic black population.
But they don't have to.
Based.
If the federal government does not put into law that they have to, they don't have to.
But they'll sign it as a bill, and basically if it passes that state.
So you said the federal government gonna write up a reparations bill.
It's basically what deal is going to be dealing with the state.
No, because then they would have to write up a bill saying it defers to the state, which means each state can handle it how they want to.
Yeah.
Where's the equality in that?
Well, pretty much, I'm pretty sure they will use that as a blueprint for every other state. If basically states that agree to it.
But the dollar amount can be different.
That's true.
So that ain't equal. Because my ancestors here in North Carolina was picking cotton. Y'all in California was chilling with the damn orange trees. That ain't the same. That is not the same. They was picking cotton, tobacco, and shit.
Yeah.
That ain't the same thing now. You know it.
Well, I mean, pretty much it was just basically, I was thinking it as, okay, if California passes there first, right? It would basically be a chain reaction for each other state. Then more likely it will be basically for the states, for the countries that basically was dealing with slavery, like Haiti, Brazil, and because they'll basically say, hey, we want our reparations too. It'd be a chain reaction.
No, that's a wish. Because again, if it ain't federal, you can ask for it all day long. Don't mean you're going to get it.
Hey, I think more likely, I think we'll eventually get it, but
I don't think so.
It's to be it's sad because they say basically the cock is right. They still want to do the bill, but it was like, oh, wait till the next governor, basically till the next governor comes in. I'm like, wow, it's basically postponing everything.
But I mean, again, if Newsom run again and he win, he's still the same.
No,
he run again after that. That's some pacifying nonsense, y'all.
Oh, I did hear that he's not trying to basically go for governor again, though.
Okay. They're using him. They don't need him. They're using him as a damn scapegoat.
Yeah.
Because my thing is, if he really the problem, expose him as the problem by passing them bills and sending them shits to his desk. And then when he veto it or don't sign it, now we've pinpointed the problem. They didn't even do that. So to me, they the problem.
Yeah. I would say it's the whole Democrat Party.
That sounds about right.
Because I mean they were all in on it because well, I noticed there was one Republican that basically brought up the bill as well, and they would not let him speak for nothing.
I saw him. He was like, I mean, we can't talk about it.
That was the thing.
Yeah, they was like, why would we want to do that? Because you wrote it. That's why.
Yeah. And that was the part. That was the part that pissed me off the most. I'm like, okay, so you got, and like, because California, right, they're literally everybody's Democrat, straight up, literally.
Yeah.
Out of 68 seats, I think it is 60 and 72 seats. Basically, about 60 of the seats is straight Democrat. The rest of it's Republican. And basically, the Republican, I forgot his name, but he actually brought up the bill. And I was like, I wasn't really surprised that Republicans, but the thing is, too, the Republicans did not want to be responsible for that particular bill because, you know, I just hate the HR 40 thing. I'm like, man, it's dumb if you really need a study, because when it came to the Asian hate crime bill, right? Did they really do a study?
I'm still confused about why we even needed that. Because when in the hell was the Asians just getting, you know what I'm saying, just all this assault was happening to them, and they was just, you know what I'm saying, getting beat down in the streets when we was on damn lockdown? How two things happened at the same time? We on lockdown, but they getting beat down left and right. How this work?
Man, I thought that was so stupid at the same time. I'm not even gonna lie.
I need to know how this work.
Cause I looked at the FBI, like, you know, when they do the crime every year. You know how much their percentage went up to?
Violence against them had gone down.
The hate crime bill, the hate crime part. You know how many so from the year before that, right? You know how many hate crimes they had?
It wasn't a lot.
You gonna laugh. It only increased by 4 people. That's it.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't nothing major going on.
But it was black, double.
Okay, so yeah, we do have a blanket. Responding to Draco, we do have a blanket hate crime bill. But it seems that we are cherry picking different groups to give them their own individual hate crime bills. Like the rainbow community. We got the Asians, women. Yeah. Nothing about black people. Nothing about black men. Like, we don't even need one for black people. We need one for black men specifically.
Yeah, just for black specifically, because I mean their hate crime bill is called the COVID-19 one, right? And it says very specific Asian. And it said probably say Asian. It's an Asian Pacific Islander probably about 15 times in that bill.
Mm-hmm. It was for them.
Yes. And after we do have one, but there's speculation on it pretty much. And it pretty much anybody can use it, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's the blanket hate crime. But I'm just saying,
yeah,
we need one specifically. It needs to be the black man hate crime bill. We as black women, we protected. We good. We need y'all to be straight.
Yep. I agree with you there.
We good. Because every time I turn around, black women get to do whatever the hell they want to do, and anybody doing that to them. I just watched a live stream Tommy Sotomayor did this afternoon, where this broad got clocked by the police doing 122 miles an hour.
Oh, hell no.
They pulled her over. She got out the car, told the man, he was like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Stop talking, you know what I'm saying? He was giving her, command. She wasn't listening to none of that. Got her ass back in the car and took off. That time they clocked it at 115. They put the spikes on that ass and she went to the wall. Climbed out the back of the car and was like, you had the gun pointed at me. What was I supposed to do?
Man, that chick is dumb.
I'm black and you pulled out your gun on me. He was like, anybody I clocked doing 122 miles an hour gonna get a damn gun in their face. That's what we do. Took her ass to jail. She paid $415 and that was the end of it.
That's all she paid?
That's it.
That's an insult.
We get to do whatever we want to do. Now, had that been you, somebody would have been calling your wife to come collect you.
Yep.
And I don't mean pay your bond to get out of jail either. I mean collect your remains and get you to the funeral home.
Man, I'm surprised she actually survived hitting the damn wall of all things.
You know what? I'm gonna do a review on it. Yeah, when the video, because he's in the car. When the car video started, she goes zooming past him, and he was like, "Oh!" And when she first go past him, she's doing like 80 something. As he get in behind her, she keep going, and you see the radar thingy. It keep going up. It keep going up, and that thing hit 122 before she pulled over.
Wow.
He was like, she going 122 miles an hour. He was like, are you serious?
She most definitely going to jail.
Man, but she got out the car and he was like, she started all this. Let me tell you why she said she was
Why she was driving that fast?
Yeah, take a wild guess. Take a wild guess.
She's what? She's pregnant or something stupid?
Yeah.
Late to work?
No. She said she was about to run out of gas.
I guess that's a bullshit right there. Shoot. She lying.
When she got out there, first off, she didn't turn the car off. She jumped out there. First off, she jumped out like she was getting ready to approach him and do something because he's still at his car telling her to get out. I'm gonna do a review so y'all can see this. The way she jumped out, I thought she was gonna do something to him. So he pulled out on her. He's still standing in front of his car door. She's standing in front of her car door.
Man, you cannot make that up.
She's screaming and hooping and hollering about, I got to go. My car about to run out of gas. Woo, 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 woo. And she got in the car and took off.
What? I mean, if you going that fast, you're not running out of gas. She didn't even stop. Did she stop at a gas station?
Listen, she said that her thing said that she had 5 miles to go before she ran out of gas. She had a 30-day tag on this car. She jumped back in that car and took off.
Wow.
Meanwhile, like when the whole thing is taking place, when you see him getting out the car talking to her, you see his buddies keep going past. So they was like, this broad might, might take off. And they had them strips on her. If y'all see the way she hit them strips and flipped in the air and hit that wall, he was like, I think we might need to call and get some medical treatment. I don't think we gonna have to get her out of that. That broad climbed out the back.
Damn.
He was still in the car. She was climbing out the back.
That chick is dumb for that one.
She was climbing out the back.
Like
I never was like, wait a minute.
I never would think.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a review. It was bonkers. She said
I would never would think somebody would drive that fast if you run out of gas. Normally when people is running out of gas, they ain't driving their car that fast.
Well, I mean, at this point, it don't matter whether she was running out of gas or not, because it was completely total.
Yeah.
But it had a 30-day tag on it.
Damn.
Yeah.
And that you only had to pay was $400 and some odd dollars. That's it.
$415 and
no jail time.
No.
Oh hell! No probation.
No.
Oh hell no.
Mm-mm. That's what I'm saying. Now, had that you go out and try that in your car, see where.
Oh no, I'm getting a long ass time in jail, at least 5 years.
You need to hope you live to get
That
this
too.
long ass time in jail. I need to
That
hope
too.
you live. Yeah.
Man, I mean, it's a blessing that she survived the crash, but man,
Yo, when I wasn't ready. I was like, "Are you serious?"
that got me in disbelief for real.
I'm gonna do a review because it was.
Oh my
like,
god,
wait.
that's hilarious. And even with the debate now, that's the only one she's really ever gonna do, right?
Yeah, that's it.
I can still see she gonna lose because she's not even doing interviews either.
No.
And the interviews she did were so damn lackluster. And that, I mean, they did ask her about her being black again, and she didn't have no answer.
She was never gonna answer that. So I was prepared for that. She was never gonna answer that.
And I mean, it should have been an easy answer, but
I mean, it is an easy answer. She ain't black.
she most definitely not black. I told so many people that, and most people are getting their feelings. Well, she is. I'm like, okay.
I need people to understand Jamaican is not a race.
It ain't. It's a nationality.
Thank you.
I had to educate myself on that. So
you guys are here, and for the rest of you guys who are watching the show, if you'd like to come and join the show, do yourself a favor. There's a link in the description box over on rumble.com. Come click the link, come join us to have a discussion about this debate 2024 between Harris. I mean, yeah, 2024 between Harris
get it up to
and Trump.
150.
First,
run out of gas.
might have been the only one, but we're being told now that she's called for a second.
Good information for her to know, honey.
Wonder what that means. So let's go to Mad Max. We'll go to you first, and then we'll go to Dion. What's
she actually go decide to do a second debate. That's gonna be funny.
I want to make two quick points. Now, Brian, imagine if I came to your house, right, and I introduced you to my boy Tommy. I said, "This is my boy Tommy. He has 34 felonies. He's never been in jail." You would think that he's Don Corleone or Scarface. You'd be like, 34 felonies and he never been in jail? How is that a talking point? That makes absolutely no sense, especially when it comes to black people. We know people who have 2 felonies.
Disingenuous right now.
Yeah, but you're gonna brag about him having 34 felonies? That's not a point. I'm gonna look down on him as a black person who know people who has felonies. I don't know anybody who has more than 3 felonies who's not in jail. But that's a talking point. He has 34 felonies. What does that even mean?
Well, it's from the group of people who want felons.
I know niggas was way more than that.
A group of people who
and they
will collect money to get people who are committing these felonies during the George Floyd riots and all of that. They were going to bail them out. I think it's shocking that they would even bring up felonies. But hey, you can't put anything past the Democrats now. What do you say, bro?
I would say this. Bringing it up is one thing, but what do most black people do? When somebody tell you, yeah, man, that nigga just got out. What's the first thing out of that other person's mouth?
Celebration.
What did he? You got 34 felonies. What are those 34 felonies for? And when you hear what they're for, you would literally be like, oh man, that's the fuck out of here, man. Yeah. It's like
he got railroaded.
Yeah, it's like that's exactly what it's going to be.
He really did, because if you look at the New York statutes that they tried him under, they did not meet their burden.
He got charged with shit that
I did see that, and after the other thing was they didn't have no proof. I was like, that's what I thought was stupid more than anything. It was just there was no proof. Even the bank say he paid up. What case do they have?
My thing is, your attorney
that got
paying
hooked up or got hemmed
somebody
up or got some bullshit charge put up against them, and we be
based
like, oh,
on
man, yeah,
a non-disclosure agreement that y'all agreed
they did this, man. How many times have we excused it? Hell, you've heard attorneys say thousands of times.
Took the advice of his attorney.
He talking about he voted for Kamala because she let the Venezuelan
celebrate people that are
now he gonna have to be a
and go to school. We celebrate them more than our nerds. So why would we as black folks give a fuck about somebody who got 34 felonies
true.
or 4 felonies? If you ain't locked up, nigga, you good.
Republicans stop
Period.
slavery.
We got niggas talking about free Larry Hoover. We got niggas who talking about free Larry Hoover. How is that? Like
and Big Meech.
Yeah, we want niggas to
Big
let Big
Meech.
Meech out.
Hey,
We
Big
want
Meech,
niggas
get out.
like so. How is it now that we now have this new direction with our moral compass to where somebody who has 34 felonies matter? It only matters now because what? D.L. Hewley mentioned it. It only matters now because what? Ricky Smiley mentioned it. Bullshit to the back, man. Niggas don't care about niggas that got felonies, and we don't care about white folks that got felonies. We never have and we never will. It's all about if you in or you out.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make, is that they speak against themselves. And the second point I want to make, and then I'll drop off, is that if you listen to the first, you remember back in the days when ESPN, when SportsCenter ESPN was very popular, somebody got dunked on, right, in the NBA, and every episode of ESPN showed that dunk all day, in the morning, afternoon, all day showed that dunk.
Yep.
If you listen to the first half hour of this debate, Harris sounds like she was crying. So guess what? They're going to keep playing those clips over and over and over again, and people are going to hear her tone, the tone of her voice. She literally sounds like she was crying.
Yeah, I think she tried to play with the emotion. She tried to tug on the heartstrings a little bit, and she tried to invoke emotion. And I think that's gonna play to her base. I don't think that's gonna sway that middle of people that's sitting there still trying to decide. I don't think it's gonna sway them, because I think once they're gonna chop this debate all the way up, and it's gonna be
string on your emotions. And
I think that when
it
they're
was a
chopping
shitty
this
job,
up,
though.
it's gonna be way more stuff that's gonna show that she didn't answer most questions and that she kind of looked bad by not answering the questions directly than she did by doing those few little answers, which in my opinion, to her benefit, it worked. Because I mean, what do most people feel about a woman who's crying or about to cry? You feel sorry for her. You feel sympathy for her. Yeah. But from a presidential standpoint, that kind of looks like weakness.
Exactly.
And that was one of the things that hurt.
You gotta be firm.
A lot of women, especially middle-class white women, did not want to vote for a woman. And the more that she kind of invokes that, the more it makes her look like, nah, white men ain't gonna vote for her, and those middle-class white women ain't gonna vote for her because of those men finna be like, so look, I think that can kind of hurt her.
Yep. I'll let you do what you want to do with Obama.
I'm gonna ask you.
Do what the hell I tell you, and we gonna be all right.
The Harris campaign immediately calls for a second debate. What do you think that means?
Well, for them, they think they actually did good, and I'm not gonna say they didn't. They think that she did better than what was expected, simply because Trump didn't do what you and Brian pointed out earlier, which was at the beginning of that debate. She did not answer any of the questions. He should have actually said, fuck whatever script I had, I'm throwing that out. I'm going to point out the fact that you did not answer the question. The moderator asked you this. You did not address that. You talked around it. In fact, let me answer it. That's what he should have did. And because she was able to get away with that shit, it wasn't a total failure for her. So now they're thinking like, hey, I think I won. I want to have another debate, which to me, that's a great thing for Trump, because Trump can go back and say, you know what, I should have handled this shit differently. And in fact, that's actually why I called in, was to talk about some of the things that he could have did better, which was, I wish he would put an end to the racist shit that people play. Like when they brought up, the moderator asked him about the black shit, her being a black woman. Trump should have pointed out, which he did say, it ain't a big deal to me, but he should have brought up and said, their administration and the Democrats play these politic games with these identity politics. They keep bringing up that she should be president because she's a black woman. If you didn't bring it up, I wouldn't point it out. I'm pointing out the stupidity of what you're saying. He should have actually nailed that, instead of saying, well, it doesn't matter to me. He should have said, well, this is the reason why it's important. It's important because
You chose her because you said you was going to pick a black woman. She keeps running on, I'm a black woman. She keeps doing these things and saying these things, like she brings out Meg Thee Stallion. She does all these things
she has never said she a black woman.
She's black. So
That's
since
true. She did say she's Indian,
I
though.
have no choice
No, she
but to
knows
address
that.
it, particularly when you
Yeah,
have the
she said she
media.
was an Indian woman, Indian American.
Because
South Asian.
for whatever reason,
Indian
we
Yeah,
all
not black.
believe we get brainwashed in what the media feeds us. You're feeding us that it's a black woman. So I need to bring everybody around to reality check and say, I'm bringing up the fact that this woman ain't fucking black. She's never identified as black. She actually locked up black folks. I'm gonna bring all that shit out because you're the one who's running on it. If that's the
I
point
thought he was going to bring that
you're
up.
for me to bring it up. I would have told, if I was Trump, I would have handled it that way. The same thing when they bring up the that Central Park 5 shit that Kamala brought up. To me, it upsets me that we keep falling for this bullshit game. Because you had your guy Cap when he brought up the reason why that Trump was a racist and the Central Park 5. Nobody's actually speaking the fucking facts. And the fact of the matter is this: these 5 boys, idiots, they admitted to groping the woman. One of them said he was humping her, but he didn't stick it in because he couldn't get it up. They all admit to being there and assaulting her. The fact that they didn't actually do the raping or their DNA didn't come back is irrelevant. You wouldn't have these 5 people around your motherfucking women in your family. That's the point that should be made. On top of the fact that, and another thing that your friend Cap said, he said they was exonerated. Brian knows law because he used to be a cop like myself. We know the difference between someone being exonerated and charges being vacated. Their shit was vacated, which means if they wanted to, they can refile it and say, hey, man, we shouldn't have charged them with this rape. What we could have charged them with was the shit that they actually did admit up to doing. That's what vacated is. It's a difference between something being vacated and somebody being exonerated. It's a big difference.
Why is he on here rolling up weed on
if I was Trump, I
camera?
would have
Like,
handled
are
that a
you
little bit
serious?
different and said, no, man, I said what I said based on what the fuck these boys admitted up to and what the fuck we knew at the goddamn time. And I stand behind it because at the end of the day, if somebody was trying to hump my daughter while she was unconscious and feel it on her breast, but then said, but I ain't the one who stuck my penis in her and nutted, I don't give a fuck. You're guilty.
And you held her down while the man did it.
Yeah, and people need to come around, just like when Trump said, and Trump did actually a good job at this, and I'm glad he did it because I've been telling people this for years. I said, you know, you talk to black folks, and the one thing that about us when it comes to IQ, we don't know shit about how laws and shit actually, the meanings and the words and terminology. So when they was talking about the voting, and the moderator said, yeah, you lost these cases in the court. Well, what he failed to mention that Trump brought up was the fact that I didn't lose no goddamn case. They chose not to hear the case and said it lacked standing. There's a difference between something lacking standing. That means that I just don't want to hear it.
Yep.
That doesn't mean there wasn't no goddamn cheating going on.
Right.
Yeah, and that I've said that about what he need the like you said, it's important on how you word things. And he should say, yes, technically, I lost the election. However, because I wasn't allowed to be heard, there was plenty of evidence that we had to show that there was election fraud, especially in the swing states where there was such a small margin of the decision. That's how he should frame it, not to say, no, I won. He shouldn't say it like that because that's what they're saying. Well, it shows that you won. You lost. You just lost. You can't accept the fact that you lost. He just said, no. Based on what was done and how y'all counted it, yes, I did lose. But the fact remains is that I wasn't allowed to be heard, and I can actually prove that there was voter fraud to show why I lost.
Right.
That's how he should frame that shit up. But
especially when we
just to the camp to do that.
Yeah, and especially when you're dealing with, like, we just want to deal with common sense. And common sense will tell you, like, okay, if I got 63 million votes and won last time, it's never happened in the history.
Yeah, how you
of
get
this
63 and win at one time and get 74 and lose the next time?
The second time around, and they lose. That alone should tell you, like, hey, it's an anomaly. Typically, people say something ain't right. It's almost like somebody winning the fucking Mega Millions 4 times straight. You're gonna say, hey man, we gotta look into some cheating with the lottery. Why? How does this person keep winning the Mega Millions?
Right.
That doesn't normally fucking happen. So for Trump to say, yo, man, there's some shit that happened that has never happened in the history of this country, and it just so happened with all this fucking mail-in balloting. Me personally, I'm in Illinois, Brian and Tommy. I got like 5 or 6 fucking ballots mailed to my house for people who used to reside there.
Yep.
And I know I ain't the only one. Now I could have been
with a lot of people.
Yeah, so
they did it at retirement homes and stuff too.
Right. And when you're doing this goddamn ballot harvesting and you got all these illegals coming in and all this kind of stuff, like there was enough shit that happened that the shit should have been looked into and said, like, we've never had an incumbent get 10 million or more. This dude got 12 million more votes than he got last time.
Exactly.
Something must have fucking happened at the very least to prove to the American public that the elections are fair. We need to look into this shit.
Yep. And they just actually showed, I think it was I think it was Georgia, where they just showed where they actually did like a scrub of the actual the voters.
Mm-hmm.
And they found something like it was either 100,000 or it was 1 million like voters that were on the rolls that were dead, gone, that should not be voting, but they were still on the rolls to actually vote.
Wow.
It was some large, it was a large enough number. If it wasn't, I don't think it was 1 million. It was either something like 15,000 or 20,000 or 100,000 voters that were on the rolls to vote in Georgia, but they were not. They were people that were gone, people that were dead, people that should not have voted. They just said that about 2 weeks ago
when he talked about
just passed a new law.
It was on it was on forums because there was a dude that basically he had to re-verify certain things, the ballots. And there are certain ones that I guess the certified person supposed to sign it for the mail-in ballots, and he found maybe about 100 of those that wasn't signed and verified.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where pretty much basically Trump did prove his case that it was rigged.
Yeah, but they didn't want to hear that.
I know.
Well, I'm glad he did point out, you know what I'm saying, about this. You just, you know what I'm saying, nominating her and did nobody vote for her, but y'all talking about y'all about democracy. I'm glad he did point that part out.
Yeah. I mean, that is the best counter because I thought that was completely off that they didn't even try to do another preliminary.
Yeah.
That's what they should have did. Like maybe had like 6 candidates for them to, when it was at the Democratic convention, for them to douche it up, then they would have chose a person that I probably would respect it a little bit more on the candidate. But at the same time, I still at least want to know their policies.
Yeah.
But I mean, how it is right now, the policies from Kamala is just Biden 2.0.
Yeah. That's all it was going to be. Yeah, I wasn't looking for nothing completely different. But what's tripping me out is the fact she getting up here like she not the vice president.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, you in there with the people that's in charge. Like,
I'm glad Trump did address that. It's like, look, you could actually do something right now. You've been in there for 3.5 years. Wake up, Sleepy Joe, so y'all can pass an executive order and close the border.
Right.
But she ain't gonna do that because she's the one that basically helped Joe to open the border. Period.
But this is the thing, though. At this point, closing the border is a moot point because they not bringing them here through the border. They're bringing them here through regular ports of entry, also known as the airport. They flying their asses over here to America, so they don't need the border to be closed because they ain't bringing them through the border.
Yeah.
Why hang out in that water for 2 or 3 days when all you got to do is wait for the next plane?
True.
Because it's like I think they say it's like a 1.5 miles or 1.75 miles walk from the water to actually crossing over into, you know what I'm saying, into Texas from the hell no. So I done floated out, swam, because they said when they pay the people to bring them over, they don't bring them all the way up because you gonna get caught, obviously. They be like two miles out. So I done swam 2 miles, hit land, and then walked another 2 damn miles. Why would I do all of that when I could just wait for the next plane? So that's.
I mean, I would say Texas is a pretty bad because I've been in that part of the border. That shit look like a straight hellhole.
That's what I'm talking about. So the people ain't going through all that no more. They're just gonna wait for the plane.
But the one that was worse was the little small gate that was in California. I've been over there too, and that shit was
Yeah, I seen that. That's crazy.
Man, I remember delivering a load there, right? They have a warehouse in that little area where that dude was basically where the owner where that gate's at. Man, it was like literally every 30 minutes was probably about 500 of them sons of bitches coming through there. And then okay, I just finished getting my load right. And these niggas was trying to get on my damn trailer.
I believe it.
I'm like, oh hell no, nigga. And the thing is, when I leave from there, right, the border, I have to go back through Border Patrol, plane out. And Border Patrol is very, very tricky because first they'll ask you they ask if there's anybody in your truck, right? I don't have nobody in my truck, but they got an X-ray that you go through now.
Yeah,
and if there's people in the trailer or anywhere. So I dealt with it plenty of times before. I'm like, nah, man. I'm like, y'all niggas gotta get the fuck off my trailer, man.
Yeah.
And they're like, we pay you. No, man. Not even worth the cash because you're gonna get caught.
For real, I ain't going to jail. I'm good.
I had another buddy of mine's. He did that. He got he tried to do it for 100 people for 100,000. Got caught.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Going through the little Border Patrol part because they got him through the little X-rays. Like, nah, nigga.
No.
That was the funniest thing ever. Because I told him, don't do it. But people do stupid things for cash.
So, what is the punishment for that?
If I remember right, he got sentenced 10 years in federal prison.
Oh shit! Yeah, no.
So, I mean, if you deal with anything with Border Patrol, that's all federal. You caught with them, federal time. And there's no way that you can talk yourself out of that. And you had to pay a $20,000 fine with it. So, yeah, nope, not worth it.
Yeah, I'm good.
There's sometimes you don't know, and they can tell when you don't know.
Why would you try that? You shouldn't even need nobody to tell you don't do that.
But if they know, if it's one or two, they got in your trailer, they can believe you, and they'll let you go, and they'll just get the fugitives out. But if they see that X-ray, it's 100, maybe 10, 15 people, they know you in on it.
Yeah, ain't nobody going for that. I didn't know.
It's like, nah, nigga, you going to prison. I believe that was probably the most funniest thing I ever saw. I'm like, wow.
That's bad business right there.
He was right in front of me, and man, I got stuck waiting there for maybe a good 4 hours because of that. Nobody can go nowhere. And so they got, they arrested all the migrants, whatever. Then, then we got to leave. I'm like, man, you dumbass. Because I was still working at the same company with him, and yeah, he got fired.
Of course. Yeah, if you want to do 10 years. Yeah, that ain't.
I mean, there's a lot of heat from my company that I work with too. So it's like, buddy, shoot,
not a good idea.
But I'm glad, basically the corporate part. I have these corporate meetings every other month.
Oh
man, and that's one of the main things they talk about. If you're in Texas or any part of the border, even in California, Arizona, partial New Mexico, man, no, not worth it. I can be honest with you on that, not worth it. And I did see okay, they really wasn't cutting Kamala Harris off when she was going with the rebuttal, But when Trump was going on those facts, and he didn't even finish his 2 minutes yet, they cut him off way too fast.
Yeah.
I'm like, these niggas is biased.
Mm-hmm.
Then they gonna say, oh, he was being angry. I'm like, I didn't see no anger for Trump at all.
No, not at all.
But they can play that game.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, he said.
But the next one's on ABC.
No, that was ABC.
Oh, so it's gonna be MSNBC.
If we get one, because nobody's committed to that. He said Trump was like, I'll do it, but yeah, Kamala and them ain't committed to that.
Yeah, because they try to say, oh, there's gonna be a second debate. I'm like, okay, I'd be cool if she really down to do it because
it was supposed to be 3. It was supposed to be one on the 4th.
Yep.
It's supposed to be the one tonight,
mm-hmm.
and then it's supposed to be one on the 24th.
Yeah.
I think this is the only one we're gonna get, to be honest.
That's true. Because I mean, she's still hiding for the most part, and like, I mean, I've never seen that before.
No.
That's why literally every politician that basically, won the presidency, they do interviews.
Yeah,
they take any and every opportunity to, explain their policies or explain why they, the right person for the job.
So he said, where was her fake black accent during the debate? Good question. But you had 4 days of prep for that?
And that prep was shitty. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, 4 days of prep. And that's what we got.
Especially she avoided most of the questions to answer.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But yeah, 4 days of prep.
Did they ever ask on the debate what would they do for their first 100 days?
No.
I would have been probably one of the best questions to ask because I remember when it was on the CNN interview, Kamala can't even give you an answer what her first 100 days are.
But now Trump keeps telling us what he's gonna do with the first 100 days. Because his at his rally this past Saturday, which I still need to stream, he spoke for about 2 hours. And this one was actually outside. Like
I remember that.
Same setup like Butler. But yeah, he spoke for about 2 hours. And again, he's been, we've been watching, he's been laying out what he's gonna do for his first 100 days. So we know what he's doing. We don't know what she's trying to do.
And after she can't even explain what her policies are.
It's the same thing Joe been doing. So but she don't want to say that. She can't say that because she know what Joe been doing is trash.
But she been doing trash and avoiding everything. And I remember like there's certain people I was talking to that, the content creators, and they really riding Kamala Harris nuts really, really bad. Right. And I asked them, I'm like, she don't have any policies. This one, she didn't have no policies on her site yet. So what's the policies? They couldn't even answer them shits. Then I'm like, okay, so I basically called it they wanted my opinion. I like Kamala Harris is the most incompetent candidate of all times. I like she only has one interview on CNN, and it was a 40-minute interview that was only 18 minutes. And she had to have her running mate there to answer questions. Never seen that before.
Not at all.
And she's only willing to do one debate because she's really scared of Trump. Plus, when I heard her first 100 days, that was damning. And after she didn't really have an answer about her blackness.
Or remember in the CNN interview, she didn't even answer it. She was like, next question.
Next question, please. I'm like, what? I like anybody I know that's black, right? Even I know for you, right? If there's somebody say you're not black, I'm pretty sure you have some kind of attitude. You're like, nigga, you must be dumb. But I like what James Brown said. That probably would have been the best answer for it. I'm black and I'm proud. That would have been her best. That would have been the best answer she could have displayed. But she displayed the most sorriest interview of all time. Like, wow.
Right. FHL, that was Trump asked her that. He was like, I mean, so why haven't you done any of this stuff you should have been talking about? Like, what's the problem? What you waiting on?
She ain't trying.
It made him be quiet.
Yeah. Because when it comes to tough questions, right, they don't want her to answer them. Because they already know she's going to slip up. She's going to fuck up, period. But they'll love to give Trump the tough answers and tough questions, and he'll answer them. Well, I mean, there's only maybe like 2 or 3 questions that he kind of deflected a little bit, but for the most part, he actually answered all the questions without issues.
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't. Let me see. I wrote it down. He didn't answer. Hold on.
I mean, I know it was the Iraqi, the Russian
climate change. Hold on. The climate change part, he didn't answer that, and he didn't answer. Climate change. He didn't answer that, and what he would do about the situation in Gaza. He didn't answer that either. He just said, you know what I'm saying, I would get a ceasefire done before I take office. But he didn't tell us how he would do it.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I did hear him explain that multiple times on multiple speeches. That
I mean, I get
still got all their contact.
This the debate. Yeah. For most people, this the only thing they're gonna watch. They ain't watching no rallies. They ain't watching no interviews. They ain't watching none of that. They watch the debates, and that be it. So
that's true.
Opportunity where you gotta give it.
You're right.
So, but those were the only 2 things he didn't answer. Everything else he answered.
That's what I mean. He didn't basically. That's what. Yeah, that's true.
But now I wrote down, like I said, each point that each question they got to, and it was a total of 11. We will do a full debate recap show, so we can go through this in more depth. The very first point on the economy, she didn't damn answer. She didn't answer it.
Because she don't got an answer for it.
She did not answer it. I was like, well, wait, what you gonna do?
I mean, I know Trump's answer is lowering down the energy.
Trump done told us 13 times what he gonna do.
Yep.
Child, how about I just got a ping on my phone talk about Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris? Who the hell didn't see that coming? But who cares? She the devil her damn self.
Yep. I don't care nothing about Taylor Swift at all. The thing that don't make sense about people that really go Democrat, right? They act like the Democrats are the good guys.
Right. FHL, he said that multiple times. So, he's like, actually having all electric cars would actually have us using almost 3 times as much energy as we using now. He's like, so we can't do that.
Actually making the batteries 3 times as well, because you wasting more carbon making the battery.
Yeah, he was like, that. So he's explained it a couple times why that's not why that ain't a good idea. And I personally, I ain't trying to bother with all that because I don't feel like installing no charging station in my crib.
That too. I know.
I don't feel like hanging around the Walmart parking lot half the day and half the night, because for where I live, that's the closest charging station.
That's terrible. But I don't even know for me, right? If basically my profession decided to basically they try to go force big rigs to go electric, that's probably the worst mistake you can ever do.
That makes sense. I see what you're saying, DHL, though. I get it.
If I'm stuck in like a climax is like it's snow, good luck. You never gonna get that truck home.
Yeah, I need gas. I don't have no time.
Or
just like I'm not a huge fan of electric start. Give me some keys.
Yeah, I mean, they still don't got like they don't have that problem fixed yet for the when it comes to cold conditions, very cold conditions, and very high conditions of
Yeah, because wouldn't that drain your power quicker?
hell yeah. I mean,
The
okay,
charge?
so in cold climates, right? It's basically I'll basically have to charge the damn battery literally a whole entire day just to get a charge.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Then after, if it's really high climax, right? I'll get a charge, but like basically the battery would die even faster in hot climaxes. So it's more of an oxymoron of all things, and we don't even have the infrastructure for it or the energy for electricity to be fully electric. So yeah, I agree with them completely because we don't have the infrastructure for it, and they only made 8 charging stations.
And that was how many billions of dollars was that?
Billions, like 800 billion.
It was a lot.
No, it was about 800 trillion on that, and most of the charging stations don't even work because I actually been to one of them to deliver a load, and they actually have a few electric trucks that they testing out and everything. Man, that shit only gets 100-mile radius. That's it. That's how far it goes. Then you gotta recharge the shit. So it's really that truck. Basically, that truck is only good for local, and I would say local in certain areas. That's it. Because if it's a cold area, nope. You'll never get that. You basically would never get the truck on. That's how bad it is.
You say Draco? Yeah, I've heard that too, especially at some Trump rallies. The batteries will make the trucks twice as heavy, and you're saying current infrastructure, especially the bridges, couldn't take it.
Yes, it is actually twice. It actually is a lot more heavier. Because my truck by itself, right? If I don't have my trailer, 12 is 6 tons, so 12,000 pounds. And I seen the one with the battery by 18,000. So it's 9 tons.
Yeah,
Just the truck by itself.
Yeah, we good. Yeah, you can't go on no bridge with that. What you say, FHL? What bothers me about Swift is that she has songs for young girls, okay, but now she almost 35. Some of her lyrics are not proper for young girls. To me, it's like, yeah, she promoting all that foolishness, that, you know what I'm saying?
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, hoism and black magic and putting spells on me and all that demon shit. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, she ain't singing about, you know what I'm saying? All of her stories, all her songs that have something to do with relationships, it's all tragic. It's all some kind of tragic ending. It ain't never no happily ever after. It's all, yeah. It's always she got to do something to him. Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Child.
That make me
What
laugh.
you say, because you're talking about Lee Swift alone, when I heard Beyonce the economy would collapse, well, let it collapse because both them on a fast track to hell.
I agree.
Because now when we supposed to be crying because Beyonce didn't get any country music award nominations, I don't care.
I didn't really care for her album.
I didn't listen to it because I don't care.
I mean, the last time I seen I listened to maybe a Beyonce song, it's when she had that I guess that it's like basically she had a music video of like most of her songs that she made for that particular album. And I was looking at it, I was like, damn, most of that shit was like devil worship to me. I'm like, hell
Thank
no.
you. Yeah, because she another one. Yeah, and go to church with no panties on and fucking the parking lot of the church and we down with the drag queens and we gonna take, you know what I'm saying, the gospel and turn it into the, you know what I'm saying, this the whole anthem. Yeah, child. She on a fast track to hell.
Yep, that's why I was really through, because I'm like, man, when I seen that shit, I'm like, no.
Hell no.
Hell.
She on a fast track to hell. Would you say, Coach, Beehive mad because K-Dot got the Super Bowl? Well, the last time, no. The time before the last time the Super Bowl was in New Orleans, she was the halftime show and the damn lights went out. Y'all should have known then. Y'all remember that? That was Baltimore and San Francisco and Colin Kaepernick was the quarterback and the damn lights went out. She was in there.
Yeah.
You remember that?
San Francisco lost too. And I was like, man, it was a good game though.
Yeah. So, but historically, the halftime show in New Orleans has had some kind of technical difficulty or it's been straight trash. Because, okay, so Beyonce, she was there, lights went out, backed up the whole situation. Then when they had the Super Bowl again, they had Maroon 5, and that show was complete trash, hurt my heart because I love Maroon 5. I thought they was gonna rock. The best part of that whole show was when what's old boy from Outkast, Big Boy, came out. He did his little, you know what I'm saying, little verse or two. But other than that show was complete trash. So I ain't looking for this K-Dot show to be nothing. I'm just being honest. It's in New Orleans. I'm not looking for a fantastic show.
Actually, I thought they were gonna give it to Lil Wayne because it's New Orleans.
Oh no, that was never gonna happen.
Or like even Master P. I'm like, damn, like it's New Orleans.
Nope. Hell nope. You know they talking about Black Power? Hell no. No.
That would have been a good ass collab for real.
Nope.
It was Cash Money and
there's not letting no entrepreneur, Black Power. We don't need whitey Negroes get on those Super Bowl. No. 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 Y'all ain't got to worry about no. Nope. Nope. I mean, we're gonna look at it. So let's see. Who did they have last year?
For the Super Bowl?
Yeah, who the hell was the halftime show?
Was it Rihanna?
Nah, that was UFO last.
Damn, I'm trying to
hold up. I gotta pull it up. That's gonna bother me. Hold on. Last 10.
Yeah, I forgot.
Last year was that's gonna bother me. Child, all the way out to the damn bottom. Last year,
I know KC won against the 49ers.
Yeah, hold on. Usher. It was Usher last year. Yes, it was Usher. Ooh,
yeah, it was a hot goddamn mess.
That show was not a mess.
That shit was a mess.
Nah, Usher was on point. Usher was on point. See, that was Usher. Why did they in order?
No, I mean the biggest backlash was when he was with Alicia Keys.
Yeah,
that shit was funny. I started dying because they
was
basically cute the fuck out of her.
Rihanna before that, her show wasn't all that.
It wasn't.
Supposed to do the damn Super Bowl halftime show. What the fuck are you pregnant for? I didn't appreciate that. That wasn't good to me. Had she not been pregnant, that show would have been gangster. So yeah, Usher was last year. Rihanna was the year before that. Year before that was Dr. Dre and them. So all of this K-Dot is the first rapper to headline the Super Bowl is bullshit because Dr. Dre was there. That show was better than I thought it was gonna be.
I mean, Dr. Dre braced about all the aftermath. I mean, that was pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie there.
That's right. Yeah.
And he brought out Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
50 Cent. I mean, it was good.
Yep. So that was it. Then before that, we had. Oh yeah, The Weeknd. Yes, that shit was fire. That was the COVID show.
I still remember when they had it with Bruno Mars. That was a good one too.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was 21. So then we was coming off. That was the because the NFL still wouldn't let people in. So yeah, that was because that was in Tampa Bay. Then the year before that, we had Jennifer Lopez. That show wasn't bad either. I have to tell the truth. When she had Shakira with her, that show wasn't bad. That show was not bad.
I mean, it was just like Jennifer Lopez. It would have been trash though.
Yeah, I mean, she had people with her, but I mean, it wasn't bad though.
She really cannot sing.
Nope, but she can dance though. I'm gonna give it that.
Yeah,
and she done went out here with a real ass, so I'm gonna give it that.
Yep, I agree there.
Okay, so there was Jennifer Lopez. Then the year before that was, I hate the way they got this listed, Justin Timberlake.
Oh man, that was trash.
Yeah, it went what it needed to be. Yeah, it was Justin Timberlake. And then the year before that was
it Madonna?
Gaga. She had Madonna with her. It was Gaga.
Oh no, I didn't try to watch that shit at all.
Yeah. It was interesting. Yeah, we back in 2017 now. It was interesting. But yeah, she had Madonna with her. And the year before that was who the hell? It was Coldplay, and they had Beyonce and Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Because we actually saw we see him 2 years in a row. Yeah. Yeah, so that was Super Bowl 50. Yeah, so Super Bowl 50 was in the Superdome, and that's when the lights went up.
Great. I should know these, but man, just my memory is not that. It's quite fuzzy at this point.
Yeah, so was that 18? Was that 18? I can tell what year was wrong. I think that was like 19. Hold on.
Oh, you bad Kendrick Lamar going to the Super Bowl?
I mean, I'm just not. I don't care. Like hell, these damn concession stand when that's going on. I just don't. This is first Superdome. So something's gonna go wrong.
You're right. I'll be surprised if nothing happens.
Well, first of all, y'all know I'll be trying to tell y'all about that Superdome anyway. Being up in there is not good for you either, because that is where they house people during Katrina. So it was all kinds of deceased people, body parts, feces, urine, and all this other kind of stuff floating around in there. I don't care how much disinfecting and changing seats and all of that, what you did, you didn't tear it down and rebuild it. So roaming around in there ain't good for your spirit, no way.
I see. Man.
Yeah, that was. Oh wait, I lied. Rule 5 was in Atlanta. That was 19. Okay, so my bad. Let me take that out the Superdome. That wasn't there. That wasn't good though. It wasn't. I just knew it was gonna be good. It wasn't good.
But you're right. It was trash.
So that's what, because Travis Scott was there. Then he started getting in trouble after that. Then he have like the concert, what was going on, where the people got trampled and all that. They tried to blame him with wasn't none of that his fault. Yeah, I'm good.
Well, they tried. Well, the only thing is they couldn't. That was more of the promoter's fault.
Yeah, they was trying to tag him for that, but it ain't work. They was trying.
Yeah, I'm glad he won this case, but at the same time, I do feel bad for that kid that died. But
yeah,
only person you can really blame is the promoter. You can't blame that nigga for
security, because they said it was nowhere near enough security. So you have to put that on the venue.
Yep. Well, that's more likely the promoter.
Yeah. So yeah, put that on them. But yeah, that was not good. So yeah, I'm just not looking for no fantastic show. Hopefully I'm wrong and I'm pleasantly surprised, but I'm not. I feel like I might be. If I go, like I said, it's in New Orleans. I ain't really keen on being in the Superdome anyway, so I might sell my ticket.
Oh, I can't really do it, man. That humidity,
I'm not
man.
really a fan of it.
But well, it's in February, so the humidity shouldn't be too bad. But nah. I like New Orleans. I like Louisiana, but man, when it's the summer and the spring months, nope.
I'm just saying, like because it's about time for it to circle back to SoFi. I'm for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got we already had Allegiant. That was last year. Well, that was this year, technically. Okay, we got New Orleans. Okay, yeah. Not Levi. Oh, hell no. I don't want to go that one. So it's 26. Okay. So not Super Bowl coming, but the Super Bowl after that is gonna be at Levi's Stadium. I'm sorry. I'm not. That's the 49ers stadium.
I've been there.
I'm not impressed. I went. What was the last?
That shit is trash.
Yeah, I was not in. Hold on. Look at the Panthers. Hold on.
And that stadium's in Oakland, not San Francisco.
What's the last one? The last one in Levi was 50. Yeah, that was Denver and Carolina. Yeah. It wasn't even really finished. Y'all holler about some super. Yeah, that was nah. I'm not excited about that. Then the year after that, it's back at SoFi. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can work with that. I can. Yeah, so that's 27. Yeah, Inglewood. Hey, yeah, I can work with that. Yeah. Levi, I ain't excited. Nah, I'm not excited at all.
I don't blame you either.
It wasn't good. There's some dude that how many years ago was that when the dude fell?
Dude fell?
Yeah. Dude fell out of the seat. I'm good.
That nigga dumb.
Oh, what year was that? What year that man fell?
Good Lord.
It was one that fell and one dude that jumped on purpose.
Oh, you gotta be a dumbass to jump on purpose.
No, I mean he intended to not be here no more.
Oh hell no.
Yeah. The guy who fell, and it was another guy. He intended not to be there no more because they found his note in his seat. He left. It was after the game. He left his goodbye note in the seat and walked up to the top and jumped.
So pretty much he killed himself. He killed himself because his team didn't win.
I don't know if it had nothing to do with his team. He had time to write a note and all of that. I don't think it was about the team. But yeah, no, he jumped on purpose. And then the guy it was somewhere over here on the East Coast, the wind, and he lost his balance and fell off the top.
Damn.
Ooh, where was that? Was that in the Patriots Stadium? It was either there or Pittsburgh, one of them two. But they was like it was the wind took him out. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, but
I thought that was just stadium. I remember right.
Boy, Levi, he jumped on purpose. I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna be bothered with all that. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if you jump on purpose, you gotta be one big time dummy to do that.
He was like, I ain't trying to be here no more. Okay, so we got 27. Yeah, I'll be back in SoFi. I can get with that. Yeah, SoFi is 27. 28 is AT&T in Dallas. I can work with that. 29 is Hard Rock in Miami. I need y'all to upgrade.
You want to go back to that Florida?
I mean, not 97. 07, I'm going to be feeling some type of way. That's 29. And then 30 is going to be, they built a new stadium in Tennessee. I don't know what for. Y'all ain't winning nothing. Ain't no need spending no money. That's 2030 with this.
You mean the Titans stadium? That's where they're gonna have it at?
They're building a new stadium, so it should be it'll be open. It's gonna be 2030.
Man, all I know is, man, they stadium's fat as a mug too. I've been there numerous times.
Yes, I don't. Okay, so the plan is to build this new stadium. It's gonna have a dome roof, and it's gonna be right next to the current stadium, which is Nissan Stadium, and it's supposed to cost estimated $2.2 billion, and they're gonna break ground later on this year.
Oh, that's stupid.
Listen,
I know that's gonna at least take them a good 5 years to build that.
31 Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta. I can work with that. I can work with 32 Everbank in Jacksonville. Hey, I can get. Yeah, I can work with that.
Mainly East Coast.
Yeah, I get in the pool. I'm down. I'm down for that. All right, so yeah, we up 32. Okay, I can get with that. Yeah, that whole Superdome part is that and Levi. I ain't really trying to be in either one of them.
Smells like cat pee.
What's going on? What's going on there? Y'all got too much going on. It's too much happening. Yeah, way too much happening. But you can't sleep, D?
And I actually been to Springfield, Ohio. But I was in the area where the Haitians was at, though.
You're talking about that's out by you, Springfield, just up the road. Up to 614, missing a whole lot of cats. Y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much.
But I did hear that no, because I did see that video that they had a Haitian woman eating a damn cat.
Oh, let me find it.
Oh, good Lord, that was a huge chick too. I'm like, God damn. Chick was an elephant. But she looked like she was like, mental health. Something really wrong with that lady. The one that ate the cat.
Oh, hold on.
They had on body cam. So I know basically MSNBC was trying to with a ABC trying to say, oh, that's debunked. No, it wasn't. That's some factual stuff.
Yeah, Michael knows. He said they eating pets and the geese. Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
Here goes a TikTok video. Let me see.
Eating lab meat. Oh no.
Y'all got too much going on.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wait, look, he's holding the bird right now. Oh, y'all, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me get this to y'all.
What, you see the video?
Oh, this dude, he got TikTok. He got pictures. Hold on.
Oh, show it.
I am. Hold on. I'm trying to get it to come up. Child, he got hit. Child, we finna do this.
It wasn't great. And for me personally, if this was my cat and I saw that, it'd be on site. She was arrested for animal cruelty. So to be fair, a few incidents do not represent the entirety of the hate.
Yeah, that was the chick. I was like, wow.
There's gonna be a few bad apples.
Yeah, I saw her.
And now AI images of cats for Trump have gone absolutely insane. Easily, this is my favorite one, but what do you guys think about this?
Hold on.
Yeah, it was low and slow.
Allegedly, Haitian migrants that are in Springfield, Ohio, have been stealing ducks from ponds and pets from homes and eating them. And police
you see him carrying that bird. Hold on.
And for those of you that don't know, there's around 60,000 people that live in Springfield, Ohio. And over the last few years, another 20,000 Haitian migrants have been transported to Springfield. And they did this through legal immigration and asylum seeking. And things apparently have not been going well. This woman here was just arrested for eating somebody's cat. And though the police say there's no credible evidence of this, there's a video where police are arresting her for eating an actual cat. I saw the video. It wasn't great. And for me personally, if this was my cat and I saw that, it'd be on site. She was arrested for animal cruelty. Though to be fair, a few incidents do not represent the entirety of the Haitian people there. In every community, there's going to be a few bad apples. And now AI images of cats for Trump have gone absolutely insane. Easily, this is my favorite one, but what do you guys think about this?
Child, y'all need y'all go ahead with all that right there.
Because I mean, when I seen that too, was a lot of people is just really concerned about that as well. Like they scared to actually be
Bestie,
in
let me
their
teach you how to
house.
cut stickers on your Cricut machine.
And people actually fleeing.
I kept my mentally deranged sister.
These folks out of order. I promise you. Yeah, but I mean, that's what they do. But they be into all that sacrificing, and I was shocked she was actually eating it. But I mean,
Well, I mean, when I seen the lady, she had so much blood on her damn dress. I'm like, good Lord.
she did. That's what they sacrifice, and then don't they bathe in it or something? Like, I'll be good. I'm cool. I don't need none of them problems.
But they said that, the lady that called too on her cousin, she said she had mental health problems. I'm like, wow. I just never thought, somebody actually eating cats. And they said they're eating dogs and, the ducks too. I'm like, man, can't make it up.
Child, animal ain't safe messing around with y'all.
Yep. And the picture's worth 1,000 words, That's
This
the
is
proof.
true. This is true.
And
I
I
don't know why they
mean, some
other cultures eat them too. I mean, that's true. That's true, Derek. But what they say is these asylum seekers that ain't supposed to be here eating these people pets. It'd be different if they was just strays running the streets. But they say they snatching up people pets.
people's pets. Yeah. I mean, that's the only one that I would give the exception to is only Haitians because they are dealing with issues in their country. That is pretty bad. But all the other ones, no, I mean, they need to come in the right way.
Pretty much.
But allegedly they actually came in the right way. So, I'm cool with that. But then, there is bad apples in each community.
Is the first, because they usually don't even let the Haitians in. No kind of
True. Because I mean, didn't they when they came to Texas, right? Then they basically most of them got deported back to damn Haiti.
Yep. And when they, was trying to, float over here, they got turned around in the ocean. Yep.
Yeah, and after the Venezuelan and basically the ones that look white more likely actually got to go through the border. I thought that was really just jagged though, because that was just telling me right there, like it's basically what Biden said in that damn the Black Caucus meeting when he talked to them. We're gonna have to get like any tangibles or whatever bills that we want gotta get passed with the Mexicans. That's what Biden said. I'm like, good Lord, man, this dude stupid. And I was like, you really think we want me to vote for this man? Nope. That was just the proof. That was like basically the dagger for me. It's like, nah, I ain't about to vote for no dang Joe Biden.
I don't know how folks can after you're saying these last 3.5 years could think voting for anybody who got anything to do with him would be a good idea. I'm gonna vote for Cornel West. Shit.
I basically would say just don't vote for a Democrat. Vote for anybody and everybody else. Just don't vote for no damn Democrat. Because at this point, none of them can be trusted.
All right. Because all they like some destruction.
Yep.
They want no growth.
Well, they try to basically replace us with the migrants. That's what we supposed to give. They just trying to replace us. And then if they don't win, right, they gonna blame us anyway.
Yep.
I have never seen that with no other politician at all. I never hear this from the damn Democrat Party. Only from the Republican Party or Independent Party or any other party. There's always Democrats who want to blame black people.
Okay, that was the other question. I just been scrolling trying to see what people saying. That was the other question that Trump was asked that I didn't get a satisfactory answer to, was the January 6th part. Was it anything that he regretted or anything that he would do different? I didn't get a satisfactory answer to it.
Well, I mean, the thing was, like, when that video that Nancy Pelosi came out with her daughter, I mean, it is her fault that basically Trump already basically authorized for the National Guard to come in, and she was the dumbass, and the mayor decided not to go on the suggestion of finishing off the process for the National Guard to be there. And then when you did see when it was the insurrection, right? Mm-hmm. And literally all the protesters was already outside, right? And they had the base of the White House blocked off. But a dumb cop actually allowed them to come in. That didn't make no sense to me right there. And then, destruction in the damn White House, and all the most of the Democrats was hiding. I thought that part was funny. I'm like, wow, you guys allowed them to come in.
Well,
I mean, go ahead.
If not, because you can't have it both ways. If Trump has the power that they say that he has for him to basically incite a riot, why was it not millions of people?
Exactly.
It's 74 million people voted for him, and he's got all this power that y'all got to, make sure that he don't, just yield and do whatever he wants. Why was it not millions of people?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a tactic that the Democrats do. They want to do deflection. But I did notice one thing too. You know how they like every 10 years we do the census?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the background states, every single one, right? When it did the votes, right, it didn't, like, the population did not match. That was actually eligible to vote. And that's why I knew it was rigged, because I started looking at it, I'm like, okay. Because I looked at the census, and there was just no way that in that short amount of 10 years that the population would actually build up that fast for those people to be eligible to vote. Because they had, like, the ages and everything else. I'm like, man. Yeah, I mean, there was only one video that Trump did try to bring up when, after everybody actually put their votes in, literally everybody left for the night, right? And then they bring in the mail-in ballots, and that's when really the rig came in. Because I remember when I was looking at it, I'm like, okay, literally everything was pretty much, when it came to the battleground states, a few of the battleground states were still undecisive, but how it was showing that Trump was actually winning, not losing. But as soon as the mail-in ballots came in, it was a whole different story.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, then you actually look at they still got the data for the population, and it doesn't match. Then after years later, they admitted there was a whistleblower that actually finally admitted that was rigged. I'm like, God dang, you gotta be kidding me.
Yep. I mean, even Rick James, what's the dude? Ray Charles could have seen it. It took too long. I'm like, no,
Yes.
if y'all got this, why is it taking this long?
Yes. That's true. Cause I'm like, okay, I thought the election would be done by now, by that time. I'm like, cause normally
it was that Saturday afternoon before, you know what I'm saying, they declared a winner.
yeah. Cause normally they would just, finish it that day. And normally if it's like, on the East Coast,
the next
they're
day,
done 3 hours before.
the very latest, like when they cooked it up for Bush, I mean, it was like that, you know what I'm saying, that next morning, like 9:30, 10 o'clock, when, you know what I'm saying, he was declared the winner. I can't tell you the last time we done waited days to get a winner.
Yeah. Then we basically waited like almost damn near a week.
Yep.
I was saying that we still counting all the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, that don't even sound right.
Because it wasn't right.
And it was only in the battleground states of all things.
And then when is the last election has come down to Georgia?
Never.
And Pennsylvania.
I mean, normally if you have, I guess how they said, if you have Pennsylvania or Ohio, you'll win.
Yeah.
And to me, I don't understand how that's even possible.
But Pennsylvania has never taken that long to count the votes, and they actually had, as far as volume, less votes than they normally have.
Yeah.
So how the hell it take y'all 4 extra days to count less votes?
Yes.
Yeah, foolishness.
And then, they didn't certify the other ballots anyway. Because when the whistleblower finally snitched it out, because I guess they have a executive that they actually sign each one to make sure that it's actually valid. And that's when they basically caught up to all those extra ballots that basically popped in were all it was all fake. Because when I seen it, I looked at it right. Because there was somebody in Arizona, right, that said it. Like they voted for Trump, and it was rigged to basically for the vote for Biden. And they saw one of the rigged actual ballots. The person only voted for how they did it was they only voted just for the presidential. They couldn't even make it look legit at all. I'm like, God damn, this is stupid. Because I mean, if it was me, I would make it look more legit, like the person actually voted for the governor, their local elections, all that, to make it look more realistic. But it only had just for the presidential part. That was it.
Yeah, here in North Carolina, you can't even do that. You have to vote for at least for everything. You can't just vote for the president. It's the rest of the stuff that it will not process.
Well, I guess in the battleground states it processed through no problem.
And they need to fix that because that's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, here in North Carolina, when you go vote, you cannot. You have to put something. It will not process.
I see. Well, that makes perfect sense.
It will not work. It'll let you keep going, but then when you try to go, you'll say once you get to like the review page and you get down to the bottom, because you have to hit, you'll say I certify. It'd be like, nope, you're missing some stuff.
Like we need you to vote these other candidates in.
And then like later, then it'll let you go to the next page to actually submit it, where it starts stamping it on the it stamps it on this card.
Yeah.
And then you have to take it prints off the card, and then you're saying like you have people that escort you, so you have to wait for the person to escort you to the box where you actually put it in, and once you put it in, it actually prints out like this receipt saying that it was received, and then you can leave.
Okay.
If you answer them questions, it ain't happening.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's not gonna happen. Like I said, it and once it prints out, it look like Braille, so you can't even read it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, it look like Braille, and then you come out on this. You know, I used in school, you used to take them tests where you had the long green sheet, you had to circle in the bubbles.
Yes.
It's that kind of shape, but it's long, and it looked like it's Braille, so you can't even see what's on there, and then you have to put it in this other machine and wait for it to give you a receipt saying that it was received, and then you have to officially cash your vote.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a whole process.
That's quite a process. That's a good process, though.
It really is. Like, yeah, I ain't playing no more.
That's a good thing because I know in my state now that most people are just basically gonna vote against blue. So basically, anybody that's a Democrat,
Try to
good
document
luck.
in North Carolina, you gonna have a hard time. Because even with the mail in, because like I had to do one for my mom.
Yeah.
The last election. Like if you are in a facility, they actually your facility has to schedule a time, and they have proctors that come and
That's
walk you
different.
through filling out your stuff, and then same thing. They have a machine, they have to run it through, and then you get the receipt. But like,
they ain't playing.
They have to schedule a time. So like on election day, you might, they might be there from like 7 to like 10. And then they go to the next one. And then they go to the next one. And then they go to the next. But yeah, it's a.
So it's basically
you have to,
I guess y'all ballot box piece. The machine is pretty much portable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because like where I vote is down the street from my house, but it's in church.
Okay.
So it's a church at the end of my street, and like so yeah. Come election, when I go live, y'all gonna take this walk with me down the street. I say it's literally the end of the street, and the pastor is crazy because the pastor of that church was actually my dad's roommate in college.
Oh, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we gonna take this walk, and y'all like I'll be able to keep the camera on until like when you come in. You have to like fill out this card, saying who you are, what your address is, and all of that. And once I fill that out, I have to turn it off because then I have to go through my validation process. Where I gotta present my ID and all of that, and they don't let you record. So y'all will see me go in and fill out my little pre-validation piece, and then I'll catch y'all coming out. I'll see if they let me record putting it in the thing.
Oh, they normally don't let you do that until after you vote.
They might. Well, I mean, at that point, I done voted. I mean, I've made my choices, but I'm gonna ask them if they'll let me record me putting it in the machine because they're standing right there next to me.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't just get to go put it in yourself. They walk you over there.
Oh, they just making sure that it's not gonna be rigged.
Yeah, so they probably will let me do it because, like, my mom, she used to work election day down there.
Oh, I see. So, are you doing early voting, or are you gonna vote on election day?
I don't believe in it. That's how stuff get read.
I see.
But at this point, I wouldn't be able. Well, I would have to go to a library in town for early voting. But because of the lawsuit with RFK, early voting was supposed to start Friday just passed, but it hadn't started yet.
Oh, because they haven't removed them off the ballot.
They haven't. They haven't.
Oh, I see. Because I know for myself, I'm going to have to do early. Oh well, I was going to do the early voting thing or just the mail-in ballot, but I was going to, basically go to the where do the vote and return it in that way and make sure it's completely verified.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we were supposed to start Friday, but because that's going on, we get nothing. We don't even know when it's gonna start yet.
Right, like a few more weeks. I mean, I think that was a good strategy, though.
I think again with them votes, with the early voting, the early voting. Okay, cool. Because I know here in North Carolina, it's the same process as same day voting. Like you go and they verify you and all that, and they watch you put your stuff in. It's the mail-ins that's the problem.
Yeah, I agree.
That's where your potential to get stuff messed up come in. It's the mail-ins.
Because I did notice when in 2020 I voted for Trump and somehow rigged up the because it was actually like the thing that's weird about California is okay when you basically put it through the machine, right? It basically tells you who you voted for, and for one real reason, like I voted for Trump this time because the year before that when Trump first came in, right? I didn't vote. I sat it out because I couldn't really decipher who I wanted to vote for, so I didn't vote at all. But that's why I ended up to really start doing research. And I did notice that a lot of things got cheaper, and I was able to hold a whole lot more money than years and years before. Because I know the first time I was able to vote, it was like 2008. So I did vote for Obama both times. But at that time, I think I was a lot more dumber because I didn't even look up his policy.
Listen, because they didn't have folks. I was like, my whole thing was, he just kind of came out of nowhere. He had just got into the Senate, and now this dude running for president. So my whole thing was, you ain't been there long enough to get no dirt on nobody to be able to use as leverage. If you were to become president, you don't know shit.
And I mean,
that was my whole thing. You ain't got leverage. You need leverage.
That's true. And I mean, the only way I voted for him because he was black. That was really what it was. But
that's what people.
And he's like his speeches was he was on point with his speeches. It was real elegant. I was like, damn, this nigga really dope.
Got you in your feelings, and y'all got his ass in the White House, and look at what happened.
And after when I really did look at his opponent, because I wasn't McClain was his was the first when it was 2008. Then it was McBromby. And after when I really looked at McCain's his policies, I was like, shit, his policy was better than Obama's. But I was dumb enough to still basically vote for Obama at that time.
Listen, I mean, they had folks in their feelings. I was like, shit, I ain't got no choice. That was the only reason I voted for him, because I was like, shit, at this point, wasn't no independent, you know what I'm saying? So wasn't nobody to write in. I was like, shit, I'm stuck.
I was stuck big time. Then like once I really read his policies, I'm like, God damn, I voted for a dumbass, really.
Yeah, because he spent the first term kissing ass. I was like, okay, this ain't working. Like, nigga, you the president. And he went in stacked. He had the Congress and the Senate.
And then passed no fucking policies.
He went in stacked. I was like, you can do whatever the hell it is you want to do. He ain't do nothing. I said, okay.
You are correct. Because I mean, that's what happened. That's what happened with even with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The first 2 years, they could have passed any goddamn law. They passed 3, and they were all bad. That basically just inflated everything. And pretty much with the policies that they implemented, right? The Asian hate crime bill. You know how much basically tangibles they got from that. That basically is for like business owners, anybody that's Asian, right? Or even South Asian, whatever. You know how much money they got?
A lot.
45 trillion. So I mean, like, pretty much how Kamala would say she ain't gonna do anything for black people, and she said no.
She meant that.
And that's probably the only thing I respect from her, because she did say that. And I mean, it's an insult. It's a big time insult.
It is.
Just like Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Why
wasn't gonna vote for his ass.
Why folks act like he didn't say that?
That nigga said that with it. That nigga said that shit like verbatim. I'm like, man.
Like, y'all don't know this? Yeah. But we gotta keep hearing about these black jobs like y'all don't know what they are.
And I mean, he actually explained his policies to what he was going to basically pass, and it was nothing. It was nothing for black people. It was just really for immigration and LGBTQ. When I heard that,
that's all the Democrats are about. That's all they do. That's it. That's what you're gonna get from them. They own demon time.
Yeah. I'm like, you could be a dumbass and not just basically vote dumbly. But once you really wake up and you do the research, it's like it's hard to basically say, you basically go back to being dumb about it.
But again, most people ain't really gonna, because this is my thing. You don't have to tell anybody who you voting for. Ain't nobody in their booth but you. Nobody filling up their paper but you.
Yep.
Which is exactly how Hillary Clinton lost. They got on TV and told you they was gonna do one thing and got in there and did something completely different. And you don't know who did it.
That's true.
You do not have to tell anybody. So again, stop. Just vote. Like, again, if you feel like because again, all this all this eviction action that we've been watching over on Messy with Sean Live. Shout out to Big Sis Bestie. The folk look like me.
Yep.
Did you see this under Trump?
No. Most definitely not no evictions, and after the crime rate was actually was lower as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
did you see any rainbow folk getting evicted?
Hell no.
Okay.
I mean, there was even no rainbow shit that was on TV. I'm like, man.
Now I'm talking about what's going on right now. You see
Nope.
Even now, do you see rainbow people getting evicted?
Nope.
Just think about that.
I see it now, but shit, under Trump, nope.
Hell, I ain't really seeing it now.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry, I ain't talking about studs. I'm talking about.
You mean the Transformers?
I don't see them getting put out.
Oh, you mean for them getting all the people I see getting evicted is black women, mainly.
Thank you.
And like that's really sad. And also too is they really just basically prevent people even getting housing. So only people that's getting housing is LGBTQ and immigrants.
Mm-hmm. So why would you vote for that?
That's a good question. And most people unfortunately will still vote blue. Like basically, sad to say it, most people that's lost will still vote blue no matter who you, when they hear the actual information. They know the facts. Still will vote for them. And then you'll question them. Like I questioned a few people on your chat. I'm like, okay, why are you voting for them? Do you know their policies? What policies that resonate with you? And most of the time, the most common answer I would hear is, "Oh, because Trump's a racist." I'm like, okay, what makes him racist?
But again, just like I asked old boy, what did Trump do during his presidency that affected you negatively then and is still affecting you negatively now? I ain't got an answer to that yet.
And I don't have a. I'm like one thing.
What did he do?
I mean, one thing I ended up taking advantage with was the opportunity zone.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to actually start my own business with that. So,
right.
I mean,
I'm saying, what did he do to hurt you?
Nothing.
Okay, because that was my question to the dude that was in the chat. What did he do as president that hurts you that still hurting you today? I didn't get an answer to that.
It's still the same, and that's for me. A Democrat actually did a lot more damage than a Republican. And only why I say that because we always vote.
I know that's clear.
Black people voted. Black people vote over 90% of the time Democrat. So we can't really blame the Republicans. And hands down, that's who we vote for. Democrat. And Democrats now, like, they don't even propose anything what they will do for you, what they will do for you to get your vote. Because I was hoping that basically when Kamala was actually, doing that interview, even though that was the only interview she actually did at that time, that she was going to propose something that even if it's not even for black people, just a something that's going to really that makes it's basically common sense of a policy that is going to really be beneficial. And it's sad to say it, Democrats don't got nothing beneficial. It's the same. It's the same old scare tactics. Because I know when it hits the next 4 years, they're going to instead of Project 2024, it's going to be something else. Because I started to notice. I swear it's like every election, right? There's always fight for democracy, but they always have certain technical terms. And once I start catching on to the technical terms, right, or the fear tactics, they do it every time. They do it every election. I've never seen a Republican do that. Republican is just like, hey, this is my policy. If you don't like them, okay, cool. And they're not basically begging for your vote.
Yeah, that would be accurate.
But a Democrat would beg for your vote to the day they die. And if they lose, they blame you. I have to start thinking about it because with the Asian hate crime bill, right? Basically, the Democrats should be going after the Asian community. Because it's like, hey, I passed this bill for y'all. Y'all need to come vote for us because we gave you this bill. Or even with the LGBTQ shit, they need to go to that community, even though they're less than 0.001% of the population. They need to go to them because they actually pass policies for them. But who they always go after? Black people. And even though this is only my opinion, I think the population for black people is actually higher than 15%. Because they always run to us, of all people.
Okay, so where is he? I'm listening. I'm just getting notifications of Trump's schedule for the rest of the week. So apparently, he is going to he's going to have some kind of 9/11 commemorative something tomorrow.
But they're going to be in New York.
I can't tell. It ain't saying yet. Yeah, they ain't really telling me yet. I'll have to figure that out. So yeah, he's gonna be doing that tomorrow. Well, later on today because it's on the East Coast. It's already Wednesday, 9/11. Thursday he's gonna be in Tucson, and then Friday he's gonna be in LA.
Damn. Oh, okay. Damn shit. I'm close by both of those. I haven't been in Tucson a long ass time though.
So yeah,
but it's hot as a motherfucker in there.
It's been 100 plus for the last 2 weeks, and we good. It had cooled off. It got hot now.
It ain't gonna cool off out there until after October. So more likely November. I lived out there for a few years. Nope. I was happy to move back to California.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's still okay. It's almost. What is that? Somebody, Ricky Smiley gonna be all over her. Child, Ricky Smiley better go to hell. Ain't nobody got time.
Man, I listened to the damn Ricky Smiley interview with Kamala. That was a damn laugh.
Wasn't it, that child? I was like, he just he a really good guy. He reminds me of high school.
Nigga was crying literally the whole fucking goddamn interview. Man, to me, it was worse than damn Van Jones. I'm like, God damn, soft ass.
Lord, what?
Oh.
Yeah, what Van Jones they had to say. Let me see if I can find some commentary on Van Jones, child, and then we gonna go. Hold up, it's my the way my spirit be set up. I don't know. He probably started crying. Hold on.
Yeah, I can see that.
Crying.
I can really see that, and I'll be laughing my ass off with that. It really does make you think. Why are you crying for? Why are you crying? You a man. You supposed to be crying. That's some soft shit.
For real. Hold on. Let's see what Van got to say. Hold on. Child, this nigga started crying. You too much crying, sir.
Man, y'all funny with these cats.
Come on, this is slow.
Well, did Van Jones even say anything or mention anything?
Yeah, hold on. I found it. Child, why did they move slow?
I see.
Come on, this goofball nonsense. Here you go.
You actually think that Trump wins? Oh,
whooped him. She just whooped him. And I think that there's been a desire.
She did not whoop him at all.
Like, you watch movies because you want something to happen, like some great romance. People have wanted to see somebody put this bully in his place. And people have watched contender after contender fail to put him in his place. She got up there and she put him in his place. She baited him and then she spanked him. She baited him and then she spanked him.
Okay.
Sir, what was you watching?
All I know is Kamala had the most expression, basically the expressions that, man, she knows she got her ass spanked by Trump, and she could not stand the facts.
He failed it. He failed it. Do you want dictator when he can literally just be? I mean, you could see the punches coming. He couldn't get out of the way.
I mean, if you can so unhinge somebody by saying
okay,
people leave your rally,
harmonize. I got a question. So during the debate with Trump and Kamala, did Trump have any crazy expressions?
Any world leader can manipulate you into anything.
Or it was Kamala?
I think that she passed the test. He failed that. But I think also.
Okay, why are we having problems at 1:30 in the morning? Come on.
Man, all I know, they bias.
Shy, because he talking crazy.
She was speaking for the people. She really was speaking for.
Oh, the fuck she wasn't.
I think the right wing may not see it, but she kept coming back to a middle class background. He kept talking about himself and himself. He went down every rabbit hole imaginable. Kamala Harris.
He said y'all suck. That's not him talking about himself.
Did something great for every parent in America.
Hey, Amanize, wasn't it Kamala attacking Trump at first anyway?
It was. She put the bully in his place.
Child, Dan, you need to stop playing. You need to go all the way to hell with this.
Let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
I don't know what the hell he was looking at, child. Oh, look. I don't know what the hell Van was looking at. Van was tripping.
Yeah.
Van lost his damn mind. Hold on.
Man, CNN do love to lie. A lot.
Well, yeah, they're the same with that softball interview. where she wouldn't have answered no questions, and she had walks up there with her child. Please, first I didn't want to never let Trump do that. Yeah, y'all, we're gonna do this recorded interview. They were like, yeah, nah, we gonna need that live. I'm gonna bring JD Vance with me. They were like, nah.
And I know it basically, okay, if Trump was on CNN, I know they were push back on, with the tough questions. They didn't do that with Kamala.
No, they would have done, if it had been on CNN, they would have done the same. They'd have done what they did tonight.
No, I'm saying as if it was Trump, Trump on there basically doing the interview, right?
Well, they would have never let Trump do that. They'd have been like, we're not recording no interview. This is gonna be live.
Yeah, I know it'd be live, but I mean,
they would have never offered him the opportunity to record the interview. Yeah, nah, they'd have never offered that.
I mean, I know it'd be live, but basically, if Trump answers the question a particular way, I'm pretty sure there'll basically be pushback. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah.
There was no pushback in her interview, but I mean, even the ones that she did, they didn't have to do the pushback on. I mean, is that your answer? I was surprised she even asked that question. It's like, that's really your answer? That's sad.
Yeah, that's your whole answer.
And I'm like, damn. I was like, this is. I thought that was just the most saddest interview, and I see why they hit her for so long.
Yeah,
because basically she rusty as hell. Even in the debate, she's still quite rusty.
It ain't even about being rusty. It's about you ain't got nothing to say.
Yeah,
it's a damn problem. You ain't got nothing to say.
I agree. I agree with that 100%.
Nothing. All right, y'all. We're gonna wrap this up. I got a question. It ain't got nothing to do with this debate, but while we've been on my other screen, I've been watching My 600-Pound Life. And for people who this chick, you know what I'm saying, she weighed like 775 pounds, right?
Good Lord.
Yeah, she's 775 pounds. And she doesn't leave the house. So
can I guess the race?
Go ahead.
She white?
Yes, sir.
Ah, damn.
So she doesn't leave the house, but she is now trying to convince Dr. Now that the reason she didn't lose any weight is because she was quarantined because of C-19.
That's some bullshit. She ain't basically doing the program that he got her to do.
I know. But you don't, and this is what he said to her. He was like, well, you ain't been out the house in 2 years anyway, so why would the quarantine matter?
Yep.
She her feelings. She'll start crying. It was like, this ain't the time to cry. Like, she's so big, she can't get through the door from the waiting room to the exam room.
Oh, damn. Shit. She about so 4 elephants?
So he had to come out and have her appointment in the waiting room.
Oh.
Because she can't get through the door.
Ooh, that's telling me he gonna have to price. So I know she's 700 pounds. Did he have to eventually have to pretty much force her to stay at the hospital for like a month so she lose some of the weight?
No. This is after he's already done that. So the first time she came, she was like 7'10", somewhere around in there.
Mm-hmm.
He put her in the hospital. She got down to like 630. She's like in the 630s.
So she basically damn near lost 100 pounds, almost 100 pounds.
Yeah.
And she gained it all back and then some.
That part. So he sent her back home. He was like, follow the program. In 2 months, you should lose 150 pounds. Then I need you to come back. So she's supposed to come back in 2 months, 150 pounds down. She came back in 4 months at 776 pounds.
So she gained an extra 50 pounds. Good Lord. So she basically gained 150 pounds. God. That's how's that even possible for real?
It's real possible. It's real possible.
In a 2-month span?
Yeah.
Oh no. You said 4 months.
It took 4 months, yeah. But he was like,
damn.
She came back. He just told her, do not come back here until you lose at least 150 pounds. Don't you know this bitch gonna come back?
Wow.
They ain't lost nothing. She finna bring her ass back.
Oh shit.
Now she live in Arizona, so she is literally riding from Arizona to Texas.
Ooh. What part of Arizona though?
I'm not. I have to go back and look. Yeah, he
Or
was
like
do
we
not
Phoenix
come
and
back here
Tucson.
unless you have lost at least 150 pounds and she done brought her ass back.
Damn.
And she can't get through the door. So of course she ain't lost 150 pounds.
More like she bought a dog and die alone.
Man, she got a husband.
She got a husband?
Yeah.
Oh damn.
I keep trying to tell her. Yeah, he was ratting her ass out. He was like, I keep doctor now. I keep trying. She don't. She ain't. She just.
Was he enabling her though, in a sense?
In the beginning, he was until, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Now put her in the hospital and he saw, you know what I'm saying, that she really could lose. He didn't, like, I didn't think, you know what I'm saying, she could lose the weight. So when Dr. Now put her in the hospital and she really started losing the weight because she didn't have no access, he was like, this is what we gonna do. So he actually left. But he actually left before she got out the hospital, went home and cleaned all the stuff out.
Okay.
But what she would do is she would wait till he went to work and be ordering up a bunch of stuff.
Oh, fudge.
He figured out that's what was going on, so he changed the debit card number, but he didn't know she had a whole nother account, so he really wasn't stopping her.
Damn.
He was trying. He was like, look, but she gonna do it. She gonna do it.
Man, I would have left it there. Nope. I like, he ain't trying to lose the weight. I'm gone. Cause I wouldn't want to see her basically, you know, on her last whim, she died.
He been in her ratting her out.
I would have told Dr. Now, like, hey, my black ass had to go.
He is ratting her all the way out. I'm like, yo. First time I saw this, I was like, I mean, I can't be bad with him. Maybe in the beginning.
In a 4-month span, I wouldn't be able to gain that much amount of weight. There's no fucking way.
That's nothing, because it was this. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna be gone. It was this one dude. He got to Dr. Now. He weighed about 883 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Now I think he was like 26 or 27, something like that. He was like, the only reason you ain't dead is because you young.
Yep.
He was like, and even with that, you running out of time. You running out of time. His mama was the problem. Like, his mama was the whole problem.
So his mama was actually enabling his
yes.
habits.
Oh yes. So he came to see Dr. Now, and Dr. Now immediately put him in the hospital. He had him down to, like, he came in at 883. He had him down in the 60s, like the low 60s, like 620 something.
So he lost 200 some odd pounds, almost damn near 300 pounds.
Yeah, Dr. Now had him. Yeah, he was about to be together. Send him home, because he'd be like, I need to see what you're gonna do. You're saying outside of this, you're saying controlled environment. Don't you know when he came back to see Dr. Now, he weighed 1,003 pounds?
And how much amount of time?
I think it was like 3 months. He was like, you are the heaviest, you the heaviest person alive right now.
In 3 months?
Mm-hmm.
So he basically gained about 125 pounds each month?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Oh,
and his mama was like, well, I mean, I don't, because Dr. Now put him on an 800 calorie a day diet, right?
Yeah.
His mama was like, I just don't think that's healthy. and we was trying to, you know what I'm saying, work our way, you know what I'm saying, down to that number. He was like, ain't no work your way down. I gave you a whole plan. And he was like, you got some kind of medical degree or something I don't know about? Because I thought I was the doctor. So ain't you supposed to be doing what I told you to do?
Yep.
So yeah, the mama ordering up burgers and pizza and talking about, and he talking about some, yeah, you'll say you gotta have a good balance and I'm gonna cut back and show the doctor that this is the way to do it. And he went back to that bitch 1,000. So how about him and the mama dead? The mama was already, she was already sickly herself. She died, and then he just couldn't take it.
So they,
So yeah, both of them gone. I was like, dang.
So the mother and him died?
Yeah. Like I said, the mama was already sick while all of this was going on, and I guess whatever she had, you know, so just, you know, she just couldn't fight it no more. And he was so dependent, he didn't know how to do anything.
Damn.
And so he could not pull it together without his mama. And yeah, he kept on going back and forth until he died.
Good Lord. That's terrible. I'm not even trying to laugh, but man, the person that basically screwed him was his damn mama.
Yeah. Yeah, his mama had him all messed up.
So he died at the age of 27 or 28.
He had, because this is gonna be some. I think he was like 29 when he actually died.
Damn.
Went long.
Cause I had a friend basically. She was about like 600 pounds, and man, she lost a lot of weight. She got down to like I think about 380, and basically what took her out was she had a bad asthma condition, and pretty much she ended up having fluid in the lungs, and that took her out. And when I found out, it was 5 days after my birthday. I'm like, man, because I just talked to her. I just saw her maybe like the week before my birthday. So it was just quite sad because I mean her brother, how he talks in like a different goddamn language. So it's like, man, I was lost in translation. I was like, look, I said, man, is she still alive? What happened?
Oh wow.
Oh, you're like, oh, she's seeing in the afterlife or some BS like that. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? This thing straight.
Yeah,
She gone.
Okay.
I'm like, nigga, no, you lying, man. I gotta call her, man.
Yeah, because speaking of my 600-pound life, we gotta get into. I owe y'all Melissa, so we're gonna do Melissa tomorrow.
Oh, you still gonna finish that one chick? I forgot her name.
We gonna finish Melissa.
Cause man, that chick was on one.
Yeah, Melissa was on a different. Melissa on some different type of time. Yeah, we're gonna finish Melissa. I ain't forgot. We're gonna finish Melissa tomorrow.
And Melissa was on one for real, really on one.
Child, everything was about her. I was like, damn, everything was about you when you was fat. Now you ain't really fat no more. Everything's still about you. This is a whole problem. You confused about your man. Okay. Yeah,
and he was actually still with her, being faithful to her, and she's the one who kept on. She was way too damn narcissistic.
Yeah. He was on the internet trying to meet up with them women. Melissa, if you have been handling your business, he wouldn't have no time to be on the internet meeting up with them women. You ain't want to make up a lost time for when you couldn't do nothing.
Cause I mean, she was really pushing him away.
Yeah,
and I mean, a man only could take it for so long, so I can't really blame him.
Yeah, but we gonna finish Melissa
for sure. That chick was on one, really on one. Oh, did you ever finish the videos I sent you?
No, I haven't finished Tariq. I did about the people, the Chicago folks. Yeah, that right there. We're gonna get into that. I might say that for Friday.
You see the one that basically showed Kamala's policies. Man, I mean, it's short. It's just
I ain't get.
You could tell it's copy and paste from Biden's. I thought it would be something different, but it really wasn't.
I ain't expecting nothing different because the way she keep talking, like ain't nothing wrong with what Joe did. So if she don't think nothing wrong with it, then why would you not use it?
I mean, everything was bad because the basically the bill she did pass. I don't know why she wanted to blame Trump of all people. He's not in office.
He's not, but that's the way she talks.
And the Republican Party told the reason why they didn't pass the bill because they wanted to give another, like, I think it was, if I remember right, also many trillions to Ukraine. And then they wanted to give another semi-billion to damn to Israel. And I'm like, damn, we already getting taxed as it is. I like inflation was gonna go basically like four times the amount.
That's why the bill didn't pass, and they tried to be slick and put it on the very last page.
Yes.
Oh, somebody was reading. Somebody actually was doing their job and was like, "Oh no, this say you want this money? Yeah, no, we can't do this."
And every Republican looked at that damn bill and caught it. So I like, okay, you could try to blame Trump with for things, but if the nigga's not in office, it doesn't matter who he knows. He don't got the power to tell people, the Republicans, to not pass a bill.
I mean, he can, but that don't mean they listening to him. But again, they want to give him all this power on one end, but then on the other end, they can't really prove how all this power that he's supposed to have ain't been utilized. Because again, he wasn't president, and he hadn't told none of them he was running for president again. So the whole time, the argument had been, why are you trying to give these two countries all this money? But we gonna blame him because y'all want to give away all the money. I'm just saying, look, that was But when he got to the part about, since you're saying you talking about this Trump tax and my tariffs ain't no good and all of that, why they still in place?
Exactly.
He was like, why are they still in place? She was like, we ain't really talk about that right now. We had to fix what you messed up. He was like, but half of what I did still there. So what you saying?
Because they basically messed it all up. That's the thing. They messed it completely up with those dang bills they passed the first 2 years they was in. The Inflation Reduction Act, that really basically raised up taxes because they want government spending.
They need to, that name, that was crap. That it have nothing to do with inflation.
And after the green bill they passed, build more inflation, because they trying to basically build infrastructure that we don't even have, and we don't even have enough materials to even do the whole entire damn bill. That's why I actually thought it was crazy, because I started looking it up. I'm like, damn, we don't really got all this shit. We don't.
Mm-mm.
And Trump was actually right, because they trying to raise up. I got taxed 4 times the amount, so I mean they going after y'all next, really.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm a whole not a fan. But what you say, TJ? Talking about we need to quit saying she ain't do anything because the vice president. Okay, when she be talking like she got power, and the power Joe gave her, she ain't do nothing with. That was what we were saying. Because she got on there talking like she had all the power. And so everybody was like, well, why you do that with it? Then it turned into we had to fix what Trump messed up. And then he came back with the, if my stuff is so jacked up, then why y'all still using it? I said, oh shit. It kind of went downhill from there. Hey Trucker, yeah, what you say? Harrison Biden didn't do anything. Let's be honest. Even now, where they're literally trying to say these gangs ain't taking over, when we watching folks with AKA snatch your rent money. Listen, hold up, I got you. I'll put it up. No, what guy when he was talking about them saying eat the animals. We just saw video.
Yeah.
We literally just saw video, and they're talking about some ain't no tangible proof. So we always see
proof.
These videos.
I saw that today. I was really shocked. I'm like, wow. But I was hearing about that maybe like a week before. And I was looking for the the video or some kind of proof, but it actually popped up today. I was like, damn, can't make it up.
So what you say? TJ said he had to hire some protection for his pets. Yeah, go ahead and work that out. But that's all I was saying. But when she got to the what was the other part she broke out with? It didn't make no sense. Oh yeah, the part about going to the clinic, but we already got into that because again, ma'am, what you talking about is bad health care, not you can't get an AB. Them was two different things. If you go there and you've already had a spontaneous, you know what I'm saying, completely, you know what I'm saying, natural miscarriage, they're not gonna make you walk around with that.
Yeah, that doesn't go in the category of
that's not what that is. And then first of all, the removal of that is not even coded as an AB. You know, I have a whole, you know what I'm saying, medical coding certification. So yeah, that ain't what we code that as. So what's she talking about? I pinned the link in the chat.
And that the people that do get that get the AB whatever, they don't tell you that pretty much once you do that, you have 4 times the chance to get cancer.
That's pretty much where it comes
from that. So it's like it's actually way better just to have the kid, and if you don't want it, put it towards adoption.
You don't have to get pregnant.
Yeah, take the contraceptive.
You want to skip over. You ain't got to do that.
True.
That is not something you have to do. So since this is something that you want to do, and then when it happened, you like, oh shit, this ain't what I thought it was gonna be. I don't really need to do this. Then you go take care of it on your own. One, we don't need to know. Hold on. He said, I can't. Let me try it again. I don't want y'all to do no talking tonight.
Oh yeah, I tried to I was having problems with that too, DJ.
Right, let me get a fresh one. Hold on.
It's probably better if you email it to him.
I'm here to tell you, you ain't even got to get pregnant. It ain't
I agree.
Either. It ain't no kind of way complicated. Not none. But you know what I'm saying? We're here trying to cover up your dirt. You're doing dirt. That's what it is. Let's see. Let me know if that worked. I can. Hold on. Oh, get on my nerves. I'm like, look, it don't take all of it. It's extra. Then when you come up,
ain't there like over 30 some odd, 30 some odd contraceptives, birth controls
that you can use. If you let your body run the way it's supposed to, I'm just gonna be real honest with y'all. It's 2:00 in the morning. We all grown. I'm a grown woman. I'm gonna tell y'all what it is. If you let your body run the way it's supposed to, you already know when you ovulating. Go sit down somewhere. Real easy.
I agree.
You know, you feel it. Go sit down somewhere. Don't take all of it. You just don't. So again, like my grandmama always said, you get pregnant because you want to.
Yep.
But since that was what I was trying to do, I haven't been.
I agree with that.
Okay, I put it in the community tab. It's in there. So yeah, we don't have to go through all of that. But again, it's not something you have to do. Then she was talking about on the other end, this $6,000, you're saying child, you're saying the tax credit. Okay, what about people who not having kids? What we get?
They're gonna be in the same predicament.
What we getting?
Nothing.
So why would I vote for you?
Yep.
The other side is telling me, and based on past performance, I'm gonna keep more of my money You talking about giving money to everybody other than except me. So why would I be voting for this? You talking about giving people money that I don't qualify for. You talking about making services that I don't need available. She don't want to talk about nothing else. Oh yeah, and the 25,000 that really ain't gonna equate to 25 grand in your hand, and that's still not gonna make purchasing a house affordable.
And that 25,000 is only for migrants.
This is my right. So my thing is, if you got 3 million, hold on. Hey.
Oh yeah, I finally made it up here.
What's
How y'all
going
doing?
on?
What's good with you?
Man, I'm watching this crazy situation go on.
Because that's what that was. So if there's 15 million homeless people, right? And you say you got a way to build 3,000 homes, 3 million homes, you got 15 million homeless people. That's still not enough to fix the homelessness situation. But if you listen to what she said, she didn't say nothing about fixing the homelessness situation. She said, I'm gonna build 3 million homes for people to buy.
Yeah.
But she didn't mention anything about putting something in place where, you know what I'm saying, corporations can't come in and snap up these homes like they've been doing.
That's true.
Here's
You
my
didn't mention
thing, right?
anything.
Here's my thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how she worried about shortages of home when they literally giving them to the immigrants.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, they in California alone, they just passed a bill where like, you ain't even gotta have nothing, no credit, no nothing, and we'll give you enough money to go purchase a home for $150,000.
Oh, that got vetoed.
Yeah, they ain't having it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and not just
Our
that.
Spencer got passed though due to the Senate in California, but Gavin Newsom vetoed that bill.
Yeah, I'm glad
But
he was a
think
smart man
about
because
that. Think
he's a
about
smart
that.
man.
You getting 150,000 basically rebate on the house.
Yeah,
you don't have to have any. I'm talking about the asylum seekers, the immigrants, migrants, whatever you gonna call them. And so let's say you get 150,000, you're saying rebate on this house, basically. You don't have any credit history, so that's not gonna hold you back. And then it's 6 of y'all putting in on it.
Yep.
You think they're not gonna take advantage of it?
Well, I mean, they've been doing it though. I mean,
Yeah.
the only difference now is that they try to go public with it. But outside of that, they've been doing this for a long time. Like, think about it. They're not really, you an immigrant, you coming over here and you want to start a business. Well, guess what? Walk in there, you ain't really got to earn that. As long as you an immigrant, that's all that matter.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And that's a big thing in Chicago right now. That's why you like think about it. The woman said, "Yo, I worked my ass off to get my credit together, start a
Oh
business,
yeah,
and I
she was
wanted to sell my
crying too.
food
I seen
truck."
The
that.
food truck lady.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, did you? Hey, did you? You're in Chicago, right?
Nah, I'm in Texas right now, but I got
Oh,
family in Chicago.
oh, did you hear
And I
that?
got
Actually, one
family.
of the migrants that basically came like 2 years ago. They got to move into an actual house.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
That shit was crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, this ain't nothing new. Like, this ain't it's everywhere. Everywhere, especially in Denver. My family just left Denver because of the situations going on over there, which is
Oh
now
yeah.
going on in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That like they trying to cover it. This is what I was talking about. And through the I don't know, the fire or TJ, whatever his name is, whether she got no bill or not, them two right there alone has let them people come in.
Yep.
Which is why it's a big issue, because the fact that, what I'm saying, and Trump said it, Venezuela is letting all the prisoners out and they sending them here. And sure enough, they've been trying to cover up the situation This is just not coming out. This been going on for months, damn near a year. You know what I'm saying? Gang members, you know what I'm saying, taking bruh, you think the video, bruh, man, listen. The fact that a gang can come in, steal other people's guns, use them, and y'all know what's going on. Y'all see the
Nothing
videos,
happened.
and then y'all get on on the news and say, "Well, there's nothing going on." It's like, yo, my
He's
niggas is
like,
kicking
God, that's a
doors in with
figment of y'all
AKs.
imagination. I was like, how disrespectful can you get?
Yeah, like this
I
ain't
got pissed
nothing,
off
you
that
know.
host when he did that shit though. Trying to
It's,
basically lie.
but that's been going on for a long time. Like even with this debate, and I just realized like as much as we want Trump to be in office, I don't think he's gonna be in office.
I think he
I
gonna
think
make
it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be Kamala. Only reason I'm saying that because this is about I don't know maybe the third time where he have literally it's been 1 versus 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a one-on-one like it's supposed. It was supposed to be a one-on-one, but somehow, some way, everybody is trying to help this woman who
Yeah,
they
they
know is
lied.
a piece of shit. Even with Biden, same situation. You know what I'm saying? Like let's just keep it. Like look at our economy, bro. I just spent $12 on 2 cartons of eggs.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ridiculous prices,
I
bro.
went to the store. What was that? Thursday. I'm still feeling some kind of way. Them eggs are $5.
I thought I'm not even gonna lie, and I had to apologize. I'm still apologizing for it. But I actually like kind of went off on my wife because I'm like, man, what the hell? Why are you spending so much money on food like that? You know what I'm saying?
It really
And she
cost
was
that
trying to
much.
tell me, and then when I just the other day, because I was get a dozen of eggs. That's what we normally do. I got a big ass village, so a dozen of eggs was $5 or $6.
Yep.
Now it's $20. It's $20.
Yeah, for
That
a big
is
old for 6 dozen.
insane. Huh?
For 6 dozen, right?
Bro, it went from $5 to $20 just for a
Yep.
dozen of eggs. 18 just
Yeah. With
a regular
18,
thing,
yeah.
18
Yeah.
count of
Yeah,
eggs
that was
Hmm.
almost
used to be
$20.
$2. It's
Yeah.
now $6. So it's that it's six. So I was like, oh my God. What are we talking about here?
So I know
You know what I'm saying?
you get the like the 5 or 6 dozen amount, you paying literally like $24. I'm like, God. I remember back in the day that was like under $10 right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, though, the one thing I will give Trump is, even though he was talking his shit, he was still throwing out facts. When they was talking about the fracking situation,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the oil industry, which is the trucking industry and things like that.
Hmm.
Right, trucking industry, the economy is screwed. Like it's to the point where, uh, and I thought it was 30,000 jobs. I had to look it up. It's 53,000 jobs that was lost within a week of Biden and Harris because they shut down the line, which
Yeah.
was the one that they was building in the mountains.
The pipeline.
Hey, there was a lot
Yeah,
of people with that too. A lot of people that Trump was with the opportunity zones. A lot of people was actually getting those for that pipeline. They was starting off with 80,000, and some was making 100,000. But because of a stroke of a pen by Biden, a lot of niggas lost their jobs.
but that was as soon as I'm talking about. It wasn't even a week. It was like maybe a day or two.
Yeah.
The same with the Asian, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because
Like,
he shut that down immediately.
yeah, so it's so much like
Executive order.
if even with the border situation, she brought that she really lost me right here when she said the January 6th was worse than 9/11. That was a done deal. It was over for that.
Yep.
But the other part that why did you why did you call people up to have that bill stop, which he ain't really
He
got no
did.
power over. But even if he did, if I would have said ain't no point even why 1,500. Y'all need 15,000 at this point.
Yep.
So what 1,500 people gonna do at the border? That ain't shit.
Yeah. But the thing was the reason, because I remember watching that on C-SPAN. The reason it got killed is because they had already been arguing about giving more money to the Ukraine and giving, money to Israel. And so on the Republican side, they was like, any mention of giving them money, we not vote for it. So they had 3 or 4 different, bills, because that's what they was like trying to get rid of the Speaker of the House and all that, because they was like, you're not handling this. And so the very last one that everybody thought was gonna go through, because around that time was also talking about shutting down the government because they didn't have an agreement. My sister worked for NASA, so that's the government. That's why I'd be concerned. And so I remember watching that on C-SPAN, and they got to the very last page, and it was talking about $20 billion for Ukraine and Israel. And it was like, hell no, they killed it dead, and that was the end of that.
And they try to blame Trump for that shit.
So we're not doing that.
They do that shit. They do that shit all the time.
On the very last page.
Yeah, they do that shit all the time. Like it amazes me. Like even now, when everybody kept asking about policies, and then she just came out with it just the other day, and then I read it. I'm like, bruh, this is a bunch of bullshit. This is like, like some car salesman type shit. Like what, bro?
It
We've
was
been hearing
copy
these
and
same
paste.
tactics since fucking the 90s. Nigga, like, yo, what are we talking about here?
Hey, you know, it was copy and paste from Biden's policies.
Bro, man, I'm like, yo, what the hell is going on? Like, yo, this is some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The social media situation where she wanna, you know what I'm saying? She wanna hold social media accountable and all this other stuff. And I'm like, how y'all gonna hold social media accountable when y'all niggas
They censor social media?
y'all the first motherfuckers that sat here and put people on a list for telling people what to take so they won't take the shot so they can get better and do it the right way. And y'all banned them. You know what I'm saying? RZA was telling people, you know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, don't do this, that, and the third. Y'all shut that man's shot. Y'all shut his channel down. Things like that. And then 2 years later, come to find out, y'all was shutting people down because y'all didn't want their ass to know the truth about the false things y'all was doing, like telling people, well, these vaccine shots should make you stop. This, that, and the third. And it's all been a lie. The whole 9 yards, but you want to hold social media accountable for actually telling the truth. No, y'all niggas just want to have control over what is said so shit won't be out there anymore. Because people getting tired. Motherfuckers getting tired of lying, man. That's what you're saying right now. People are getting tired of being lied to. People are getting tired of people receiving free benefits and $20,000 in food stamps and $5,000 in food stamp cash, or I just say cash, eat every month. Like, think about that.
Yeah, that was straight cash.
Every month. That's every month.
Yep.
That's in 2 months. You got almost $40,000 or $30-some thousand in food stamps and $10,000 in cash. You get that for free, and we're gonna make sure you live lavish. We're gonna put you in the most expensive hotel, which is like $600 a night.
Right, and let you trash it.
And let you
pay you to clean it up.
And while you coming out this $600 room or a brand new Airbnb, we got veterans out here who literally served in the war and they homeless as hell and they starving for food.
Right.
Y'all didn't even give them their pension or their benefits. Y'all took it away.
Yep.
No, that's insane. Like, no, absolutely not.
Oh yeah, you know the also too, but pretty much they talk about the insulin being $35. They didn't even pass that bill. It was a bill that Trump passed. It just took some time for it to clear.
In the works. But the problem is we're talking about seniors, so we're talking about people that's on Medicare. What about the 26-year-old that's out here with their first job, you know what I'm saying, that was born with diabetes? They're not paying $35 a month.
Yep.
So we talking about that? You talking about, you know what I'm saying, seniors, old people. They done had their life. What about, you know what I'm saying, people out here who working every day that's probably paying $100 for their insulin?
Yeah, let's
But they
not
still
talk
got the
about
student
that.
loans that you said you was gonna get rid of, so they got to pay them too.
Mm,
So again, and then
that
only about, because I remember when I streamed they whole little press conference about, you know what I'm saying, them getting it done, and we went through the 10 drugs that's on the program or whatever. Only 11% of the population has diabetes. And not even, and of that 11% of the population that has diabetes, only about 8% of them actually take insulin on a daily basis. We're
well,
talking about a small fraction of the total population. And then if you drill down to the seniors, it's even worse. So why are we still hollering about the $35?
that's true. I mean, that's just like when the deletion. You know what I'm saying? In the IVF, that was another part where she lost me. I mean, really lost me, because I'm like, every time I hear IVF, I always think of a single mom.
Yep.
What, IVF?
Like IVF, like most of these chicks that's getting IVF, they single mom. They no father involved, none of that.
Well, no, that's artificial. Well, that's going to the sperm bank. That's not really IVF, because you just go to the
Right,
sperm
but
bank.
that's what I'm saying. And she was
And
talking about
you
the
do that at home. Now that IVF is for bitches like Kamala, them career, I want to be a man type bitches that, you know what I'm saying, so sacrifice their womb to try to, you know what I'm saying, be equal to a man, and now the shit don't work because they took their ass to the clinic 4 or 5 times. If we gonna be for real with it, because you
what.
can't go there and do that 4 or 5 times and then think when you ready for it to work, it's gonna work.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier, and I'm like, because she was saying at one point, which we all agree with, you know, the delete. Like, only time I could see a deletion happen is if one is life threatening, because sometimes the egg might get trapped in the fallopian tube,
Well,
or
see, that's called an ectopic pregnancy. You go
you
to the
know what I'm
hospital and
saying?
get that removed. You go to your gynecologist, your OB catch that. They, you know what I'm saying, schedule you for surgery to remove that.
Yeah,
Ain't got
right.
that don't have nothing to do with going to get scraped and get that hose hooked up for you. That's different.
But that's what I was saying. Like that a life threatening situation. Like let's see, like the walls is thin, and the what's it, the placenta burst or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and you got to
Yeah,
choose.
that's preeclampsia.
You,
Yeah,
you,
at that
you know
point,
what I'm saying?
you pregnant.
Yeah,
You
or
pregnant.
like we y'all know that something is actually wrong with the child. I could see that,
Mm-hmm.
or like a grape situation, or
Mm-hmm.
a incest situation.
Oh, so
I,
the three exceptions, pretty much.
yeah,
Well, no,
that's
hang
it.
on, because if, like I said, if you pregnant and if something happened and you feel it all of it, you're not going to have an abortion. You're going to have that fetus removed. That ain't an abortion. That ain't coded as an abortion. That ain't counted as no abortion. So I don't know why they're trying to throw that into, because that ain't what that is. And I hook you up to no home.
Right,
And most of the time, depending on how far along you are, they will induce you and you will actually give birth to that child. It just won't be alive.
right,
That's
but
usually what happened to you to make sure that everything continue to work the way it's supposed to. So I don't know
right,
why they're trying to throw that in there. And then as far as the incest and the grape, that is less than 1%. That is less than 1% of you know what I'm saying,
yeah, I know,
conceptions.
I
And
know.
then
I know those
98% of
situations.
those women who conceived in that manner, they had them babies.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? But she didn't talk about the fact that, and I wish Trump would have said that. So what about the part where people out here getting these deletions like they plan B, like they taking
That part.
pills? Had he said that, she would have shut the hell up.
But my thing
That
is,
would have. What about that part? Because that was the main issue. Oh well, what about the? That was the issue that everybody, that a lot of people try to avoid, which is the reality, is that nobody's being responsible, and that people feel so comfortable, or a lot of, I ain't gonna say a lot of people. I'm gonna say a lot of people feel so comfortable to the point where they up here just getting pregnant, popping pills, or if the pill don't work, then they're just getting a deletion, and then
yeah,
they wonder, like you said, wonder why they can't have kids. Because when they actually do meet somebody that actually want to work with them, you can't have kids.
Yep.
Well, they actually said at the DNC we should be able to do whatever we want to do. They said that.
And that was probably the most ignorant thing they could say.
They was like, we should be able to do whatever we want to do and have that available. They said it out their own mouth.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this:
let me
it's
thank
pretty much
TJ for
ungodly.
the 5 memberships. I truly appreciate that, and you do know you got one of them 5 memberships, right? So I see you in the members only live stream this weekend. It's gonna be tight. But yeah, no, they said we should be able to do whatever we want to do, and let that be that. So you want to promote being irresponsible and ended up in situations where you can't be the one getting violated and great. Because I'm fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's 2:00 in the morning. Great is it is not what it used to be back in the day where you could just be walking down the street minding your own business and somebody drag you off somewhere. Nowadays I'm gonna go to the party and I'm gonna take these, you know what I'm saying, these roofies and get drunk and I'm gonna go back to your room with you and I've known you for 10 minutes and we do what we do and now I feel bad about it and now I'm gonna call it great. It's bullshit. Well, I'm gonna show up to the party naked and then when somebody drag me, well, I go in the bathroom with you. Now I've been violated. No. That's the whole definition has changed.
So
it's gone from it truly was something horrible that you didn't have no control over to now damn near 95% of the time you can avoid it.
So I used to go to college, but see, I used to go to college and we had this dude named Mike. He was like the older brother.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I was in high school, but I used to go to frat parties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this dude named Mike, he was I watched this dude smash 5 chicks in one night. I watched this man smash 5 different women in one night. And I was just sitting there to myself like, damn.
Old Pookie right there. He was stroking for free right there.
We can't even call him Pookie because it was willing participants.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
He didn't promise them nothing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was almost like they was lined up. They were just waiting for their turn.
Mm-hmm.
No,
they're waiting to get flipped. Oh hell!
That's what I'm saying. A lot of these situations that's going on is voluntary. Like
they are.
Like these deletions, they not them 3 situations. A lot of them is unprotected. Like the dude with that's on the radar now. Shit, I got an STD. I don't care, and I'm gonna prove it. They still gonna smash you, and sure enough, and sure enough, he out there pulling. I'm talking about just met a chick, kissing her all on her lips and everything.
Hey, Carpanius, how you doing? Yeah, okay. So I mean, it's real because one of my sisters, did she meet her? College. She was her roommate her junior year, but they had been friends before that. She actually lived in the next neighborhood over from her. So my sister used to ride, you know what I'm saying, back and forth, you know what I'm saying, from college when I couldn't come get her. This chick to date, I know, has had 8.
8 abortions?
She can't even have another one in the state of North Carolina. You can
wait. How many?
8.
8 what?
Abortion.
God damn, that is too many.
She can't have no more.
She was doing so much. She had one. She was messing with this married dude. She had one. I think at that point that was like her 4th. She had that one, and less than 5 weeks later, damn it, she was pregnant again, going back.
God damn.
Man, listen. And
that's immaturity at its highest level.
But that's what I'm saying.
And then
that's crazy.
yeah, you only have 6. And then she what was that? I don't know if you look.
Damn, she had
was
8.
by the
Hold
same
on,
dude, but hell,
but there's women that have more than that. Think
yeah,
about it. Yeah, I mean, there's women that have way more than that.
you're right. Because I mean, some states don't have limits. We do. You're saying here in North Carolina, but like these chicks. So that's one friend. Then she had a friend of hers. She's had 4, and now she trying to get pregnant by her boyfriend, and it ain't working. And this chick done tried to off herself, so we all up sitting with her up in the middle of the night trying to help her get her mind right. I'm like, look, I can't be up in here with y'all all night with this because
Nah, why ain't nobody telling the truth? Because I was like,
well, it's
listen.
the thing. I didn't know all of this till I got there. Because I was actually visiting my sister, and you know what I'm saying, the friend that she know the girl through, she came up. So like we all was supposed to hang, you know what I'm saying, for the weekend or whatever. And then the friend gets the call from the chick, and then so we all, you know what I'm saying, go over there because I'm like, I'm the oldest. I'm like, I can't have y'all out here in the streets in the middle of the night. Plus, I'm the only one got some firepower that's legal. So we gotta roll. We get over here, and I'm like, so yo, what's the background? What's the story? So you know what I'm saying, my sister friend started giving me the rundown. I'm like, I'm not staying up here for this. I'm like, what did you think was gonna happen? You essentially had a hanger up in your twat with a spoon on it, doing this number right here, scraping all around, and then they literally hooked you up to a hose. You did that 4 times, and you think it's gonna work right? What we doing? And it's your boyfriend. Yeah, you ain't neither one. Ain't nobody in here said nothing about y'all getting married. I can't be here all night for this. I gotta go 4 times, and you think it's gonna work right?
Yeah, that's why I was
like, you doing good to have a cycle. If we gonna be for real with it, you doing good. So you might want to do that. Get harvest some eggs if you can, and pay somebody to do this for you.
Yeah, that's crazy. 4 times.
I mean, like they be going like. But my thing is that's psychological trauma. Like I went with a friend of mine in college. Just being in the room, I wasn't right no more. I said, somebody have to pray. I need some oil. I need some water. I was like, Lord, forgive me. I literally, you do not want to see that. It is awful. And they go in there and do that and come out like ain't nothing happened. That ain't no way. That
not normal.
Like I be traumatized when I go for my yearly checkup.
God damn.
And I know what's gonna happen when I get in there. Yo, like literally, it'd be like the next day before I have myself together. It is something about folks digging around in your womb listen, I'm telling you, it be the next day before I be about to get and I know what's gonna happen when I get in there. And it ain't like it ain't like my doctor's a woman. So, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like, you know what I'm saying? It's these big Superman hands going all up, filling all around. It ain't that. But it's just the fact that it ain't really supposed to be happening. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I feel you, but it's just like I'm just sitting here like I'm just glad I'm not a woman. I just want to put it out there.
In this hose, and you come out like ain't nothing happening. No.
Yeah,
my spouse told me about things like that, so it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked to Freezy about that. I'm like, think about it. Like, how do we have classes? We have pictures and videos of STDs, what they look like, waffle, all that good shit.
Yeah, did you see
they
that?
teach these things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All of that. We got all of that, but we have not one of us ever seen one of them surgeries for the deletions. Not one.
And you don't want to. You
obviously, and I was like, think about it. Obviously, they show all the other stuff, which is gruesome as hell too, but they won't show this one. Why? Why? But they remember they used. I don't even know if they still do it now, but used to be able to cut open a frog and a pig and all the good shit.
Yeah,
and
you
so we can do all that, but we can't even show what a deletion look like because I have an understanding. They know when people actually see, because they show when a
What
slave
is
getting
you
their ass
doing?
whipped and hung and set on fire and graped in front of the whole class. So if there was a show, baby deletions, what it really looked like, I can promise you, motherfuckers will actually start being more responsible. Because like, especially the fact that Kamala, of course, 7, 8, 9 months to that point, again a child deletion. That's
Mm-hmm.
insane. Like 5 or 6 months is crazy as hell too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But a fully, living, from what I hear, now is once you deliver that child, it's like a gun where it's supposed to, you know, pull the child out and in the back of the head, and if the child's still alive, then they'll suffocate the baby. You know what I'm saying?
Or worse, because what they try to do, like when you that far along, when you're saying they got like real limbs and all that kind of stuff, they try to, puncture, the the brain or the heart or whatever while it's
Yeah.
in there, and then kind of force your wound to contract it out. So you sleep for all of this, but hell no.
That's terrible.
But no, but that's the one. That's one. But the other one is they puncture the head, or they limb by limb.
Yeah,
Limb
that's
by
wrong.
limb.
Hey Blaze, thank you for the memberships.
Hey,
I appreciate you. Enjoy the free play game. Leave some comments if you feel like it. I appreciate you, and I'll see you when you stop back through. Yeah, that I've seen that too. That yeah, nah. And what was the dude in Philadelphia that was doing that, and then he was turning around and selling the organs.
Oh man, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
That's
yeah,
all bad.
That's
yeah. He ain't never
crazy.
getting out. They prosecuted him. He ain't never getting out.
I mean, hell, you should be. I would be the same type of death you was doing, the same type of death you shall receive.
And he wasn't even a doctor. He was a paramedic that got fired for something, and somewhere along the way he picked up the skill of getting on the baby deletion train, and these broads was showing up paying him.
That's still crazy. And I mean, Trump was right about this. There is 6 states that actually do after after baby's born, and if you don't want
Colorado's
it,
one of
they'll
them.
kill it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Colorado's one of them.
yeah.
They do up to
I
18 months.
don't
That's some cold game.
understand it. I don't understand it, because again, that's not an abortion. That's we just gonna unalive this child. I don't understand how you go through 9 months and labor and be on one side of the room watching this baby die when it don't have to, because you don't want to be
Yep.
bothered. Somebody knew he was pregnant. So what we doing?
It's like, I mean, if you don't want the child, why don't you just put it through adoption? Like, for real.
Because somebody always know. They be thinking don't nobody know, and then I don't want this kid coming back looking for me later on. So first, somebody already knew you was pregnant anyway.
Listen, if you're not gonna be responsible, don't even have no kids. Just go chop your nuts off, get your fallopian tube removed, and just call it a day.
Oh, you can't.
Because
In
at this point,
most states, you can't do that unless you had at least 2 kids.
oh yeah, I mean I get that point, but I'm just saying, like,
And you could get them tied, but you really can't get them snatched out.
or you can get them tied.
That takes a lot of work.
You know what I'm saying? But at this point, it's like, you either delete the child or you leave the child alive and then put them in his system, where, truth be told, the system really don't give a fuck about these kids. There's only a very small percentage of these folks that's actually trying to adopt, which me and the wife, we're trying to do that now, but it's like you go to most of these homes with these adopted kids, they don't give a fuck. The only thing they care about is if they getting paid for each kid that's there.
Exactly.
So, like, and then think about it. Even when my best friend, he was adopted, and good thing he got adopted by a good one. But my other friend, he was also adopted, but they put him out when he turned 18. That last check
Yeah,
came, adios. That was
exactly.
before graduation. So, and now he on drugs. Well, he was on drugs. Now he better, but he was on drugs. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you out there on your own. I left, man. It's wild. So I wouldn't even. That's what I'm saying. If you're not even gonna be fully responsible for your kid and raise your children to be grown adults and not grown children, don't have them. If you're not on that level, don't have them, because we're seeing the result of this. We're seeing the result. You got some moms out here going to Sexy Red concerts with their baby in their arms and shit.
Yeah.
I have seen that.
Well, hell, she was performing at the concert pregnant herself, twerking all on the nasty ground. I was like,
My question was like,
the whole experience of pregnancy has lost all sacredness. Like it in this day and age, being pregnant ain't shit.
yeah, I'm sorry. When you can make a video after you just had a baby,
Sing the song
or a
"Free
baby
My
in the
Ninja."
video, yeah, I'm good on that. If you a woman who can make music that ain't shit, but then you don't want your kids to be in it, or don't want your kids to do the same thing, you being a hoe, and you putting shit out for everybody else's kids to be hoes, but yours can't, bruh.
Right.
Nah, absolutely not, bro. That's all I'm like.
Yeah, you gotta love hypocrisy. You got to love it.
I agree with that 100%.
Man, it's crazy.
It is pathetic. But another aspect of it that actually perpetuates it and keep it going is these punk ass men that think this shit cute. The supporters.
Yeah.
The fastest way to get women in check is to not pay them no attention. I'm a woman. I'm telling y'all what I know.
Oh, trust me. I'm trying.
Listen.
I've been teaching my sons that. Don't focus.
Zero support.
Stay on your purpose. Don't let these
See what happens.
females crying, talking about you work too much. Guess what? Keep working. That's a tactic.
Yep.
Keep working. Stay on your purpose. You'll find, listen, she leave, you might be sad too. That's cool and all right? But there's gonna be
There's
a
the
woman
right
who's
man
gonna
for you.
appreciate you working hard for the family, and she have an understanding of you handling your business, you putting your whole mental state and body on the line so they can have a peaceful life. There's gonna be a woman that's gonna appreciate that. But
Exactly. And make sure you know the difference, because some of us will act like we appreciate it, what I'm saying, as long as we getting it, and then the first time we don't get all what we supposed to, that's when the true color starts showing.
Yeah.
Some of y'all be finding that out the hard way. But that's what it is. But you see, we got a super chat. Rough Hands Podcast. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So I can't stand the Democrats right now. They rely on the black vote but never deliver. My biggest issue is the immigrants. Keep cooking. We'll do.
That's
The
a
thing
fact.
is, they don't have to deliver because we ain't asking for nothing.
I mean, if it would be different if they was actually taking care of the people in the country, or we went back to what 4 years ago, where when Trump was in office and everybody was eating.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody was eating. Everything seemed to be coming back. Gas prices was dropping down. You know
House
what I'm
rate was
saying?
down to 2%, 2.3%.
One more
And
time. One more time.
and the jobs, more jobs was created, and it was like some good. Like it was solid. It was solid. I ain't even gonna front. It was solid, and that was the worst time. Like that was during like while people was getting sick and COVID, but people was eating.
Right, but that was at the end. I have to say, like, I mean, the whole pandemic and quarantine and all of that.
Yeah,
it really didn't bother me because I guess because I've been a person like I ain't never been afraid to be by myself. So, like literally, my dad, like that October before the pandemic, was diagnosed with prostate cancer. So he had surgery that December to have his prostate removed. So he stayed with me until like the end of January. No, it was February. He had been gone like a week before we got sent home and then had to start quarantining. So
damn.
Yeah. So prior to that, I had been, by myself for years after my mom got sick. So I know he was good. He went home, to check on my grandma. She, had some issues and stuff going on. So I knew he was good. I mean, I was here. It really didn't stop me from doing anything. I did more traveling during the so-called pandemic. Y'all, it was crazy. But people going crazy and crying and I don't want to be here and I just didn't have a problem.
It was a reality
I
check.
went where I wanted to go. If I needed to go to the store, I went to the store because like where I am, we actually had at one point it got kind of bad. We actually had curfew, so it went in stages. So like at 7 o'clock each night, you had to like be out the streets, like be in the store. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that. If you went in the hospital, you need to be at home. So once you were at home, like you could be like in your front yard, that kind of stuff, till like like in your neighborhood until like 9. And then from like 9 to 10, you could be like on your front porch and all of that. But 10 o'clock, you had to be in the house. If you wasn't in the house, you was gonna find yourself in jail. But that's there. But I mean, I talked to who I wanted to talk to. I pretty much did what I wanted to do. I know if I need to go to the store, I went to the store, in our, times we could be out. People wasn't in there, at least the ones I went to, wasn't in there fighting for toilet paper and all that kind of stuff. If they was, I wasn't over there with them because I already had toilet paper. I already knew how to make hand sanitizer,
Speak up on me.
rubber alcohol, like all that kind of, like I just didn't have any problems. So I was in here minding my business, enjoying solitude. Like it was cool. It was time to travel when them $50 round trip tickets started showing up in my email. I was out. Bye. All they had and kept it moving. I just didn't have no problems. They had money in my pocket.
I'm gonna be honest with you. On Trump, I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. Have Trump said y'all better give these people some money so they can be all right? Well, I'm trying to say it would have been bad. That's the only reason they even got that damn them damn PPP the stimulus checks. That was actually the Biden, but them stimulus checks is had that not happened, hooey.
Yeah, it'd have been something different.
Yep.
It should have been a reality check, but
and this is the thing though. Like my stuff, you'll see, because like the last 5 years of Obama's presidency, I was either completely unemployed or I was working temp assignments. Like within 6 months of Trump taking office, I had a regular full-time job, benefits, the whole 9. So by the time the pandemic so-called rolled around, I mean I was good. All bills was paid. So them stimulus checks, I literally put them in my savings account and literally forgot about them until I started feeling the crunch from Biden and his bullshit. That is when I started spending my stimulus checks. All them checks still in there. My mama's stimulus checks, I put in her savings account. Actually we had to use that to bury her. He wasn't spending stimulus checks. My sister, she made too much, so she didn't get any stimulus checks. But yeah, I didn't spend mine until Joe started messing up the economy, and the ones my mom got, we used them to bury her.
Yeah, I was surprised I was surprised I even got one. So I went on ahead and took that. I took the family out. Said, fuck it. I'm going to enjoy it.
Exactly.
Yep.
And supposedly, Biden didn't want to take credit for giving the checks, but then turned around and said giving the checks is what messed up the economy. I need y'all to make up your mind.
No, it was not. It was government spending
I need
messed
y'all
up
to make
the
up y'all
economy.
mind. Which was it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. $200 billion in a country where we shouldn't even be over there in the first fucking place. 200 billion. So we spent more money or gave more money. I ain't gonna say spent. We gave more money than the money that we brought in, which is
Yep.
why inflation is so bad right
Well,
now.
first of all,
So,
we gave them more money than what we spent on their stimulus checks.
but
Yep.
200 billion.
But this is the thing, though. This is my thing. Why would you give them that kind of money to try to fight Russia when you turned around and gave Russia their biggest arms dealer back for Brittany Griner's ass?
That's true.
Listen,
How
Russia
the hell
playing.
was they gonna stop? It was never gonna stop Russia. So that, well, and then why are you sending money to a country that's on fire?
Yeah,
Every time I turned
Russia.
around, they was showing videos of shit was on fire. What you sending the money for? Who getting the money? Cause ain't nobody there. Everybody left.
Yeah, Russia playing the long game. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
Yeah,
saying, Putin was like, look, I'm finna stop bankrupting folks. What we doing? Because I'm still gonna take over, but I'm gonna bankrupt some folks along
I
the
mean, I
last
know
time.
the main reason why Russia even invaded Ukraine. Basically, for the longest time, Russia kept on telling Ukraine just to stop, and Ukraine was not listening. But really, the main thing was when basically that Iraq, when pretty much it made Biden look hella soft. Russia just like, America's soft. I'm going to just. That's when they did the invasion, like the day after. So
Nah,
thanks,
you talking
Biden.
about when they left yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That was, I think that was the starting point,
Yeah,
and I think that was our biggest when countries saw because this happened. I think again right after when countries saw American people
take the biggest
running
L.
onto planes, hanging on airplane legs and shit like that to leave a different country, and you leave $750 million, probably almost $1 billion worth of weaponry.
Mm-hmm.
Like you ran and retreated.
Mm-hmm.
That was the
Yep.
sign for other countries saying, "Yeah, America has finally weakened.
Yeah,
We got to take
this
this
our
shit over.
time.
Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
that time." And that's pretty much it. And then now we in another country, and we know had America not gave no money, send any type of weaponry, because that's the only reason they living right now
For
is
real,
because of the weaponry.
what's left of us.
If they would have, if that, you know what I'm saying, if that war would have never even happened. It wouldn't even lasted.
But dude, Trump said that he was like, look, because I mean, if we gonna be, there was no situations when he was president. There was no situations. He was like, NATO, I'm not footing the bill for all this foolishness. So y'all somebody need to come to some kind of agreement. We ain't paying for all of this. And we was good. But again, I don't care how much money you sent over there. They was never gonna fight on Russia successfully. Not never.
That was a ploy.
That was dumb.
Trump let
Never.
that shit happen to another country where they went to
I mean,
war.
but think about it. In the history of war, who in the hell has the Ukraine taken down?
Nobody.
Who? And then I got another question because I don't remember Ukraine taking down nobody either. And also, what country has come over here to the United States and taken over?
Nah, none yet. They about to
Okay,
though.
so
Oh no, they about
okay,
to. Trust me. They
so
they
with
they they about to.
all of that, what is all of this? You know what I'm saying? In the fighting for the freedom and we ain't nobody come over here.
Listen, that shit is about that. I guarantee if she gets in office, that is going to happen. I
But
promise.
this is not, yeah,
That's going to
it
happen.
will because uh leaders of other countries don't deal with women. They ain't dealing with
That's
no women.
true.
What women y'all are they dealing with? That's why England don't be with Queen Elizabeth wouldn't get caught up in no shit because she already knew when nobody finna be talking to her about nothing.
Yeah.
They was gonna be looking right over her, be like, "Oh, we can talk to your husband real quick, but he ain't got no power." So, yeah, she had an assistant on. Let me just stay out of everything because I'm not gonna get any respect. But even if you go back and look at the video footage of the different times this chick actually did talk to somebody, from other countries, they had that shaking their hand and wasn't really talking to her. That's why she couldn't get nothing done.
I agree with that.
Because ain't nobody talking to her. So how you gonna lead us somewhere and you can't even get people to pick up the phone when you call?
I'm saying, yeah. If
I'm just saying
anything,
because if y'all just think back to all of the major stuff that has gone on here in America, and if something has happened in other countries and your people that been held captive and held prison, all that kind of stuff, who got to go? Who go over there and get them from America? Who go get them? Bill Clinton always got to go get somebody. He go get everybody.
Yeah, our power grid is absolutely vulnerable.
Yeah,
which is why
they got to go
Texas.
call Bill. They done pissed him off. So that's why the one's still over there. But somebody need to hurry up. Because again, that was another question she couldn't answer. Why can't she go get them people?
Yeah,
which is not answer that.
Which is why Texas is its own power grid like Oklahoma. Everybody else is screwed because everybody else got damn near the same.
We already seen what's going on with them power grids when they froze over down there in Texas. Yeah, no, we.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying? Like
that wasn't even that long ago, was it?
No, the storm. Yeah, the storm. It was because people was trying to blackmail. Yeah, a lot of diabolical shit. The power company.
Because then who was that? Was that the mayor? Who was that jumped on the flight and left?
Who?
What was that with when the was that Ted?
Oh, the ambassador?
Damn, somebody was it the ambassador?
Yeah, it was the ambassador.
Yeah,
talking about where?
Yeah, I got to go. I don't really got to be here. We gonna go to the Caribbean.
Oh, that was Ted. You talking about the one that fled the state?
Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be out." Y'all
that was Ted Cruz.
Oh yeah, Ted Cruz. Yep.
That was Ted Cruz.
Like, y'all call me. Y'all get it worked out.
Yeah, he caught a flight. He knew exactly what was about.
He knew. Hell no.
He knew, and he caught a flight.
This is what they do.
And then he handled business somewhere else instead of being in Texas. And I'm like,
it was in the Caribbean. Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, I can't be set up. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this with y'all."
After once it once it was like basically over, that's when you end up handling business.
Yeah, when he came back.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
He supposed to be there when that happened though. That was the thing. I'm like, there's certain things I don't like about Ted Cruz, but I mean, there's certain things I do like about him because he does when he finds out some dirt that I guess a crooked politician or something corrupted. He basically go on detective mode, ask them crazy questions.
Nah, he that's a cover up. Let me go ahead and do that bullshit so I can keep on doing my bullshit. So I'm gonna expose you. And that's exactly why he lost his position. Because of that situation where Houston was froze up.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't do a damn thing. Was insane, which is the same thing they tried again.
Like down there in Houston, we TJ, we might
yeah, he left. I was surprised when he did that.
Yeah.
I forgot shit. Yeah, froze up 2 years ago. Then the hurricane just came through there. We might not need to be down there. We might need to see if we can get this thing moved somewhere else.
Well, no, it was the same bullshit they tried. Like people was like, man, what the hell is going on? Why the electric ain't back on? Come to find out, the people that was actually like the electric company, they was trying to bribe these motherfuckers. So they said, yo, you got to pay us this certain amount of money, and you got to pay us this certain amount of money for us to turn the people's power on, or we not gonna do it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so that situation happened. They was like, man, fuck you. Governor Abbott, whatever you want to call his name.
Yeah.
And that motherfucker rolled his ass down there in the wheelchair, motherfucker, and motherfucker Woosah that nigga right up on that bitch. Turn
Listen.
this shit on, nigga.
Abbott don't care. He like, listen, this is what we gonna do. People's like, look, we not a sanctuary. I love him. He's like, we are not a sanctuary state. These folks cannot stay here. Y'all said y'all was gonna take them. Y'all got the money. They on their way. He be shipping their ass out. I be in here.
Yep.
No, he don't care. You got to go.
Through the fire. Yeah. I mean, listen. Trump had a right to do that though, because Ted Cruz all keep talking about how his wife is ugly and the whole 9 yards. He just did that a moment ago.
Well, you talking about Melania?
Yeah, he said his wife.
Okay,
he said it on national TV.
Leave Melania alone, cause now she
Ted
ain't.
You know what I'm saying?
ugly as hell.
So yeah, I would. You think you gonna disrespect my wife? Yeah, so you think you gonna disrespect my wife? I got you. I'm gonna make sure I disrespect you in front of your wife, nigga. You ain't gonna.
Child, let me see what his wife looked like. Cause now I'm nosy. I don't remember.
His wife is ugly.
Listen, it ugly or not, you ain't gonna disrespect my wife in front of me. You think you gonna go unscathed?
His wife
my
look like a
nigga.
female Freddy Krueger for real.
Listen, if I get my ass whooped, all right, fine. I'm gonna get my ass whooped, but I'm gonna let niggas know, hey, you ain't gonna disrespect my
Old
wife.
and decrepit.
She got a mean case of rosacea. She need to get that looked at. She got a few dollars. Now I mean, I'm saying y'all got a few dollars, ma'am. You ain't got. You might need to call Melania and see. I mean, like for real, like this one picture I just saw, where like this whole side is like mad red. That's that rosacea. You know they had it.
Yeah, Ted Cruz.
Yeah, she might need to call Melania and see who she go see and get that worked out. But,
yeah, that's
Melania didn't. Well, when she agreed to marry Trump, she ain't signed up for none of this.
Yeah,
She ain't signed up for that. She's like, I'm just trying to spend your money and be in the background, way in the background. You got me up on her first lady time. Yeah, you got to pay. So yeah, I'm not. We can't talk about Melania.
If anything for certain, and I pray to God, because I think I ain't even gonna say pray to God, because I see it all over right now. They recognized and they saw with their own eyes. Trump was getting jumped. I don't want to hear nothing about nobody sitting there saying, "Well, it was unfair. It was fair," and she didn't answer questions. Nah, my nigga. Everybody know, including the newspaper, they said it. Well, that was the first day. Well, it was 3 versus 1, but you know what I'm saying. It's like, come on, we saw it. We saw it in real time.
I mean, he said it from jump. He was like, I know I ain't finna get a fair shake, so I'm gonna just, do what it is I do, because I know I'm not gonna get a fair shake. He said that. And I mean, we could tell, because it was a couple, what was going on? Right after the assassination attempt, when different pieces of information stuff was coming out and I would do live streams, them fuckers was flagging. Because it was one straight who was like, yeah, that ain't what happened. That ain't what happened. This is what was said. And they was trying to copyright streams and shit. I'm like, y'all suckers. But yeah, they're not real. Because I knew Lindsay was gonna, she pretty much, stick to what's going on. And I do like how she got in Kamala's ass about her with that flip-flopping with the insurance. You some of the black woman had an attitude the entire time. So when he got a fair shake, he agreed to this debate with no he did. He got, see, a lot of these rules was saying from when he was the 3 debates he was supposed to have with Joe. So he agreed to all the rules. He didn't come up with none of them, but he agreed to them. I personally just don't like no audience.
I didn't like that. I mean, I didn't mind the audience.
You seriously sanitizing what this is supposed to be, because normally when you have an audience, it's a section of the debate that is earmarked for people in the audience to ask questions.
True.
We haven't had any. We usually have 2 or 3 town halls. We ain't had not near town hall, and it's the middle of September.
Well, that's true. I can see it. I understand that nigga had no fair shake through the fire. He didn't have a fair shake. Even though he agreed to it in the whole 9 yards, I ain't talking about that part. I'm talking about the woman who was doing what she was doing with the and NBC too. They knew what the hell they was doing. Every time he was trying to answer the questions.
NBC is a fool because that was that bitch Kristen Welker. I'm glad we ain't have to be bothered with her.
Yeah, she was like, you know what I'm saying? Trying to give a one up and help out and all that. Like, we watched that, bro. There ain't nothing anybody can sit here and say, well, it was fair. It wasn't. And
I
everybody
agree with
saw
that. It
it.
was not fair at all.
Everybody saw it in real time. When he was saying what he was saying, she kept interrupting, which he hit her with the reversal call. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Wait a minute now. I'm just saying, you know, like, we saw it in real time. Everybody saw it.
And after the host kept on cutting off Trump too, I'm like, that didn't make no damn sense. If you supposed to have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then
So
one of the questions, they was gonna skip over his whole opportunity to rebut altogether. He was like, "Nah, hold up." David was like, "I mean, damn, he ain't gonna let it ride, so we gotta let him talk." He was like, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna take this time." And he took the whole 2 minutes.
No, the favorite was, well, we got a lot more questions to ask. We'll be right back. Like, nigga, what?
I mean, they didn't ask, but like I said, I wrote down each one. They didn't ask but 11, and hell, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the damn questions Kamala didn't even answer.
Especially when they asked her if she was
very
black.
first question was about the economy. She did not answer that.
My favorite one. So, Trump, how do you feel? She said she black. She could be whatever she want to be. I really don't care.
For real. Y'all said she was black. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it a buck.
It don't matter to me.
You know what I'm saying?
He addressed that when he was at the National Black Journalist. He addressed that then. He was like, "Look, y'all came out and said she was, you know what I'm saying, Asian and Indian. Now she black." He was like, "Hell, I didn't know till y'all told me she was black." I mean, he was like, "Yeah, she is and she ain't." But again, if she had been there, like she had agreed to be there, and then flipped the script later on, because he said, those of y'all who didn't watch it on this channel on the restream, it is all there. I got it all. He said that when the invitation was initially, you know what I'm saying, extended, it was supposed to be the two of them, and it was gonna be virtual. Then he said, like a week before, they contacted him and was like, we don't want to do it virtual. We want to do it in person. Then he said, all right, cool, I can make that work. Then he said 2 days before it actually happened, that's when they let him know that Kamala wasn't even coming.
Yeah, see, that's
but
what I'm saying.
he said, but now she's supposed to be the black one. Now she's black.
Still haven't answered the question.
She did not answer the question. That's
that right there that would have probably been after she said that 9/11 situation. That was already fucked up. But that right there, has she answered the question straightforward instead of ducking the dot? Because she started, yeah, I'm just saying, you know, all of that chirping, and you see Trump's look at his face.
My thing is this right here, don't matter. Just you already said what you are. Keep saying it.
Trump sat there and was making those faces, and he knew, he was like, she ain't gonna tell the truth. I got her now. I'm waiting for her to answer. Let's see if she answered it. She ain't answered. It was pretty much over. God,
in the pre-recorded CNN interview, when Dana Bash asked her, she was like, I mean, you know, what do you think about, you know, saying him claiming he didn't know you was black, and she was like, I mean, it's the same old playbook. Next question. She didn't answer any. She was like, I mean, are you black? And she was like, next question. She is not gonna tell y'all she ain't black till this over with.
But see, people think it's a small thing, like it don't matter. Yeah, dude. Because if somebody was to sit there and say, like, other cultures don't play that shit. They like, yo,
right.
you claim something, you better make sure you represent it well.
No,
damn right.
If they would have asked her, are you native? She would have been like,
do
yeah.
it like they did Katanji. and hit her with the "What's a woman?"
Man, listen.
And she didn't want to answer that question.
If that's what I'm saying, like if they would have asked her, "Are you Native?" and she would have never answered that question, she would have just been like, "Same old tired tactics, yada yada." Man, them Native folks would have gotten her ass. If they were the white folks too, especially the small hats, them folks would have really gotten her ass. So you're not claiming us now all of a sudden, huh? Okay. Oh, so you are claiming us, but you because even if she would have said, "Yo, I am a small hat," and then
because she is,
and then she keep denying it or not even answering the question, not having that shit. Asian folks, they not having that
yeah, they
shit.
don't play them type of games.
Yeah, they not playing that.
Asians and Indians have already written her off.
Yeah, they not playing that shit. They gonna dismiss your ass immediately as soon as you do some ignorant shit like that. So
that's why she gonna get this money to Israel, because you know what I'm saying, them her people now. Well, she need to be offering up with some advice.
right, you gonna keep claiming something that you know you're not. That's insane. That's the part that's people keep trying to make it seem like it's small when it's not. You gonna claim something you not. Now you flip flopping.
True.
You causing problems.
No, because she gonna come out and be like, "I never told y'all that I was." Watch what I tell you.
And that's going to be the biggest laugh and biggest slap in people's faces because they really believe that she's black.
Right.
And I've been telling people for the longest she's not black at all. And like even when she first came out, she was basically mentioning she was Indian or South Asian American. Where the hell black come from?
Nowhere.
Then when her dad basically popped out a few days ago, he reiterated that she's not black, and they basically had to fall out because he ended up saying this too. He's voting for Trump. He ain't voting for his accommodated dollar for shit. Start busting out laughing.
How your daddy break out when I ain't right? Well, Walt's whole family, y'all saw that picture they posed for. That was like, yeah, nah, you don't do him. Like, how your whole family, your sister, like everybody up there, grandmama, all of them, like, yeah, nah, we ain't finna do that.
Like that was the biggest laugh of all time, right there.
That was crazy. Then he tried to come out and talk about some that picture. That wasn't a real picture. That was AI. I don't know, bro. His brother. That they interview, I saw seeing. He was like, "Ain't no AI in there." No. He was like, "I don't rock that."
Oh, there's an echo. But yeah, this was a it showed something that no matter what, they gonna make sure Kamala win.
I don't think so. I think they used up all their chips getting Joe over the finish line.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think they got no more chips.
I don't know.
Because keep in mind, it took them 5 days to get to cook that up and get it done. They done used all their chips.
Yeah.
I don't think they have no more, especially since they couldn't get because you're saying it was Georgia and Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, she done shot herself in the foot with that fracking nonsense. They not trying to hear nothing from her. In Georgia, if they had that kind of juice, they could have got Stacey over the finish line. They couldn't do it. They done used up all their chips.
Yeah, well, that's true. I ain't even gonna front that. Like I'm only thinking like and you gotta think all that shit that they was and he pointed. I'm glad he said it. Y'all need like all these indictments and stuff like that. Y'all do realize this is them, right? Like the Fannie Willis situation, which even now there's more information coming out about that crazy ass situation.
Yeah,
so
I streamed that the other day.
She was dirty as hell. But yeah, that woman was like. Now I'm starting to think like, are all these people like this? Like when they get up there in status, like they really just like do things like I want to hope that people actually like doing their job and care. But I mean, come on now, like you creeping with a married man, and then now your daughter got a DUI at the same time, but you covered it up.
You ain't seeing no more with you. I did a whole video on that.
That
Wait,
was
whoa, whoa,
funny as
whoa,
hell.
what?
Yo,
Say that again.
Yeah, she brought
you didn't see
Nathan
that?
Wade with her
Oh, please
and
go back.
said that he's a friend.
Yeah, please pull it up, Trucker. Yeah, it's on the channel. Pull it up. Yeah. So first of all, the daughter first, and then keep in mind, Eric, the other chick that was in the car with her, that was Fanny's daughter too. So them was her two daughters up in the car.
Damn.
Yes, go back and watch it.
Damn.
Both of her daughters. One daughter, they get pulled over because she was on the phone driving. So apparently in Georgia, you ain't supposed to have the phone in your hand while you driving.
Yeah,
Car the car registration was bad, and her license was suspended.
Well, no, the registration was fine. Her license was suspended.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
she covered that up too.
It was her license was suspended. So this the part I didn't get. But like I said, go back and watch it. If I'm in a car with my sister riding shotgun, she first of all, you got to know how to ride shotgun. That's a whole process in itself. You got to make sure the driver got what they need. You know where we going. Keep your eye out for the police. You know what I'm saying? All that. If you need to be, getting shit out the cooler, whatever it is you need to be doing. The rest stop coming up, 2 exits up. We need to get off. The hotel over. You need to be able to orchestrate. So the sister wasn't on her job no way because she was supposed to see the police. Put the phone down. Why y'all riding around in this car in 2024 with no device to hold the phone while you driving? With a Bluetooth. What are you doing? So get pulled over. Her license ain't no good. How your license ain't no good? Your mama district attorney in Fulton County.
So the mama covered that up too?
No, she ain't know. This kid didn't know none of this. So police, pulled them over. Found out the girl stuff ain't no good. They was like, well, we gotta take you to jail. That's automatic. Ain't no tickets. Ain't no nothing in that. That's jail. The sister talked about what did she say? Because they was like, well, all you gotta do is follow us. You know what I'm saying? Like go down to the jail and bail her out. She was like, well, yeah, I don't like to drive. She had a whole meltdown about pulling the car out the road onto the shoulder. That's why they had to call Fanny in the first place. Because her goofy ass daughter, he was like, well, do you have a driver's license? She was like, I'm telling you, Trucker, go back and watch it. It was crazy. Because
I remember that part.
My mama wouldn't have known nothing about that. They'd have been like, okay, so you got to take me? All right, my sister would have been dead behind that police car, bailed me out. We'd have went home, I'd have went to court, got that straight, and been the end of all that. The sister acting goofy is why they had to call Fanny in the first place, because she was like, I'm scared to drive this car.
Damn.
So they called Fanny. Fanny pull up, get out the truck, and Nathan get out the other side. We like, what? Her and Nathan pull up on the police.
What? Oh.
And it's the kicker. Everybody was in their bed clothes. So they had to be in the bed because she had on a t-shirt and some shorts, and he had on the same thing. And this was like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it was pretty damn bad.
Yeah, they was straight laying up, but now she got up on the stand. And I got that on the live stream too. She got up on the stand, told me they had been broke up for about a year. Man, you lying?
No, she was lying.
So the police officer thought that Nathan was married and they was the girl's parents. She was like, nah, he's a friend of the family.
That's crazy. Really? I got to see that video.
Yeah,
I remember she mentioned Nathan Wade as a friend, not a lover. I'm like, wow.
She said he's a friend of the family, and he was standing there asking questions and was all in their business. And
I mean, yeah, you get me an attorney job.
The goofy ass daughter that didn't want to drive got in the car with Fanny, and then Nate was behind them, and they went and bailed a girl out who was 25 and pregnant, and they have no damn husband and couldn't even call a man. Like her sister was damn useless. I said this in the video. She couldn't drive. First off, she wasn't riding shotgun correctly because you're supposed to be looking for the man. She didn't have nobody's phone number. She didn't know nothing. She didn't have no damn money to go get the girl out. I think the dude said I think the amount was like $1,200. So you need 10%. You ain't got $120 to go get your sister out the clinic. So she found the dude was like, well, I mean, you somebody gonna have to get this car out the road. Y'all watch it. I'm telling you. It was a whole. If she'd have had her mind together, Fanny would have never been there. So I was like, damn, Fanny, if you gonna lie, you need to write your lies down and figure out what it is you done said. Because now you done got on camera with this man you claim you don't have nothing to do with.
That's true. Now, Putin endorsed it. He didn't endorse it. He was clowning her ass. He said, sure, he want her in office. That's why he laughed at after he said.
He want her in office. That's good for him.
That's what I'm saying. That's why he laughed at that shit. Yeah, I want her. Yeah. I'm gonna endorse. I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, because I mean, why she ain't got listen. She get in office. Watch these motherfuckers.
I can for real do what I want to do.
You want to watch. Y'all think? I mean, think about it. I mean, even in California alone, right now, I think over 1 million, 3 million Asians didn't walk across the border. That's what's coming over there in California.
Listen, hey MC, what's going on?
So that's just one section.
Bro, you ain't lying, bro. That's the state I live in, man. It's
and they
terrible.
coming through, and they come. Listen, I read some of the situations, yo. They coming, they starting all the way. Like I'm talking about, they coming all the way through South America. Like think about that. They traveling from China over the ocean, coming through South America, right? Then they go from South America. I mean, from Colombia, go through there. They literally walking through the forest and everything. Okay. Then they going through South America, and they're going through Mexico. Once they get to Mexico, then they literally go through all that, through the cartel situation and stuff like that.
Yep.
And they ending up in California.
Why they going through all that? Why don't they just wait for the next plane?
They getting flew over there.
This is what I'm saying. Why they going through all? Just wait for the plane.
Yeah, they're literally they're literally listen. They're literally they're literally catching planes.
Yeah.
Once they get over that ocean to that section, they're literally catching a plane all the way
to Mexico.
To a lot of them is catching a plane all the way to
Some of them
Mexico
catching it
and things
straight to
like
the
that.
US. They coming through the airport just like you and me.
I seen this not the other day where motherfuckers is on skis, bringing them in and dropping them off, and you got dumbass motherfuckers talking about "Welcome to America." Well, I'm
I
like,
ain't got
you stupid motherfuckers.
Yep, that's true. You ain't lying. Cause they're going through the part of California. There's a gate. The part of the gate has a big ass gap, and it's easy to get through.
Yeah, Calexico, Tijuana, which is right there on the border between, you know what I'm saying, San Diego, which everybody knows. San Diego is they got a tunnel issue, a real tunnel issue. I'm talking about like, yeah, like you can. Kids playing them tunnels, so I'm just gonna put it like that. But yeah, it's just pretty bad, man.
That's just disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Y'all doing all that, and you got people over here that you just can't catch a break for nothing, and you over here flying. Okay.
Shit, I wish the motherfuckers would be trying to pass a bill where you can come and apply and get housing up to $150,000 no problem. Shit, it won't be no damn housing shortage.
You sure won't.
I would have loved that for one time in your entire life. We're gonna put you on your first house, 150,000. That you know what I could do with that in some of these places. You go to man, like not. Oh, I don't know about it. Well, Texas, I think you could do it too. But I know in Ohio, $150,000 home. shit, I could build me a brand new home.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
Can't
I
do
can
that in
restore one.
California.
Or I can restore or buy a foreclosed home. You know what I'm saying? And restore that joint.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a plan. Yep.
Man, shoot. Give me $20,000 in food stamps. Shit.
Seriously, and see what happens.
Man, shoot.
Every
That,
month, my entire family ain't gotta pay for no groceries. I'm talking about sisters, uncles. I'm giving card. Hey, y'all get y'all food, fill y'all refrigerators up. We
Mm-hmm.
all eating. We good. Stack that money up.
yep.
And it's the thing though, the difference between, you know what I'm saying, them giving the money to them and them giving it to us, they actually go buy food. Like that receipt that, you know what I'm saying, that the woman left, she was in like one of their stores. So it was plenty of, you know what I'm saying, fruit and vegetables and, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff. They eating. Us, we up in the Walmart, we got Fruit Loops, Pop Tarts, buying the sausages, oodles and noodles, SpaghettiOs. We got bullshit that ain't gonna keep us alive. Meanwhile, Guadalupe over here got green beans and tomatillos and damn yuca and fish and hell they eat. They're gonna be alive because they're not pumping they, you know what I'm saying, self full of processed crap.
Yeah.
Same money, it's just, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna work out better for them because of what they're doing with it. So like they really helping themselves twice. One, they, you know what I'm saying, ain't gotta pay for it, and two, they getting top notch stuff.
Yeah, shit. I wish I could move in with a relative or somebody else and get paid $9,000 for it. What?
Well, hell, you know, well, hell, at this point, they circulating our dollar. We gave them the money, yeah, and now they circulating it in their community. Because, yeah, that was it, you know what I'm saying, Mexican, you know what I'm saying, store, specialty store. So that was, you know what I'm saying, run by, you know what I'm saying, them. So, yeah, they taking our money and circulating it through their community.
Yeah, that's crazy work. I can see it. You've been asking for a bank loan for 2 years, and then you see a motherfucker that can't speak not one thing. He said, I can't speak a language or nothing, but I can say I want to start a new business, and he ain't done shit, and he get approved for $150,000 to $200,000 credit line. Man, I would lose my shit.
No business plan, no credit report, no social, no nothing. But he got cash.
That's just crazy, man.
And we turn around and continuously vote for the people who doing this.
Facts.
Continuously turn around and vote for the people who doing this to you. That's Trump ain't doing none of this. Bush wasn't doing none of this.
Yep.
Daddy Bush, he didn't do none of this.
It is crazy how you know, black people
doing
bitch.
Lord,
Yeah. Ain't it crazy that we you know, we're actually complaining about the issues, but the mindset for most people will still vote for them retards to go right back in.
Bro, I just looked at the Instagram to see who, man, Kamala smoking his
man,
ass.
are you okay? See,
Kamala, I'm just sitting there
I
like,
tipped in there to see what was going on. People got some real issues. They can't hear too good.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there ain't no hiding this situation. It ain't no fair shake, nothing. I don't want to hear nothing about what Kamala didn't do nothing. All she did was show exactly who she was, and again, black folks, if y'all the one I want to vote for this chick, if y'all didn't see that, no matter what, whatever side, whether it's his side or that side, The fact that she playing with your culture like that, when she won't do that with no other culture, come on, man.
Exactly. And what got me was she keep talking about hold on. She keep talking about the 6,000 and then the 25,000. But in her printed material, she talks about getting rid of medical debt on your credit report, but she never talks about it. What is up with that?
Well, yeah, that's why he said at the end.
Like, what we
I
doing?
mean, all this stuff that you saying right now, you saying it, but you're in office right now. Why you had 3 years to do it? Why you ain't do it? Ooh, she
Yeah,
was
because
quiet.
wasn't that originally something Joe said, and wasn't that supposed to kick in? That was supposed to kick in
In 2026.
No. The medical debt that was supposed 500 and under. That was supposed to kick in July of this year. Anything 500 and under, as far as medical debt, was not supposed to be on your credit report. That was supposed to start in July of this year. What the hell happened?
Damn.
What happened?
They lied like they normally do.
Pretty much. But oh yeah, the 2026. That's the
Insulin.
The 10 drugs, the price set. Yeah, remember Eric? We went through the 10 drugs and half of them people don't take.
Yes.
It's like one on there that, and they were going off of the number of prescriptions written in 2022, and it was one of them on there that only had 17,000 prescriptions written.
Yeah.
We talking about written, not filled. I mean, a doctor can write you something and then you know what I'm saying, you not fill it for a number of different reasons. But why would you be fighting for something only 17,000 people was even given in the first place? It's 240 something million people in the world. I mean, in the country. Why are we worrying about 17,000? And then what was the one that she was for cancer? It's for bone marrow cancer. Was it blood cancer? I think it's bone marrow cancer. The bone marrow. We couldn't get breast, prostate, none of that.
Yeah, imagine
like
that.
them 10 drugs. Like y'all could have done better than that. Come out with them heavy hitters.
Yeah,
I agree.
They ain't did.
Come out with them hitters. Like
that's
this
what I
is
don't
what you gonna hang your
understand.
hat on. You got to be at least 75 to even. Oh yeah, then you have to qualify for it. It ain't like it's blanket across the board for seniors. You have to qualify for it. This is little tidbits and stuff they be leaving out.
I do wonder how many people is gonna really be qualified for that $35 thing anyway.
Yeah, you have to qualify for that.
It's probably not gonna be many.
But again, it's not. If you look at the grand
Immigrant,
scheme, there ain't even that many people taking insulin in the first place.
Listen, you're an immigrant. You absolutely can.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you can get whatever you need.
That's really their agenda, just immigrants and LGBTQ. Nothing tangible.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, what they said again at the DNC, we want you to be able to do whatever you want to do.
Shit, they don't got my vote.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't be supporting that. Yeah, we want you to be able to do whatever it is you want to do.
And I honestly think we're gonna have to do that for a few cycles until the Democrats actually get like, you gonna have to come up with some tangibles.
Yeah, because see, the thing is, the Republican Party is retooling, and we watched the whole RNC, and it basically was coming out and was like, look, this is not the Republican Party of your granddaddy and your great granddaddy. We're doing things different because we see, you know what I'm saying, we got, you know what I'm saying, some key demographics of folk that we need to be bringing in, namely black men. It was black men.
And they did implement their
All through that
policies.
convention. They was everywhere.
I agree with that.
They was everywhere.
And they were actually willing to come with a deal or some kind of plan that's tangible. So I mean, it really made me think differently.
Yeah, it was. You know, what I'm saying, it was conversations being had, and I mean, again, the first step to getting some power is having a conversation. Because again, the whole, you know what I'm saying, DNC was basically a masterclass on how to emasculate, discount, and you know what I'm saying, disassociate black men from the whole thing.
I mean, one other thing they did too is blame Trump for everything.
They said that man's name 347 times in 4 days.
Too many mother lumping times, for real. Too many times.
But she even did it in the debate talking about the $400 million. He was like, well, first off, my daddy only gave me a fraction of that. But again, y'all had a damn billionaire sitting up there telling these poor ass people that just, you know, saying vote for the people over here because we're gonna do all we can for the middle class.
Damn.
You ain't talking to the middle class, you're talking to the poor ass people.
Yep.
You talking to your kind and the poor people. The middle class people wasn't there. So you telling the broke motherfuckers, all right, yeah, go ahead and vote for me, and I'm gonna help the people that's in a better situation than you, and we just need you to keep voting for us, and we'll get around to y'all at some point. They had a whole billionaire in there talking to broke ass people. Be mad at Trump because he a billionaire. Bitch, ain't you one? Should I be mad with you too?
Yeah, and that
Michelle Obama ass up in there worth $70 million. Talk about we can't all be like, well, bitch, you better off now than you was when you fucking got here 12 years ago.
And then she said blame Trump for his family-owned business.
I'm just saying, you better off now than when you was in the White House hating Barack. Remember when you got on the View and told us how you couldn't stand his ass? Remember?
Yes, I remember that.
Seen not near one of them damn wives Donald Trump that ever had get on TV and tell you about how they hate his ass. Not near one of them.
Facts.
She got her ass up on the View and was like, yeah, the whole time we was there and fucking him.
True.
But you got $70 million now. And then did you notice that though, Eric? When after she gave her speech and he was coming out, he was trying to kiss her and she kept moving. She kept ducking and dodging him like she still ain't full of Barack.
Yep.
He was trying. The harder he was trying to come in and get it, she was. And then she gave him that little pitter patter hug. Yeah, nah. She was not. She wasn't trying to hear it. I was like, damn, dude, you still getting curved? Okay. Yeah, Michelle ain't feeling Barack. And got there to all the poor people. We gonna get the middle class together, and then hopefully one day y'all might be able to become middle class. But just vote, because Donald Trump's a billionaire and you ain't. Yeah, I was like, it was just the anger at the fact this man family was wealthy, but y'all sit up here and talk about generational wealth. So ain't that what that is?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
They do that.
Generational wealth.
Supposed to do with it? His daddy had $400 million. His daddy gave him some. And my thing is, if you a businessman, bankruptcy makes sense. Okay.
Yep.
Somebody. Okay. This ain't bringing in what I thought it was gonna bring in. So yeah, let me just go ahead and put an end to all of this, but let me not pay this much. I mean, again, these are the same laws y'all could be using. Why it's legal? Why are we mad? Just because you filed bankruptcy doesn't mean you don't have any money. What you're saying is I don't have no money to pay these people. I don't want to pay these people. It's not advantageous for me to pay these debts.
What's wrong?
But ain't that essentially what this student loan situation is? It ain't in my best interest to pay this student loan, so y'all take them off.
Yep.
You know what that is? Now again, I would have loved it if y'all he'd have wiped mine off because they just really wasn't that deep. Like, sir, you could just wipe that off and keep it on moving. But again, if you aren't or are not able to do that, set it up to where you can actually pay it off. This accruing interest everyday situation is trash.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The
Like,
tariffs,
just
all
set it
that
up
shit.
to where you can really pay it off and be done with it.
Even that, I mean, you gotta look at it. Look at the economy for what it is, man. Nothing is sourced in America. So our own diesel fuel that we have, which damn near runs the entire country, like the electricity and things like that, because of the machinery.
Mm-hmm.
If they shut that down, it's over. We don't even. People charge us to send stuff over to these countries, but we don't even tax them. We just say, "Hey, bring your stuff over." It's all we'll take all our jobs. We'll put them in your country, and y'all can charge us too while y'all do it. And I tell you what, we won't charge you nothing to bring your shit here. Y'all can bring y'all Lamborghinis, all y'all European cars, all y'all cheap ass chips and shit like that, and fake furniture, even fake fruit. Now, y'all can bring it on over for free, but we're gonna make sure y'all pay y'all taxes and everything else.
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, as soon as Trump showed with the you gonna have to pay to sell your stuff over here. Now all of a sudden that's supposed to be costing us money. No, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Because was that her version that was gonna cost us another $4,000 a year? But the way they're saying the economy is now versus when he was president, we're already paying an extra $12,000. So if we paid for under him, ain't that an $8,000 per family savings? That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah. But I gotta get off here. I gotta put this little girl to sleep again.
Okay.
She up. Nice talking to you. Nice talking to
Good
you.
talking to you too. Hopefully you'll come. But I know you'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be for sure. I'll be back.
All right.
For sure. Later. Say later.
All right. Good night.
Oh, see, you being shy now. All right, later.
Hi.
See, she said hi. Lord have mercy. Later.
Kitties, you got some. Yeah, child, I can't. These folk and they janky math because if I'm already paying 12 and you saying under him I'm gonna pay 4, that means I'm gonna save $8,000. So let's ride with it.
Facts.
I don't like math, but I can do it. Listen, y'all need to quit playing. All right, rough hands. I appreciate you stopping by. Where's your next video? Let me know when your next drop is. You know I'll be there. Y'all supposed to record a video and I ain't even got to it. It'll get done. It'll get done. That Diddy, I had to get that Diddy out though, because that was crazy. That was crazy. I need to go through that. I'm trying to debate if I want to do a video on the Tyreek Hill situation or do I want to do a live stream.
Probably better doing the live on that one.
Cause yeah, that right there is disturbing. I'm sorry, that ain't working for me. This Tyreek situation ain't working for me neither.
I feel bad for him though, but
I need you chocolate brothers to quit being mesmerized by these red bone bitches. Them the ones get y'all in trouble. Stop being mesmerized by these red bone bitches. They don't mean y'all no good.
man, that wasn't even a red bone bitch. That was a dumb one.
Now Samantha a red bone. Their ex-wife is a red bone.
No, that's a yellow retarded chick.
That shit out. Y'all need to let that go. stop messing with them red bones. This shit is not in your best interest. Them bitches be
Sure, I thought
especially them
he
half
chose better, but
that's why she a red bone, because her mama white. They be crazy as hell. Stop that. Y'all learned that from Dion?
her mama white. Oh no.
Yeah. Y'all ain't learned nothing from Dion? Shit. He
Man,
had
I don't deal with no white chick.
Pilar was crazy as hell. Yeah,
So I'm glad my spouse is black.
Yeah, y'all stick with the sisters. Yeah, her mama white.
My mama is crazy though.
Huh?
My spouse's mama is crazy.
Oh Lord. Yeah, y'all need to cut the red bones. It ain't doing y'all no good. It ain't doing y'all no good. I'm about to check. He'll go all night long if you let him.
I mean, it's crazy that he ended up going to jail because of child support.
I'm like him. I'm not paying that bullshit. I paid what I was supposed to pay, and that's gonna be the end of that. But see, the problem is she's trying
to get more from him.
She's trying to contest the prenup.
Again?
Yeah.
She ain't gonna be able to contest that. Like, pretty much, they both made the agreement on the damn prenup.
Listen, she's still trying to contest that damn prenup.
That's what that's. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Angry Man is over on Tommy's family.
Man, all I know is the prenup posted, like, they made the agreement on the prenup, even with all the stipulations on it, and she's really still trying to get them off the get them on the prenup to basically about the prenup so she can get more paper.
Yes.
Because she wasted all of her paper, pretty much.
But first of all, she thought this is her plan. She thought, you know what I'm saying, she was gonna be able to leave, you know what I'm saying, under that abandonment and be able to break the prenup like that. But she couldn't really prove that he abandoned her, especially when he left the damn movie set to come back when you know what I'm saying? So that ain't work. So now she's trying to talk about, you know, say she signed it under duress, but she really is having a hard time proving that as well.
She needs to prove it.
She can't.
But they already made the agreement on the prenup, and he basically had, like, I guess he said a settlement amount if they get divorced anyway. He already paid it.
And then she wants him to pay her legal fees.
No, hell no.
It was in the prenup that you said if you file for divorce, you gotta pay your own legal fees.
Well, at least the nigga was smart for that.
So yeah.
So she need to pay what she owes.
Right.
Oh yeah, wasn't he?
You know what I'm saying, making a damn $100,000 a month on that? Well, was making $100,000 a month on YouTube. Bitch, you can pay your own bills. What's the problem here?
Good Lord. Oh yeah, like basically with he basically like they first, you know, when they did the divorce in the first place, he had to didn't he have to pay the damn attorney?
Yeah.
See, that's that bull.
Yeah, and then like when they
and they basically try to get him again on attorney fees and everything else.
Yeah, so since she's trying to break the prenup again, she want him to pay this set of legal fees.
No. I hope the judge is smart enough not to let that ride.
Child, but see, I don't know if they got the same judge, you know what I'm saying, that was trying to chastise him the last time or not. I'm not sure. And I appreciate that as a black man. Why would you be doing that bullshit to another black man? Pay what you owe.
Man, his ex-wife is Eva from Deliverance from Eva, for real.
Yeah, so he got held in contempt and sent to jail, but his attorney filed an appeal that was granted and he got out. So like he really was kind of in the holding cell. He wasn't like really in like jail. And
okay.
He has not had to pay her that $76,000. He ain't pay her.
Oh, that's good at least.
Yeah.
She gonna have to be content with the amount that they already basically came to agreement on.
Yeah, I think $10,000 a month. Like, why is this not enough?
How much he paying?
Like 10.
10. Good. 10K. So he's basically paying her $120,000 a year.
To raise a 4-year-old.
Man, the judge should overturn her custody over to Tyrese.
That's what I said. He need to be asking for custody. That's what
Because don't she make $150K anyway a year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's
Why
some
the
kind
hell?
of life coach or some kind of bullshit. Yeah, she ain't poor.
Okay, so why the hell she needs Tyrese's money?
She don't. She want it. She wants the lifestyle without having to be bothered with Tyrese. It ain't working out that way.
Yeah, that's that bull. That's
But
really
this is my thing though. You really don't want the man. The man was always gone working. What's the problem?
I mean, at this point, he wasn't be left alone. Just leave the nigga.
I'm saying you don't want him. You don't like him like that. He ain't around that much. So what the hell do you need to leave for? He ain't around like that.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. She took some badass advice from her mama.
Her mom's a home wrecking whore.
Like a bunch of fools. Child, please. My mama would have never. Like, child, you can't at the end of the house, but what you ain't doing is leaving.
Damn, that's sad. That is
I'll come over there and pray for y'all. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, my mom would have been like, "Bitch, is you stupid? He ain't even here. What you mad about? Are you mad that he ain't here?" As soon as I'd have said no, she'd be like, "So what's the problem again? Sit your ass down and shut the hell up." Literally. Would have been what my mama told me.
So when's the next time they have trial?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to find that out. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm guessing probably next month.
Probably. Yeah, it probably ain't gonna be too long. But I'm just like, are y'all serious? But yeah, they heard got Tyrese up out of there. And that was foolishness.
Because I mean, she really don't have nothing on him, but she's trying to overturn the prenup. Well, allegedly he abandoned her. Man, I don't see that happening, really, to be honest. If that's going to ever get passed.
I don't either.
She's just going to take that L.
Right. And stop running up these bills that you act like you can't pay. Because it ain't right for Tyrese to have to pay them.
Hell yeah, that's true.
I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this just like I said the last time when he was going to say, stay off of Instagram crying about these bitches, Tyrese. Stay off of Instagram crying.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying, Tyrese. Stay off of Instagram crying. Giving these bitches ammunition and power.
I agree with that 100%.
Feeding their evil spirit. Don't do it. Every time you get on there and get the crying, the devil in this bitch get a little stronger. Don't stomp it out. Don't feed it.
I agree.
Real talk. Don't do it to yourself, Tyrese. Don't do it to yourself. Do not. You be well, we supposed to be on there clowning. I was clowning earlier. I was like, but wait a minute, you can't be clowning Tyrese because you just went through the same thing and you was on here crying. So yeah, I had to address the people.
Oh, there was the other times that she was trying to get him back.
Yeah. After that settlement ain't come through like she thought it would, he was like, yeah, nah, I ain't gonna be. Yeah, 2 months later when she, you know what I'm saying, once the attention dried up, and folks wasn't on there watching their YouTube like they was because they was tuning in to hear her talk about Tyrese. And then she wasn't talking about Tyrese, so they was like, yeah, nah, We ain't gonna be sitting over here listening to you. So yeah, that's what she wanted to try to get back. And he was like, well, why did you leave? And she was like, I don't know. He was like, that's not a satisfactory answer.
Well, one thing I can honestly say to her, congratulations, you played yourself.
That part right there. And then from what Will said, we haven't seen her with any other man. Because I mean, at this point, you was married to Tyrese. Any man you come in contact with is gonna be thinking he's gonna be able to live off you and Tyrese.
Oh, that's the same thing that was happening to Tia Mowry.
Now them dudes just trying to bang. They wasn't even trying to hang out with her like that because she acted.
Yeah, I get that, but like at the same time, like really nobody's really trying to date her seriously. Nobody's taking her serious for nothing.
None of that.
And she complained that the dating market's trash. Bitch, you had a husband.
This my thing, right?
And you left a good husband, but now he making the bag. You looking like a straight dumbass.
Right. Yeah. Talking about some whole phase, girl. That's all. This ain't about to be no phase. It's about to be a way of life.
And her greatest slogan is graduation. I'm like, bitch, where you graduating from? Marriage?
The school of stupidity. Graduated from the school of stupidity. Child, is amazing how twins can be so different.
Yeah. Actually, that Tamara might be the dumber one, but nope, Tia is.
Now, Tamara always gonna come off like she the one with the common sense, like she know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but Tamara ain't dumb enough to not leave her husband.
She will always be the one, like, you know what? We need to think about this. Like, we need to make the right move. That was always her. Yeah, she ain't thought about it. Like, no, I'm good. Sis, I don't think you need to be. She told her, she was like, sis, I don't think this is what you need to do. And she was like, I mean, I've just outgrown. And then she got the question to her. She was like, I mean, so what have you outgrown? She couldn't answer the question. She was like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and go home.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna let you work that out because
none but foolishness.
Mm-hmm. Straight foolishness, but child. Oof, the mixed kids be going through. I'm just saying. The mixed kids be going through.
Yeah. I just hope it gets better, but man, Samantha dumb. She is dumb.
Yeah, she dumb. Tyrese got all this janky publicity. But soon as, because you know he had an album come out last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as the album come out, you're gonna bring this bullshit to the table. Girl, bye.
Yeah.
And it's my thing, I don't know why she trying to act like this back in the 90s when we was going to Best Buy on Tuesday to pick up the album. That ain't what's happening now. What are you talking about?
That's true. I mean, basically, physical record sales is dead.
Trying to get the CD. Girl, go sit down somewhere.
Even digital, the stream sales is not as much either. I'm like, wow, quite surprised.
If I remember correctly, when he was on Club Shay, you gotta order it because it's vinyl. It's only on vinyl.
Facts.
So had the people who ordered it ain't even got it yet. Child, let me stop. They still waiting on their damn Tyrese album. This bitch report trying to get back. Okay. Damn, girl, you could at least wait till next month. It would have been some sales information to go off of. Child, they ain't even calculated all that yet. They still pressing. They still pressing the damn albums. And you up here talking about some, we need to renegotiate. Nah.
Yep, I agree.
We good.
I do agree.
I forgot to look up and see how much Tyrese was wanting for that. As a matter of fact, let me do that now. Let me see how much Tyrese trying to get for the album. How much? How to order?
What, like $15, $20?
Album. Child. Hold on. Beautiful pain pre-order. What the hell? Wait a minute.
How much you selling it for?
Beautiful pain. Eric, this says this nigga crazy.
What, 50?
50 whole dollars. Yes, sir.
Damn, I took a guess on that.
Yes, sir. $49.98.
How many tracks do you got?
You can get the crimson with us. You can get it in crimson. You can get it in black. You can get it in coral. Or you can get it autographed. Child, how many tracks on here, child? Let's see what this is. This coral.
Okay, if it's $50 and it's autographed, that's not bad.
Hold up. All of them $50, whether you get the autograph or not. They just different colors. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, hold up. I need the track listing. Come on.
How many songs do you have on his album?
I'm trying to see the track. It ain't clicking on it. Hold on. Tyrese, you gonna stop this? Hold on. You get out Tyrese stuff. Hold up. Black Rose. I guess that was the last one. That was 50. Oh, wait a minute. He got some $32 versions. That must have been the last album. How many tracks on here? Hold on. Let me look. What's this?
Sound like it might be like 14 or something.
Tyrese. Black Rose. Nope, that ain't it. That's one for Beautiful Pain. Hold up. Maybe Tyrese, you gotta tell me how many tracks on here. Cause anybody paid $50 for 5 tracks. Nigga, I would hurt you. How many tracks on here?
If I was taking a guess, probably like 14.
How many tracks on this? I don't want to hit. I don't care, Tyrese. Hold on. How many tracks on was it Beautiful Pain? Tyrese, oh yeah, I need to know. 17 tracks.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's an hour and 26 minutes.
20.
An hour and 26.
Oh, an hour and 20. I thought you said 26 minutes. I'm like, 26 minutes. Good Lord.
How much is shipping? Is it free shipping? Let me look.
It better be free shipment.
Tyrese said, I don't know about Tyrese. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Tyrese, I need, oh no. I might pay you, Tyrese. Let me see. Oh, hell no.
What?
Ooh, quit playing. So, okay, use $50 for the album, $2 for shipping protection. Shipping is $9.86, and then with sales tax here in North Carolina, that's another $4.32. So to get this Tyrese album in my house, gonna cost me $66.13. No, sir. I'm good. I'm good.
So 17 tracks, you had to pay $50.
$2 for shipping protection, $10 to get it. So $12 in shipping, and then sales tax.
Damn, you can, man.
Yeah, the total is $66.13. I'm good.
Hell to the no.
That part right there. I'm gonna wait for the bootleg, man. Somebody gonna press that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to put the nickel on the needle later. Wait till they hit eBay. I can't. We can't do all of that. That's that Tyrese. The hell. You could at least broke out with free shipping. At least for a little while.
I agree.
Bro. Yeah. But especially 17 tracks. I'm wish I do that.
Bro, crazy for that one.
That's all I'm saying. Child, you don't remember what album for real used to be $10? We're gonna not do this.
Hmm.
Return to your shit tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably bought his album because of his shenanigans.
Current situation. Yo, current situation, I can't with you with this here. Ooh, as Harry said, we need. Ooh, child.
Ooh, wee.
Holla, but she needs some speakers to connect this to. That ain't really gonna do you no good without no speakers. Yeah. Listen. Back in the day, yes. To a whole turntable. That's what I'm talking about. But you need some speakers. I can get that from my granddaddy house. I'll go over there and get them. You got some good ones. Yeah, that'll work. I can do that. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I get some Tyrese up here. Yeah. $66 though.
That's a lot. $66.
That's a flight somewhere.
And it's not even autographed?
With the JetBlue sale. That's a whole flight somewhere. Sir. Oh, like for real. This is like $32. It's like $32 to St. Louis. Quit playing.
$32 in St. Louis.
Shit, I can get that back. Them same $66. Listen.
Damn.
I can go up there, give me something to eat. Come on back.
I think the best thing to do for Tyrese to sell $5 is just like, hey, hope you get everything get better.
$5 on Cash App for real, bro. Child, I'm waiting for something. Somebody gonna leak it. I'm waiting for somebody to put it on the internet. I can't. I won't do it.
I agree.
I mean, I'll be trying to support, but I mean, Tyrese for real. Child, I could cash in some rewards and give me a whole pair of Nikes for that. You know, Tyrese.
I agree.
That's a trip to Chima's. Seriously. That is a whole trip to Chima's. Like Chima's is our version of Fogo de Chao. We won't have Fogo. We got Chima's.
I agree.
Yeah, for $66 I can go in there and do something.
But I did hear they're talking about that the Kamala is going to do a second debate. I don't know how true that is, but if so, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. But what happened till she had COVID? I started hearing that
bitch was lying. She was lying from that. Lying through her damn teeth.
Like, what the hell?
She had no COVID.
that started circulating yesterday. I was like, okay, she just better show up.
Because I remember for the longest time she was actually scared to actually do the debate because she wanted open mics, the mics to be hot. Plus, she wanted to actually sit in she wanted a desk.
She wanted to sit down. Yeah, no, we standing up. We been standing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then at one point she wanted notes. Nope.
Yeah.
But again, these were rules and conditions that your boy Joe agreed to. So if Joe in his old fragile state of mind can work under them rules, why you can't?
Yep. But I guess I'm going to hit the hay. I gotta wake up in a little bit anyway.
We've been on 7 hours. Yep.
Hell yeah. I'm surprised we were chopping it up this long.
I know, right? It's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack. But yeah, we still gotta do like an official review show. We'll get that done.
Most definitely.
I'll be on as soon as I find out whatever this 9/11 commemorative situation Trump got going on. I will be streaming that, y'all. And then after that, we'll be back Wednesday tonight, so we can wrap up Melissa with my 600-pound life situation. And we will go from there.
Sure.
That's what we're gonna do. All right, Eric. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with me.
No problem. Anytime.
All right. Well, I'll see you later. Take it easy. Be
I
safe.
sure will.
All right.
Yeah.
This was talking about November 2nd. Lord have mercy. Whoop. Hold up, because I got to go back to what you said. All you concerned about is dragging your old broke down ass to Houston in November. So so-called black nigga that can call me a bitch to my face. That's Trump, and I wouldn't drag my nuts on Harris's face. It's too much, sir. It is just way too much. It is too much. Good night, MC. Appreciate you stopping by. Listen. Yeah, November 2nd. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna work this. If I'm going up to St. Louis, hang out, and then come back down, or if I'm going over to Denver and hang out and come back, or if I'm going to Phoenix and hang out and come back. I just gotta see which one gonna take me the least amount of time. For this November 2nd action. Do not break out with that Mr. TJ. Please don't do that granddad and stink me to action. I'm not trying to be a part of it. Cause I'm gonna be like Riley. I'm for real. I'm gonna be just like Riley. But yeah, no stink me to action. Yeah, no stink me to action. We ain't doing all of that. Are you doing the VIP ticket? You got the VIP ticket? Are you gonna use it? Okay, yeah, I think that's the VIP ticket. Okay. All right. You going bowling? About this Tyrese situation. I'm still gonna be bothered with that. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. I should have used a different color. This one here is all right, y'all. We about to turn the corner on 2000 around here. Appreciate y'all. Oh, Jesus, you hope black man that show up so I can bowl his ass down the lane. I'm gonna be thoroughly entertained. I'm just gonna let that be known. I'm gonna be thoroughly entertained. Like for real, for real. Let me keep that suggestion to myself. Let me keep that to myself. Since I'm up. So he has gotten on your last nerve. Oh Lord. Okay, y'all play around. I will not be at the Oak Park. I will come visit. I ain't gonna be over there. Mm-mm. That's a whole trip out this country. Prime. Okay, so tomorrow later on the day, same thing. Trump is having some type of 9/11 commemoration event. We're gonna find out what that is. Tomorrow night, we're gonna finish up Melissa, My 600 Pound Life. Y'all can see how that ends. Anything else come out as far as shit. Diddy and this $100 million, I'll let y'all know because that right there is crazy as hell. So we got Trump. If Kamala does anything as far as 9/11 or Biden, we'll have that as well. And My 600 Pound Life, that's what we're doing. Because then Trump has a rally on Thursday and one on Friday. Child, you better go back and watch this replay. But I mean, Trump, we're gonna be honest. He was the only one that was really talking about any facts. Because everything on the other side, was I got a plan and my plan is, and we gonna be unburdened, but we still don't know what the plan is. So that's what we got. That's what we got out of that. That was really, I mean, we didn't learn anything more from her than we've gotten this whole time. Couple of questions she didn't even answer. What you said first time? No, it was even. I didn't watch. I listened. She wasn't as horrible as I thought, and he wasn't that. Yeah, he was not. I knew he wasn't gonna be unhinged. I don't even know why people was looking for that. He's done it so many times for that. He be unhinged when the shit don't count. But when it count, he hold it together. But yeah, she was better than I thought she was gonna be. But I mean, if you was looking for information, she didn't really say anything. But I mean, it wasn't. What's he doing? Yeah, it wasn't knocked down, drag out. It wasn't a debate that you would have seen if you had watched them saying back when you got more dirt out of the Republican debate when they was all trying to be the nominee. That was more interesting than this. What you say? TSC said it was scripted. It definitely was softball. It was highly managed. I'll say that. Not yet. Not yet. What's he doing? We going to the This Might Be Risky meetup in November in Houston. You should come, Prime. We need to have a meetup in Cancun or Cabo. Yeah, that might be the the I-78 Reset Coalition. It's in Houston. Yeah, we might have our meetup in Cabo. No. Cancun. Yeah. We need to be in Cancun. So I can go back to the yes or no mind. I said no, not yet. I booked at the Motel 6. Now I don't be staying at the Motel 6. Probably be at the Hilton. We ain't gonna be at the Motel 6. You talking about hell no, I got warrants. Hell no, I got warrants in Texas. Damn, bro. For real? For what? What you do? Or what they say you did. Just because they said you did it, that means you really did it. What are you accused of doing? Let me put it like that. Hell no. Yeah, we gonna have our meet up in Cancun. Let me write that down. We should go in August. Yeah. We said I can't pronounce the name of the hotel I'm staying at. Can't kick me out the Cool Kids Club. Okay, well, sir, we had that conversation. That wasn't the Cool Kids Club any damn way, but okay. But yeah, we going to Cancun. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look into that. Cause I had a blast at the resort. Man, that messed up. That shit's crazy. The crystal. Yeah, hold up. Let me see about that real quick. Let me make sure it's the right one. I don't know. We want to stay at the Zalera. At the Zalera was everything. Man, lie. Yeah, that might work. Yep. Tell Barbara Fools was cold, but anyway. Yeah, the beach was clean. Yep. Yeah, I'm need to make an appearance. I'm gonna have to make an appearance for real. I know y'all like, what the hell is she talking about? Talk about this. Yeah, what the hell is she talking about? Oh my goodness, right here. This is what we need to have our meetup. Shot a blast, baby. No front. All right, y'all. It's 4. It's 10 minutes after 4. We're gonna wrap this up. I got one more thing I need to do first. Just 40, keep it even. Y'all still watching that? I appreciate it. Ooh. Okay, nothing. Nothing major going on. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. I do appreciate everybody for stopping by. Again, special thanks to Through the Fire Podcast and Blaze for the memberships. Those of you who did receive those, enjoy. Make sure you keep those up. And be sure to have your notifications on because we will be having a members only live stream on Saturday. If there's anything in particular you guys want to discuss during that, let me know. You can put it in the community tab, you can email me, or you can put it in the chat tomorrow, and we will get that worked out for you. We've been on here 7 hours and 40 minutes. I really not think this was gonna go that long, but it was amazing. It was an amazing conversation. Y'all know y'all my peoples. Again, I appreciate all of y'all for stopping by, all of your support, and all of your encouragement. You guys be safe, and I will see y'all tomorrow or later on today, depending on where you are. Bye.